that?
If it's too loud in your ears, that's your volume.
Okay.
Yep. And then I'm Royce. If you have any questions.
Lauren, nice to meet you.
Four and three?
Yeah, those two. Okay. Wait, no, hang on. Yeah. Oh, 1 and 2. Sorry.
Do we have any chairs?
How are you? We are. I'm pretty sure we're live streaming. Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like it's going. Yeah. What was that?
I'll behave differently.
Okay. Julian, we can just start talking if you want till the chairs get here.
That good? All right. All right, we made it just in time.
Good morning, everybody. This is Lauren Stratman here with Julian Arnold. We are at the USA Pickleball National Championships, first round men's singles match.
All right. All right, so we got two very, very solid singles players here, and Jay and Ryler. Oh, just wide. Oh, Ryler, uncertain. Jay's out here sporting his new paddle. I know he's very excited to be playing singles again with it.
Yeah, we'll see how today goes with this ball. We're playing with the Franklin ball. It's not quite what we're all used to, but sometimes it can make for some longer rallies.
Oh, great point. Good wheels from Ryler. Really good shots. Just the length from the Frenchman's always tough. Yeah, I agree. The ball is soft. Definitely plays towards some more extended rallies. Maybe a little bit more cat and mouse. Wind could be a factor today as well. It still seems like these two are just kind of feeling it out, getting their touch dialed in. A few loose unforced errors on some dinks. Oh, a beautiful little flick from behind his body. That's not an easy shot with the one-hander.
Ryler serving 1-2.
And that's the winning formula for him. A big serve, gets a short return. Has a very, very good forehand pass. Oh.
Had what he wanted.
Yeah, he's going to want that one back. As Ryler takes a 3-2 lead.
what's different about this tournament is we're playing in a progressive draw. So today, actually, every event starts. We'll have 1 round of singles, 1 round of mixed doubles, and 1 round of gender doubles. Oh, just wide. So this is the round of 32 men's singles, and it will be followed by a schedule all day long, which I'm personally excited about.
Yeah, I've received some mixed reviews. I'm personally not really sure how I feel about it quite yet, but I'll have a better idea once I've started the tournament. Good idea, just a little slightly long. You look good, you?
No, I think it was out.
A little camera shake. Oh, that's a strong volley. Didn't quite get the feet to that ball. Looked like he was reaching a little bit just outside the strike zone. He knows he should have done better with that one. Got a great opportunity with his short return. Jay thought maybe that volley was sailing. It looked like it caught the back of the line. Unfortunate break for the Frenchman.
That's a well-constructed point from Jay.
Yeah, I like that. He uses the drop volley effectively, and even though he didn't hit the greatest one, he was ready for the next one. Yeah, and even though he didn't get that point, I do like that style for Jay. I think he is the younger, maybe a little bit better stamina, and I think if he can extend these rallies, especially with the softer ball, he's going to end up on top more often than not. Ryler's probably going to opt towards more of the tennis style and really try to rope some forehand passes, and if you give him too much time and he gets dialed in, he can be very dangerous.
Yeah, it's interesting how much longer the men's points go on versus the women's points in singles. Women's can just be like serve, pass, and the men get into this cat and mouse a lot more often.
Wow, it's a great shot. Really amazing passing shot. Jay, of course, with his length, usually gets that first ball back, but still very off balance. Ryler took advantage. Yeah, you know, the men's points are grueling. You know, a lot of these guys are. That's a good point. A lot of these guys are very, very tall or quick, able to cover the small court. And, you know, unless the first volley isn't struck well or maybe the return is a little floaty, it can be tough to pass. Oh, he bailed himself out with a great volley. A little bit of anticipation there. That return was not struck well. And after, you know, early, I think it was a 2-0 start, Jay has struggled to put points on the board, so let's see if he can get it rolling. Nah, it looked like a good ball. Dipping passing shot, forcing Ryler to volley up. That's not an easy ball. So often, sometimes 1 point leads to 2. Gets a cheap one there.
I feel like the return errors always hurt the most in singles. Mentally.
Yeah, I think all around. You hate to miss a return in singles or doubles, but sometimes I feel like in singles the points can be tough to come by. And, you know, Jay had been struggling. He got one, and then he got a free one, and now he's probably
Right
feels like
back
he's
in
got,
it.
yeah, he's probably feels like he's got a little bit of momentum versus a 5-2 lead that Ryler had built for himself. So efficient with that high forehand. He really hits it well, angles it off the court. That's a gorgeous inside-out roll, yeah.
I like that dipper from Ryler, lefty forehand.
Yeah, I mean, I really love watching Ryler strike the ball. He's got a little bit more of an older style of tennis stroke, but it's a beautiful looking forehand, and it's really translated well to the pickleball game. Hey, look at that. He just doesn't do too much with it. Probably hit that about 60% and just made sure that he was getting it below the net and forcing Jay to hit a tough volley. Ooh.
Oh. Looked in from our angle, but
this match could very well be decided by which one of these players is hitting their one-handed backhand better. Not an easy shot to hit. Jay looks like he's been adding the two also to his game. Oh. He read that. So I talked to Jay. Jay actually had a two-handed backhand in tennis. Felt like the one was more natural to him when he started. And
no. That sounds like someone sitting next to me, too.
Yeah, I think the
until someone convinced you.
Well, it's like ping pong. It's like difficult at first. The paddle seems so small.
No, I get it.
But yeah, it looks like Jay's really been working on the two, and I think adding it to the game makes a lot of sense on the return when the slice can kind of be eaten up by some of these players with great topspin. Beautiful ball.
That's a good ball. Really nice. I do wonder, too, how this progressive draw is going to help singles players mentally, because you know you only have to play one match. So you can really, like, battle it out, you know, give it your all for every single match, knowing that that's the only one you have for the day. You can rest, recover, get ready for the next day.
That's very true. Yeah, I think probably see more competitive singles matches, I imagine. You still have your other two events to think about for the rest of the day, but yeah, I mean, 3 matches in a day is a lot less than what we're used to playing in one day. So
yeah, it can become so grueling on a long singles day. Like, I've watched you many times just grind through draws, you know, 3-setter after 3-setter, and it's so much on the body. And then we have to play mixed doubles the next day. It's hard.
Yeah, and with the kind of lack of consistent schedule between matches, it can be tough. You're oftentimes sitting around, and you know, the body tends to lock up a little bit and get tight, and then you got to warm up again. It's not an easy format. So I'm excited for the change and to see how everybody likes it. That's a great backhand. He's really stepped into that one.
He's looking a lot more dialed.
Well, this is kind of what I was saying earlier. I think if you give Ryler a lot of opportunities at the pass, he starts dialing it in. He's a rhythm player. And when he's on, oh, man, he really had that one. But when he's on, he is dangerous. Got one of the most lethal forehand passes in the game, I'd say. It's just very smooth and very consistent.
Good recovery there. Way to get the ball back for him after having a game point. We'll see if he can close it out right here. Great return.
Yeah.
Back of the line for Jay.
Yep. Didn't strike it the cleanest, but it was deep. Pushed Ryler onto his back foot. Ooh, got away with one there. Kind of the same thing. Ryler had a good return. Jay on his back foot, but Ryler couldn't put the volley away.
All right, saves another game point. Jay does, so he will try to string a few more together here. And it's heating up out here.
And again, Jay on his back foot with that first passing shot and just kind of put him behind in the rally for the rest of the point. Oh, that's the length.
You love when those happen.
He's shaking his head, but inside he's saying yes. Just back. Ryler seems a little disappointed, but not rattled. He's a competitor.
That's a really good ball
Yeah,
from Jay.
I like that. I like that a lot. A quick timeout from Ryler. He's going to try
Smart.
to stop this momentum.
Yeah, I think he's had two or three game points, and you know, one of them he was actually both of them he was in great positions to win them. And
yeah, that first one he had a ball teed up at the kitchen, and Jay just happened to guess right.
Jay stays alive.
Yeah, he's living. He's living. He's in a good position though. You know, only down 2, ball in his hand.
And that's the thing about singles too, is it's such a streaky game. You can be up big game points, and the other player can come back so quickly. So you just have to be ready to withstand those ups and downs of the matches.
Yeah, I think the patterns can change pretty quickly too, because there's so much more space. There's more angles and shots to work with. So I really like that play by Jay to drop to Ryler's backhand and move in. See if he goes for it again. He does. Just left it too high. But I like that play. And I like Jay sitting a little bit more on the line. I haven't seen Ryler flick the backhand cross court unless it's very high. Oof. Unfortunate. Good timeout by Ryler.
Really good timeout.
But, you know, like we said, I think Jay was right in it and really kind of gave his opportunity away there, you know. Didn't execute the third the way he wanted to on his serve, and then the very next point had the ball that any of us would really want, a high backhand, a good put-away opportunity, and just happened to hit the tape. So unfortunate, but
we'll see if the side change makes a difference here too, if there's a little wind going. I think it was behind at Ryler's back, so I think Jay will be with the wind now, if it's the same as it was yesterday. And, I mean, from my personal experience, I think it is easier to play singles with the wind behind you. So we'll see if it makes a difference.
Yeah, I think it depends on how strong it is.
Well, I will say yesterday, with how strong the wind was, it was hard to hit the ball through the wind with how soft this ball is.
Right.
So it was definitely a struggle hitting into the wind.
Yeah, I think if the wind is strong enough and you're not able to put anything on it, then into the wind can be very tough. If you can still hit through it. It's nice for the third. If you're going for a dipper, it helps it dive a little bit better. Ooh. Great point. Great point. It's important that Jay stays in this, doesn't show any signs of frustration.
That was wise coming from you, Julian.
I'm a better commentator than a player.
Much easier said than done. We'll just say that.
Yes. We saw Jay go to the slice backhand there, and we can see why that can be dangerous at times. And Ryler is on fire. He's painting lines. Forehand, backhand, it does not matter. I think if Jay drops this point, he needs to call a timeout.
Yeah, it's a tough start for Jay and a really good start for Ryler.
These are the tough situations where you don't feel like you're really doing anything wrong. So you're like, why do I need a timeout? But sometimes it's not always about you. This guy is on fire.
Yeah.
And you need to do something to stop that.
He's feeling it.
And Jay's trying to slow it down a little bit. Yeah. That is nasty. He's smiling. He knows how good that is. That was a ridiculous shot. He took that off his shoelaces and just kind of short angle buggy whipped that. I think for a second that gamma paddle had strings on it.
Yeah, looked like it. I think if I were Jay, I would maybe try to put a little more height on my return, like height and depth, just because Ryler is really being able to step in and just crank these balls, these low ones. So, I don't know, change something up. But it is hard with this ball.
It is difficult.
And sometimes someone's just in the zone.
Yeah,
There's no stopping the train.
I wouldn't have said that any of those returns were like particularly weak. I didn't see any that were pushing him back, but you know, those were good, consistent, you know, 3/4 of the way up the court, and you know, Ryler's just eating them for breakfast today. There's a little fire from the Frenchman. And you can see how effective a timeout can be.
Yeah, sometimes just coming out with like some more energy, you know, it's getting yourself going a little bit can also be a game changer, and knowing again that this is a streaky game.
And slice again. It can be dangerous. Jay didn't hit that particularly low, but because of the extra spin from Ryler's ball, it drops. Good serve.
Yeah. It's a really good serve.
Great serve. Ryler hit a good return, but Jay executed his next couple balls, and I think that's the pattern. Drop to Ryler's backhand. He wants to go line. The cross court doesn't seem as comfortable.
Good hustle from Jay and really good ball movement from Ryler there. So he gets the serve back at 5-2.
Jay's over here pumping himself up. A lot of chatter from him. Strong volley, full swing.
I do think Jay plays better when he's more energized.
A little feisty.
Yeah, a little feisty for sure.
Sometimes he. Oh. I mean, those are the points. He's just leaving one ball up. But he's really putting the pressure on Ryler to execute. Tough serve, really forced Jay to slice that one. It barely bounced. That is nasty. And Ryler is not 20 years old anymore. The guy moves like he's in his prime. That's just, I think he anticipates better than most. He's been tracking green tennis balls for a long time. Wow.
Timeout called by Jay.
Frustrated Frenchman.
Well, it is shaping out to be a really nice day today in Dallas. And this is day one. Well, day one for the professional play here at Nationals. And I'm excited. Are you excited, Julian?
I'm excited. I'm excited, yeah.
Who are you most excited to play with?
That's a loaded question.
It's two options.
There's no right answer. There's no wrong answer.
There's definitely a right answer.
Just excited to play.
But, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a good day. I think everyone's spectators are out.
Someone said it was going to be cold today, and it's shaping up to be probably 80 degrees or so. I wish I didn't wear black.
9-2. Ryler trying to close this out. Oh, unlucky off the net there. Just pushed the ball wide and gives Jay a chance to stay alive here and try to serve a few points out.
Good serve. I mean, that's the point. That is literally the point. Just hasn't been able to execute it enough, but that was perfection. Got it. Oh. Oh, what a point.
That is heartbreaking to miss that one after all that.
No, Ryler
really good fight by Ryler.
Yeah. Scrappy. Woo. I'm not sure if that was going to stay in, but just drops. It's important that Jay keeps Ryler at 9 for as long as possible. So he tries to inch his way back into this match.
Yeah, I mean, you could see just even on that serve, it landed like mid-box, and I just think he needs to just go for it a little bit more on the serve and keep Ryler back a little bit if he can.
I almost feel like the wind is in his face right now.
It could be. It was different yesterday, but it could have changed today for sure.
It feels like it's blowing towards us from our left. So.
Yeah, well, that could be a factor in the serve for sure.
It's also, you know, what you feel like might be a big serve is just not coming off as much with this ball.
Definitely. That's a great return.
Because to me, that serve, it doesn't look like he's being tentative with that serve.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wish I was watching the screen on that one. Couldn't really see it.
We don't have any replays, it looks like, so.
Oh, match point. could be it. That's a beautiful shot. That's an amazing shot.
He just gave you an andiamo.
I like it. Kudos to the man in the bucket hat.
That was an awesome reaction. I think I like Ryler's version better than yours.
Wow.
Just kidding. Yeah, that was a great match by Ryler. He played pretty much flawlessly, and Jay had to.
Ryler, I give it 8 out of 10.
Jay had to come up with some big shots, and Ryler just kept the pressure on him the whole match.
Yeah, I feel like the score doesn't really tell the whole story. I think, you know, Jay did not come out here and play a poor match at all. Maybe not, you know, his A game, but, you know, he was coming out playing some solid points, and Ryler just, he started cooking at the beginning of that second game, and he never looked back. So sometimes when the lead is too much, it's very tough in singles to mount the comeback. But excellent starting match for us to commentate. That was a pleasure.
Definitely. I think we have women's singles coming up next. Let's see if we can find who's playing.
I thought you said it was Simone and...
It is. But I have to remember
who she's playing.
I have to see who she is playing. It is going to be Simone Jargin versus Dalia Garza, who I'm actually unfamiliar with.
You know I'm terrible with names.
Yeah.
Probably seen her. So many new players.
All right, well, shall we take a break until the next match?
Yeah, this is Julian and Lauren, and we will be taking a 5-minute break to get out of the sun, but we'll be right back with you guys when our players start warming up. What was that?
We don't have commercials, so just whenever.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, we just figured we'd maybe stand in the shade.
Yeah, no doubt.
Is there a way to mute the mic?
Let's just do this. If you'll take this main level right here. Yeah, perfect.
All right, everybody, we are back. This is Lauren Stratman here with Julian Arnold. And this is first women's singles match of the day on Grandstand, USA Pickleball National Championships here in Farmers Branch, Texas, near Dallas. And ladies have just finished warming up. It's going to be a round of 30, I think it's a round of 32 match against Simone Jardim versus Dalia Garza. I'm try to take a look at the draw.
I'm going to assume it's a round of 32.
You never know, though. Sometimes these women's singles draws are not always filled. So, yes, this is round of 32. Simone, the number 9 seed. Oh. Taking on someone different on the draw, it says, but she is playing Dalia Garza, and this is the first time we've seen Simone play singles in a while, right? I can't remember when I saw her play singles last. Maybe it
Just maybe MLP.
Yeah, MLP, Dreambreaker, or maybe the U.S. Open she might have played, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised to see her.
But Simone is an amazing singles player. I mean, when she was playing 2 to 3 years ago, just full time, playing every single tournament, I mean, she was winning every event. The woman could not miss a ball. I remember playing her and just feeling like there is absolutely nothing I can do when she's just painting lines left and right. And it was I think being a part of history in a way, getting to play her. So it's fun to see her back out here. She still trains really hard, and I think she'll put on a show.
Yeah, I'd say the body must be feeling pretty good if she's confident to play singles. I know that's what's been holding her back.
I mean, she told me, I want to say like 2 to 3 months ago, that she's in the best shape of her life, and she looks like it. I mean, she is in great shape. Looks like she's moving well. Looks like she's feeling good. She's got a new, it sounds like a hybrid paddle that she's playing with, Yola paddle.
Yeah, just got a little bit of details from it. She says it's in between the new Yola paddles, which are fairly powerful, and her old paddle. So it seems like she's opted to keep the rounded head shape. The new Yolas have all gone back to the traditional square. She likes that rounded head. I agree with her on that. It just feels a little bit more like a racket. But yeah, this new paddle could be great for her game. I think, if anything, Simone would like to have a little bit more power without losing what makes her so great, which is her amazing touch and defense.
Yeah, and then her opponent, Dalia, we're not completely familiar with, but I think she's played a few pro women's doubles events before, and I think she lives in Phoenix, Arizona. At least that's where we met her briefly for the first time, I believe, but haven't seen her at too many events, so unfortunately we don't have a ton of info on her. But we'll see how she plays. I'm excited to watch her, and she's here for a reason, so should be a good match. Looks like they're just getting ready to get started, and
doing the toss. I'm not sure if they did that already.
Julian, somebody asked on the chat. I'm checking in with it every once in a while.
I'm getting it open right now.
Okay. What is your favorite event to play, mixed gender or singles? I think that was the question.
Whatever event I'm doing best in at that current tournament is my favorite.
So what he means is
I like-
always mixed doubles with me. I'm just
Yes.
kidding. I think we'll see a lot of that. Simone is very good at taking a ball and making it into an approach shot and getting to the net early. So I think she likes to usually try to shorten the points. And she does that by coming in, and she's a great volleyer, covers the court well. So quick 2-0 start for her here.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Simone's experience might just be a little too much in this match. It's a tough opponent to play when you're new to the game. Oh, great passing shot. Well done.
That was very good.
That was a well-struck backhand.
And she placed that ball just perfectly, didn't overcook it, and really nice. Gets the ball back to serve. Yeah, from the starts of this match, Dahlia seems to favor her backhand a little bit. We'll see how it unfolds here.
Let's see if she decides to move forward at all during this match. Seems like she's
a baseliner. Yeah, I think it's going to be really tough to win a lot of points. Hitting returns a little too short and then staying back. Like, that would have been a good one to come in on.
Oh, the wind's starting to swirl.
Okay, well, that was a great point.
Simone playing that point with a grin on her face, like she's enjoying the tennis rally.
I don't know if those are the points she wants to get into, but well-struck ground strokes from both players.
Oh. I like the shot selection, just a little bit off the tip of the paddle there. Yeah, we have a timeout.
All right, well, 6-0 lead for Simone here. I like what I see. I like what I'm seeing from her, mixing in some kind of slicey, crafty approach shots, mixing in a flat approach shot, some topspin. So, yeah, she's looking good. She's looking confident. And I think, yeah, if I were Garza here, I would look to start approaching off of the return and make Simone come up with some passing shots.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, you definitely see it more in the women's game where players stay back, but they're still always looking for an opportunity to get to net and put the pressure on. Right now, I'm not seeing that from Garza, and that allows your opponent to play a very comfortable style of pickleball, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Simone. She looks very much in control.
Definitely, and I'm sitting out of women's singles today, but if I were playing in this event with this Franklin ball, I would be looking to move forward just because getting into a ground stroke rally, it's just hard to do anything with the point, really. It's not like you're going to be hitting winners from the baseline with this soft of a ball.
And that goes both ways. It means it's also harder to pass your opponent.
Definitely.
Much easier to put the ball away from the net and take away your opponent's time.
Oh, well, there's a winner.
Yeah.
It's a well-struck ball.
It was a well-struck ball. Didn't bounce much. And I think I'd like to see Garza hug that baseline a little bit more if she is going to stay back. That could go in. Nope.
A little long. All right, well, tough first game for Garza. Simone pretty much played flawlessly there. And I think as good and fit as she's feeling, I think this is the type of match she wants. I think she wants quick points, quick games. And, you know, she just is an efficient player. So.
Well, let's check in with the chat while we have some time.
Right. We are chat interactors, if you guys don't know us.
Well, first question, what ball are they using? Already answered. Franklin X40.
Is she playing with Paris for women's doubles?
Ooh, that's a loaded question.
Actually, she
Love
is
those
not.
kind of questions.
No, because I know Paris is playing with Jessie. So let's see who Simone is playing with. I know she's playing mixed doubles with Eric Onsens.
Oh, what about who's the new girl? The one that
Allison Harris.
Yeah, could be her, right?
All right, and Garza gets on the board. First point of this game. It's a good start. And going back to that, it looks like Simone is not in the women's doubles.
Maybe that's why she's playing singles.
Oh, yeah, that does make sense.
I think she might have mentioned this to us, and
okay.
My ability to retain information is pretty low. That's not quite dropping. Looked like
though.
It looked like it had a chance.
Especially hitting into the wind, I think. Could have dropped.
What is the schedule for this court? Well, I think next we have a battle between the young guns, Hayden Patriquin and William Sobek.
That is correct, and then that will be followed by Lacey Schneeman versus Brooke Revelta. That's a round of 32 women's singles match. And that will be followed by round of 32 mixed doubles, which is Ben Johns and Leigh Waters versus names I don't really want to try to pronounce.
Want to give it a try? Oh, Ivan Yankovic. That's the one we saw, the lefty.
Yeah, and
yesterday.
Barbara Vikadilova. All right.
Barbora.
Back to the match. Oh, that's unfortunate. That looked like it maybe took a bad bounce there off the serve.
Bad bounce or a soft bounce?
Yep. You never know with this ball.
Wow.
That's
great angle.
That's too good. You can see so much tennis in Simone's strokes. I love watching her play. Yep. Again, same shot. I do like how Garza's starting to come into the net, but I think she's got to be a little bit more strategic of where she puts her returns, because Simone can do so much with the ball.
Could be a little bit of a story of too little, too late. Also,
Yeah.
when oh, that was on my head. You know, when you allow your opponent to basically have a 17-1 advantage, the confidence is high, and that tends to lead to some very, very good ball striking.
Well, the ball might be lost here. But that's just a really nice, simple point for Simone, just opening up the court and moving forward and, getting your opponent on the run. And that puts her at a 7-1 lead in game 2. Some applause for Garza fishing out that ball. That's a great drop volley. Didn't try to make it too perfect, but cut it just enough.
It's, she's also knowing her opponent. That doesn't seem like Garza wants to move forward, so even if it's not good enough, you're kind of forcing her hand and putting her in a position that clearly she doesn't want to be in.
Mm-hmm. I do think that Garza is a good ball striker, though. I think, she is comfortable in those baseline rallies, and, she might have a tennis background. I'm not sure, but like we said, it could be the inexperience at this point, too.
Yeah, I mean, there's experience in playing, but there's also experience at playing at this level. So
yep,
I think that's
sure.
what's lacking. I think it's clear that she's an avid pickleball player, but it's a little bit different coming out here to one of the biggest tournaments of the year and playing arguably one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah. Well, that's match. Great playing by both ladies here. And Simone takes it, and she will move on. And I will see if she's going to play in her next round. Although I think the straw that's posted is not completely correct. But it looks like it could be Mary Brasha or winner of Mary Brasha and Alara Hollyfield. Any other questions for you, Julian?
I'm playing with Lauren here in mixed doubles, and I am playing with Thomas Wilson for men's. Seems like some people are trying to figure out how they base the seedings, and I'm not 100% sure. Maybe World Pickleball Rankings, which I think takes points from both tours. So that would favor APP players a little bit who can play both. So that would make sense why they're talking about Paris's seed. Maybe why Paris is seeded 6th in singles. They might also mix it up a little bit. I know, for instance, the PPA seeds like 5 through 8 are a little randomized just to mix up the draws, so you're not kind of in the same quadrant every week.
So up next we have, as Julian calls them, the Young Bucks. We have Hayden Patriquin and William Sobek, and I think this is going to be an awesome match. And these two don't normally get to play each other just because they play on different tours, so I'm excited to see how this one goes. But
Yeah,
I think we'll take a break in the meantime.
Yeah. We will be back after a short break. Yeah. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. This next match is a must-see. I believe we're back. All right. As I said earlier, we got the Battle of the Young Bucks. Nearing the end of the warm-up. Probably a couple minutes left. On our near side with the Franklin on his back, hitting balls between his legs, is Hayden Patriquin. And on the far side with the Adidas repertoire is William Sobek, both sporting the gold chain. These boys got game and swagger. Hayden a little bit more outspoken, and Will a little bit quieter. But both been making some noise on their respective tours. And yeah, this should be a battle.
Yeah, this is a round of 32 first round men's singles match. And the winner of this match will get to play the next round of their singles tomorrow with this experimental progressive draw that we're doing here at Nationals this week. And the singles is 2 out of 3 games, but the doubles later actually is going to be 3 out of 5 games per round, which is different than what we're all used to, but I think it's kind of cool. The winner of this match will take on Connor Garnett, who won his first round against Jim Dobrin. So he advances to the round of 16 and awaits the winner of this one. And like we've mentioned a few times, this tournament is played with a different ball than what we're normally used to. We're playing with the Franklin X40. It's a little softer. Rallies can be a little bit more extended. It's harder to put the ball away sometimes. And I would say the ball is probably a little heavier, I think, than the Dura. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Excited to watch this match. I think it's going to be really close. What do you think, Julian? What are your predictions for this one?
I think this could go 3 easily.
Yeah, and I think Hayden is playing with a lot of confidence right now. I think he's been playing really well. He just keeps getting better and better. He had a great showing at MLP last week, and he just continues to have good results and, just keeps improving. So I imagine we'll see a really good match out of Hayden. And with Sobek, we don't get to see him play as much, but like Julian said, we know he's been having some really good results where he's been playing, and I'm excited to watch him as well.
Yeah, I do believe Will is a little bit older. I think Hayden is 17. And I believe Will might be I think he might be 19 now.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure, but that sounds about right. Maybe 19 or 20.
Yeah, I'm not sure quite.
We need some player profile packets of information.
Where are my notes at?
Yeah. But I know Will's been playing pickleball for a pretty long time. Him and his dad have a little training academy in Florida, the Sobek Pickleball Academy. So that's pretty cool.
And we're off. Strong start from Hayden. Missing his serve. But that's the name of the game. Go for it.
I mean, I don't mind missing a serve as much in singles. You got to go for it, especially men's singles. Keep your opponent back and put pressure on them. So First point. Go for it.
Well, he made sure to make that next serve a little bit shorter. But, you know, singles feeling out process, the first couple points. It's a great ball from William.
I always think it's fun to watch, you know, men's singles matches where both players are just extremely quick and athletic, and I think that's what we're going to get out of this match today.
This will be a little bit of a different look than when we saw Jay and Ryler on the court, who are, you know, Jay's, I'd say 6'3", and I believe Ryler is probably 6 foot or maybe 6'1". Hayden is probably 5'7".
No.
5'8".
He's definitely taller than me. I'm 5'7".
I don't know if definitely, but
It's a good volley.
and Williams probably 5'9", 5'10". So
We're definitely just guessing right now, so don't quote us on any of this.
educated guesses. Just
And a
long,
little
just
back.
long.
All right, well, slow-ish start for Hayden, but he's getting it going. Puts a point on the board, and that's a
tricky,
great drop.
tricky.
Just kept the backswing so short and just put enough topspin on it to get that thing to really dip.
He held that one nicely. Looked like he could have pulled back for a bigger swing and gone up the line, but just flicks it cross court. Great drop volley from William. Always has to be an excellent ball when you're playing against someone with such speed. And another well-constructed point from Will. He's making sure to
Okay, sounds good.
oh, it's hit the line. The lines here are very slippery, something that a lot of us players noticed playing the MLP event last week. And it's a well-struck passing shot. You can see that, you know, Will tends to hit with less topspin, hits a more penetrating flat ball.
Oh.
Oh, good to know. I didn't know that we were playing
I
lets.
didn't either.
So
But now we know.
now we know.
All right, so that puts us at 8-2. Sobek with the lead. Very commanding, strong start from him. And I think Hayden just needs to get settled in. I think, you know, he's made a couple loose errors, and I think he'll find it. He'll find his game here.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the major difference between these two players is their, I don't know, maybe like mental side. I think William is a very serious player for how young he is. He's very mature. He comes out here with a purpose. Hayden, you can see, is talking to the crowd, a little bit more social. So sometimes I think he takes a little bit of time and needs almost a kick in the butt to get into the match. So
Yeah, it's just tough. It's a really good shot, and
yeah, there's not a lot of margin on that ball. Not like he's rolling it over there. He's hitting a flat inside-out ball.
that's a great return from Hayden. Put more on it, that one.
I like the deeper, harder ball towards the middle of the court and take away the angles. Smart. Couple great balls, open up the court, and then went with precision on the last one. again.
Yeah. Let's see if we see a timeout coming up here.
Maybe one
Not
more
yet.
point. One more point, I'd say.
Wow. That just paints the back corner right there. Really good.
Yeah, I thought he pushed it a little bit, but struck it well. Oh, good looking ball, just catches the top of the tape. Great volley, great volley. William didn't quite hit his spot. I like that he changed it up though. He's been going with the inside out, trying to keep Hayden honest.
Oh.
A little chirping, as is to be expected.
He said way out really early, and
It almost went in.
Yeah, it looked like it was closer than he thought. Oh. Okay. Not a ton of space here to run those balls down.
Oh.
Oh my gosh. Sorry for my reaction there. He was so in control of the point there, and William had a great get and
Yeah, I thought the ball right before that.
was going out.
Nah, but I just thought he was a little too casual with it. Ended up putting it right back at him.
All right. All right, well, that's game one, and we are signing off here. I think we're getting some new people in. So it's been a blast being with you guys, and thanks for having us. This is Lauren Stratman and
Julian Arnold.
Julian Andiamo
Enjoy your
Arnold.
guys' day. Enjoy the great matches out here. Maybe you'll catch us later.
All right, we're back with game two. Julie and Lauren just had to take off and get ready for the rest of their day with gender doubles and mixed doubles. This is Scott Crandall joining you from the Grandstand. Where Hayden just made a ridiculous volley angle for a side out at 0-2. An effective drop shot from Sobek. I thought Hayden would be there. Really nice first volley from Hayden to set himself up for the easy one. It's slightly breezy. Yeah, Sobek's his short volleys have got Hayden running in, and Hayden hasn't hit good enough passing shots from the running forward short angle. Nicely constructed point from Hayden. He really got a very high quality third shot drop that kind of opened up the court for him, and then took care of the rest to get his first point in game 2. It's 1-2. I don't think that was the cleanest volley he's ever hit, but it certainly worked. That time, Hayden used the short volley to open up the court. It's been working against him, so he might as well try the same strategy himself. Great passing shot from Hayden. Tie the score up at 2. See, there's William Sobek using the short volleys to kind of set himself up. If you volley deep and it's not good enough, then you kind of open up yourself to being passed. But in that case, Sobek did a great job of hitting the passing shot as he was running in. It's tough to keep that one in, and I think the wind is behind him, which makes it even tougher. And I am joined by fellow senior pro Rick Witzkin. Rick, welcome. We're at 3-2 in game 2. 4-2, that is. Sobek over Hayden. Patrick Wynn so far on the grandstand.
Super nice to be here with you, Scott. I certainly know both these players well. And, boy, I mean, if you don't see the energy and the speed that we see, then you're not watching these guys, because they're lightning fast. And look at those reflexes.
I mean, a nice little kitchen angle dink point with an ATP and ATP defense winner. That's as good as it gets on the singles court.
Thank you, guys. You guys are really good at this, by the way. Sounds great.
You know, you don't see a lot of dinking in singles, but at the same time, you see Sobek. He kind of has that come-around, reach-around ability to create that kind of side spin angle that really cuts out, and I feel like that creates a lot of problems for his opponents.
Yeah, Sobek being I think not as much from tennis and just pickleball, his whole kind of pickleball career. He's got interesting and unique shots that that you develop. If all you do is play pickleball, you just kind of develop some interesting technique, and it's very effective technique. And when I watch him, what I find is he has deception. And deception's everything. It's like it's hard to tell what he's going to do in pickleball, because he's he doesn't come from tennis and have the the predictable backswings and stuff, and it really works well for him.
There's no doubt. I saw him playing against Hunter Johnson at U.S. Open, and I was playing right after him in the singles gold medal match for senior pros, and William went into a full body cramping, and so I had to kind of go out there and revive him, so to speak.
I think I was calling that match. I think I was calling singles that day. I do remember that match. He gave everything he had, and he had the whole crowd behind him because I think he's from Florida, so he had a little bit of a hometown support. It was a great match.
It's interesting to analyze these players that are on the pro open circuit who are multifaceted, singles, doubles, and mixed. I'd love to ask all of them if any of them hold anything back on a singles day to still have full reserves ready to go in men's or women's doubles and then in mixed. I know as a senior pro singles player, there are days where it's 88 degrees, and I'm definitely going to hold back a little bit on my singles play to be prepared, especially when it's the opening day of a tournament.
Yeah, and I think most of the time those singles days are on the last day, so you don't have to. You don't have to hold back. You just have to see what you have left.
Very true, but it's very different here at Nationals, isn't it?
Yeah, we're doing all three disciplines each day.
And these guys are so young, I would doubt that they hold back on any of their three events. But certainly if you're into 30 or 35 years old playing these open pros that are teenagers or 20-somethings.
Yeah, Rick, these two guys, if you add up their age, isn't 35.
Anticipation is so good. That Franklin ball is a little tougher to put away, isn't it, Scotty?
It is. My arm hurts from playing the last 2 days. I had to play J-Dub on Monday and then Georgia Johnson on Tuesday. I've been hitting that BioFreeze tent for the patches on my arm because I've had to try to hit the ball so hard to get it through them, and in both cases it didn't work. But I am a huge fan of the BioFreeze, of the main sponsor of this tournament. They've been spraying me all over with the stuff.
Well, you're going to need that a lot after Friday when you carry me to victory.
Nice move from Hayden.
Yeah, it was a great passing shot. It's interesting. I coached tennis and pickleball back home, and some of my younger students, I tell them not to wear black on a hot day, but these guys are both wearing dark shirts. I doubt that their fitness level is going to be compromised from the absorption of the heat. Plus, it's pretty pleasant out, and 81 degrees, not too humid. Feels good out here.
It's really nice. I think this is the last 3 days have been nice and warm. That's going to be changing starting tomorrow.
Yeah,
I believe by Friday the high will be 62.
One of the rare times a Yankee like me from Indiana is used to playing in cold temperatures, so I'm very much looking forward to that. Timeout by Sobek. What a great passing shot that Patrick Quinn just hit. Quite an awesome angle.
Yeah, Sobek had a 5-2 lead, and Hayden has come back with 4 in a row. I believe game 1 went somewhat similarly, where Sobek got a lead, and then Hayden came back with a run of 3 or 4, and then Sobek kind of called the timeout, stopped it, and finished the game out. So we're seeing each of them are taking turns going on runs.
It's interesting to think what Roski might be telling his son at this point in time. Obviously, that was a momentum shift, wise timeout. It's interesting to see if he changes any tactics.
I want to see Hayden pick the ball up like that again. Did you see it?
No.
No, he got the roughing it all. Side spin kick over his foot. Yeah, so I'm very impressed with what Sobek does with the volley. He picks good spots. He doesn't just hit it as hard as he can. And a lot of those spots, they're angles, they're short, he uses the whole court. And what that tells me is he's very thoughtful as it's coming. He's not just like see ball, smash ball. He's really really accurate with his shots. I like it. What a great point.
Great point. I was a little surprised that Hayden didn't come into the net after he hit that really good angle that couldn't be an ATP. He kind of went back into the transition area, but
I think I think he thought he gave up the angle for an ATP and had to run over and defend it. But really nice shot making from both guys.
Good eye there.
Yeah.
I'm impressed with the depth of Sobek's serve. The last two serves he's hit within an inch of the baseline. And Scott, as you probably realize, serving in singles is a different animal than it is in doubles. That extra depth is really critical. There's another perfect serve on the line. It's great accuracy.
Yeah, and look, if Hayden has to wait for it to land on the baseline, he's going to be slower to get in behind that return, and then that just made Sobek's third shot much more effective because Hayden wasn't at the kitchen yet.
I'm curious if his dad didn't tell him to serve deeper, more spin.
And I think Sobek has the breeze slightly behind him, so. Yeah, that's Hayden read that volley, and that cross court volley really does open up the line. So
sure did, and as good as Sobek is with his movement, sometimes he flips the ball a little too much, and if he does that and it doesn't hit a super sharp angle, he's going to be in trouble for some passing shots. That was more of a solid finishing volley where he stabilizes grip pressure and press through to finish. I think you're so spot on, Scott, with how William Sobek is doing a great job with his volleys, creating angles. But you got to use both, right? Some nice firm volleys and some really good whip spinny volleys. Super close there. Boy, I'd love to see that on replay.
that was one of the first times that Sobek has hit the short volley, and Hayden has come in and hit the quality passing shot. Mm-hmm. Like too many times, if you're a fan of Hayden, when he's come in for that short ball, he hasn't hit a good pass.
Seems like depth is winning a lot of points here for Sobek. The deep, and that's obviously a pretty wise strategy in singles, keeping the guy back, but putting a little extra action on his serve, sticking his volley with a little more firmness. Even that slice there was pretty firm with the depth. He didn't just hit a flimsy flick. So,
yeah, and at 7-8, we're getting to the business end of this game too. See that great placement from Hayden.
Yep.
He didn't hit as hard as he could. He just got it back deep, made
Case
a move.
in point, get it deep, put it where they're off balance, and you're in great shape. I think that's so important for the singles player wannabes or, 3-0, 3-5, 4-0 players here to realize that you don't need to be trying to hit winners, even when you're up at the kitchen line and you have a ball that you think maybe you could go after. Just get it to where it's super uncomfortable for them, deep, and you're setting yourself up for a shot or two down the road to win the point. Another let court by Hayden. Good read. Sobek.
Yeah, I was surprised when Sobek got the let court, Hayden didn't do enough
Didn't
with
do enough
kind
of
of the
it.
first easy one.
I totally agree. I would have done a lot more with that, and I agree with you. Now, Scott, obviously we've played with and against each other so much in doubles and mixed, and I think you're an awesome coach.
You've never beaten me in singles, by the way.
And maybe that was when I was driving out a little bit. Obviously, I've played singles and you haven't, but you seem to understand the game quite well. What do you think out of these Open Pros, is the difference between being around a 16 player like these guys are seated versus, the top 3 or 4 that seem to get to the semis and the finals frequently?
I would say that the shot quality on handling, just the consistency, that the quality return and just coming forward with presence to the kitchen with the return game. I think the top guys handle, every type of serve with a quality return, and in they come. And then the athleticism once they get there. Both of these guys are super athletic. They can full stretch and reach, but the quality of volley from the top guys is maybe just a touch better.
That is fantastic.
As I say that's just 10 out of 10. Beautiful, beautiful cut drop volley from Hayden Patriquin.
The key is him getting up to the kitchen line and getting set to be able to execute that light grip, curling wrist action.
Yeah, and it all starts with the good return.
You're right.
The other thing I think that the top guys, they know all the other players so well that they have a sound game plan. They're not just hitting the shots they want to hit. They're targeting weaker sides of their opponents, rather than just like, oh, hit ball over here, run in. And so I think they know where to go because they've studied, and they plan.
Good point.
Effectively.
And speaking of effective, there was that super deep serve by Sobek again, that last point, which really created an opportunity for him. Oh. It's a little strange that the let courts are going Hayden's way into the wind versus Sobek's ball falling back on his side of the court.
Yeah, you're right. Usually, if you're with the wind, you get the benefit of some nets. And in this event, the net cords are live. There's no replay on a survey, that is.
Wow, that is phenomenal.
Great moving, and just how accurate was that last pass? It had to be. He had a small window, and he found it.
I would have to think, being the opponent of Sobek, you have to make your passing shots very precise, or you're in trouble. 9-8 serving for Patriquin. Another let court, and a missed ATP. Sets him up for game point.
Yeah, that's a tough break. I felt like Sobek was there. I think he hit it so hard, just came up a little short.
It's like 3 or 4 let courts for Patriquin, and that's ill-advised attack on a low ball.
Yeah, you mentioned the passing shot earlier. I feel like the other thing about passing shots in pickleball singles is if you hit that good pass, you've got to follow it in so that you have an attack on the volley of your opponent, rather than just let that thing rather than let your opponent's volley bounce and then have it hit another pass.
Good point. Sometimes it seems like Sobek tries to do a little too much on a low backhand like that. He's missed 3 I've seen since I've started here today, where he needs to just drop that thing into the kitchen low, cross court, and get back in the point. Good deep volley once again. That's the firm volley with depth.
Yeah, perfectly placed. And firm enough that Hayden couldn't run back and get it. Hayden kind of had to watch it and hope it goes out.
Yeah. 8-10, still trying to even the score here. So back. Good exchange.
Like a really well played point by Sobek, because Hayden hit a quality return, was hustling in, was in great position, and Sobek really just handled and neutralized Hayden's volleys until he got the exchange and they had a hands battle. And great point by Sobek, just really high quality.
Oh, you don't often see a reset, a counterattack, and a volley exchange in singles, but we just had it there.
Yeah, and at 8-10 when it mattered a lot. So now it's 9-10.
Serve getting a little shorter as the chips and stakes get a little higher.
You're right, though. That's the second time I've seen Hayden kind of hit the cross and then back up.
Mm-hmm. And now we go for a match point.
I don't know if Hayden has a timeout left.
I was just thinking
but
the same thing.
If he does, I'd like him to call it.
If this was me, I'd be calling it and using it. Another shorter serves.
Good return. Hayden, I mean, deep return. Hayden was in great position, so stopped the 3-point run from Sobek.
It's tough to air it out on that match point on that serve, but that serve, as you saw, was about 5 feet shorter than what he's been doing, and that's, you got to stick to what's working. All right, and second match point here. Let's see if William decides to put a little air under this serve or see how deep Hayden's return is.
Yeah, and I'll be curious to see where Hayden returns.
Short serve again.
Pretty nice pass from Sobek on match point. Not to go for the hard winner, but just to drop it in the kitchen and then just use his speed. So that's a really mature comeback in game 2 from Sobek down 8-10, and he just took the momentum and then finished, with a smart pass on the match point.
And a wise use of his timeout there when he was kind of losing the momentum.
Well, Hayden handled the loss with more maturity than I normally do.
Well, I respect both these guys committing their lives to pickleball, and I've seen them both grow for the last 3-ish years, and it's been fun to watch. Could you imagine if we were that age when pickleball is this big? How amazing we would be at this game. Sometimes I lament, oh man, if I was 20 and this sport was this big, boy, wouldn't that be exciting? But, we also are thankful as Champions players that we get a lot of opportunities like the NPL, which is a great opportunity for all Champions pros and a team atmosphere. Obviously, Champions pros playing here this weekend at Nationals and U.S. Open and a lot of individual tournaments. So I am thankful for what we have. But, man, it sure would have been fun to be 20 years old when this game was at the prominent level it is now.
Yeah, I'm glad I got in when I did. I got to learn the game for a year before I turned 50 and got to play senior pro. So at least I knew what I was doing a little bit before starting. But this is only my second nationals, and it's such a great event that playing the split age gender doubles and mixed doubles this week was so much fun. It is such a privilege to be on the court with the pros. It's great that they play these events with us. They give us everything they've got, and it's a great way to calibrate and figure out, where's your game at? How does, this is the stuff that works amongst my peers, but when I play these pros, how does it work? I learned a few things getting to play these guys this week. It's been so much fun.
Yeah, there's no doubt. It was a blast playing in both categories. But I will say, Scotty, I think the senior pros, Champions players, especially at the highest level, hold their own against these open pros. And it's quality pickleball. It's not just targeting the old person and watching the point die. I feel like yesterday we were having tons of great exchanges, and it was entertaining and sometimes exhausting. It's a really nice grandstand view here, folks.
Yeah, I didn't play a match here, but this week on Friday, my MLP team, the Bay Area Breakers, played one of our matches on this court, and it's a really, really great place to play. Like, center court is right next to us, and center court is a phenomenal experience. But Grandstand, to me, this is the second best court on the property. So every time a player gets to play on one of these stadium courts, it always adds a little more excitement to it.
It's also nice to have the wind coverage. We played yesterday in our quarterfinals, and it was quite windy over on the N44 court. But these players deserve to have the best, and they do.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, every pickleball tournament, the conditions are part of the challenge, and especially having nationals in Texas, where the weather is a variable. Right, there's some days you're playing and it's going to be in the high 80s. Some days you're playing, it'll be in the low 50s.
Yes.
And so you gotta solve the puzzle with the conditions that you have.
Isn't that what the locals love to talk about? How it could be a completely change of climate in 1 day's notice.
All right, let me look up who we have next.
Looks like we got Lacey, and I'm not sure who Lacey's playing with. Lacey and Brooke Revolta. Who are they playing? Oops. Oh, singles. So we have Lacey Schneeman and Brooke Revolta at a lefty versus a righty. Always brings uniqueness to singles. When you think about that typical cross-court backhand-to-backhand rally, it certainly changes the dynamic. And I've enjoyed Scotty, my nephew Ben Shelton, who seems to be enjoying his left-handed status, much like Scotty Crandall.
It's like Rick. He has just got one of the most beautiful serves, like on tour or ever. He's a lot of fun to watch. But one thing I think people don't. Whenever you play a lefty, it's like, oh, they've got that forehand, they've got different spin and whatnot. And I think very often people assume that the forehand is better than the backhand. It's like I don't know Brooke. I don't know if she likes her forehand more than her backhand. But I find with the higher level players, so often their backhand is better. And if you go in thinking, oh, I'm just going to pick on this lefty's backhand because I don't want to deal with their forehand, and if their backhand is better, you can end up in trouble.
Yeah.
Just by not really, being observant as to what is the strength.
Yeah, I've definitely seen some players at even a higher level not realize the stronger side of their singles opponent, and before they know it, they're down 7-0. And sadly, I have some students that didn't realize their opponent was left-handed at the end of the match.
Being lefty, I've faced that comment quite a bit. Usually it's after the first set, or the first game. It's like, oh, you're left-handed. But watching them warm up, I mean, Brooke looks very strong on both sides. And having not seen her play, during the match, I'm gonna be looking and seeing which is her better side, because her backhand looks just fine.
Yeah, it's very compact. You can tell she's got a tennis background. Confidence during live point play versus the warm-up is very much a different thing for players. So
for sure,
we'll be anxious to see if anything breaks down. But she seems like she's got some good wrist action on her lefty tops and forehand. And
so this is the second match in a row that I get to commentate. A friend of mine who plays at my local court, Hayden Patrickman, plays plays with us at the courts at Piccadilly in LA, and Lacey Schneeman as well. So these, I'm going to pretend to be unbiased here during this match, but Hayden and Lacey are both good friends of mine who I have the privilege of playing a lot with. You know, when we're home and not on tour.
Well,
Lacey's game. So Lacey, super quick, super athletic. She definitely has a stronger side. Her forehand is fire. She's got a big serve, very good volleyer, and then it really is a matter of can Brooke find Lacey's backhand and put pressure on it. I think that will kind of determine when you're playing Lacey. If Lacey hits a lot of forehands against you, she is probably going to win. And
does she run around it?
Yes,
their backhand.
Yeah, she is extremely quick.
So this is my first observation of either of these women playing professionally. But it's been fun to watch the warm-up because you can just see so many prototypical higher-level tennis player mechanics. And I think it'll be fun to see if anybody changes the pace or if you're going to just see a true aggressive line drive with some rotational topspin sparring contest, which I've seen so many times in singles.
Yeah, Lacey's, like, I'll be interested to see how, like, just kind of how these points go, but she usually is just going to come at you with her weapon and say, well, let's see if you can deal with this forehand. If you can't, then I'm just going to just go with that. So it'll be fun to watch how Brooke plays.
I have to admit I'm a little bit envious of your practice partners. I've seen plenty of your pictures on Instagram, and certainly knowing now with Hayden and Lacey, and it's not exactly the luxury I have in Indianapolis, but that's why I play tournaments, so I can practice.
Yeah, no, I mean, I got to play split age with Jesse Irvin yesterday. I got to play split age with Connor Garnett, also two people that play in our rec game. So the courts at Piccadilly is the place to play if you're in LA. Like, try and get an invite.
Yeah, I have my older brother lives in LA, so I will have to visit him sooner than later.
Lacey gets a little air under her first serve, and again, the wind's a little behind her, so once she calibrates that. But I think you'd agree the deep miss is early is the way to go to get your feel for the serve and the court and the aggression that you can put out there.
Honestly, like missing a serve long, going for it on the first point of the serve, I don't have a problem with that. If I was coaching her, I'd say, hey, way to go for it and try and set the tone that you're going to be serving deep throughout the match rather than playing cautious.
Yeah.
You can tell that Lacey can mix up her pace based on spots that she sees that are open.
She can do a lot with that forehand. She can hit a hard, soft spin. She can find the spot.
It's good deep volley there.
And then the one thing I'm noticing about, like, Brooke isn't the tallest person out there, and so court coverage, especially if she comes to the kitchen, it'll be interesting to see how well she covers the net at the kitchen versus Lacey's passing shots. But Lacey's just putting a lot of good pressure.
Yeah, I think she's doing a good job of reading Brooke's balance and hitting to where Brooke is not balanced. It was a nice backhand low drive.
Yeah. So Brooke seems to be returning and staying back. Lacey takes her third shot and just comes on in. So Lacey's going to spend a lot of time up at the kitchen today.
You got to think that's an advantage over a lot of the women, is taking a return, feeling comfortable and confident with your volley structure to come on in right off the return. I'm impressed by that. Another missed serve. but no worse for the wearer because she didn't miss it in the net. She was going for it. That looked a little bit of a backhand technical issue there.
I think she just, like Brooke didn't quite time it the way she wanted.
The best backhand players in singles I've found are the ones that can lock it and drive it out, and then also can take that non-dominant hand and turn it over with a good roll.
Yeah, I had the good fortune of playing with Connor Garnett on Monday. You want to talk about a two-handed backhand with timing and pace and spin and everything. Well, that was Brooke hit a nice approach, came in and drew the error from Lacey. Nice serve. So that backhand pass from Brooke was just perfectly well timed. That was a very smooth looking shot, and gets her first point on the board.
Yeah, she's won 2 points doing that with that low backhand. Looks like she's settling down a little bit.
Lacey gets away with that particular. She's hit that kind of mishit backhand a couple times and just followed it in. And I think, she reminds me of the way I used to play tennis, where it's like I come in behind an approach that isn't that great and just try to use my athleticism to make up for it. Lacey does a good job of that in singles here. Whether she hits a good approach or not, she's coming, and you got to try and pass her.
Well, not to mention, it really didn't have much pace. So it's just kind of a dead ball, and that shot that Brooke hit had too much action and missed it long. That's a third service error.
Yeah.
By Lacey at this point, I'd say, if I was her coach, it's probably time to bring it down a little notch. I like the aggressiveness, but, don't want to give away 3 service points. Start match.
But first singles match of the tournament here at the BioFreeze USA Pickleball National Championships, powered by Invited and the PPA. You're going to be a little nervous. You want to be aggressive, so let's just pump 3 serves, out to the baseline and calibrate it. I think she's just getting slightly too much air under it.
Yeah,
it's
that's
like
true.
she's just hitting it too much up and not enough flat.
One thing's for sure, this wind is quite the challenge I've found the last couple of days, and she's a professional. She will get calibrated. Shout out to Pickleball TV and Pickleball Central as well.
Yeah, Rick, I've had so much fun after my matches, walking up and down to see all the vendors in this little complex, and see all the people. It's fun to. There's so many people that I see that I really only see at nationals when everyone's here.
Yeah,
it's this event has just been a great time.
There's no doubt that the nationals are revered as one of the marquee events of the year, and you're right. Whether it's people that are on the business side or the promotional side of the sport, or even just our fellow Open Pro players who I never get to see. So it's been super fun to, you cultivate relations. I remember playing against Tyson McGuffin 9 years ago and known him for a long time. And it's great to see so many players that have been kind of OGs of the game that have been around as long as I have playing pro pickleball, which has been about 10 years.
Yeah. Lacey missed a couple backhand volleys in a row. Lacey's a good volleyer, so she's as surprised as I am that she missed those 2. And I think the reason is as Brooke hits her pass into the wind slows it down and helps it dip, and that ball has gotten a little lower.
Nice reflexes by
great,
Revolta.
Great hands. So this match that was 7-2 kind of going Lacey's way is now getting very competitive at 5-7.
Makes you wonder if Lacey's going to take a timeout. If she, and there you have it. Was that a pretty good premonition there, Mr. Crandall?
Yeah, Rick, your instincts for the flow of a singles match are on point.
Well, I'm sure you want to go out there and tell Lacey a few things since you seem to know her well. What would you tell her?
What we discussed about the serve. Let's get our serves in. But I think Lacey just has to, I think, be a little more accurate with where she's coming in with those approach shots. It's like I'd like her to hit a slightly higher quality approach. Don't just come in off of less than clean approaches. Don't give Brooke an easy pass, because if you give her a few easy passes, she gets some confidence. So maybe be a little more patient to come in on your ball.
So that low cross-court forehand, or that she just hit to Lacey's backhand, is giving Lacey some trouble.
Yeah, it's like into the wind. It's just it's dipping nicely.
Dropping.
It's a good shot.
This is highly technical, but I would almost suggest Lacey predict that she's going to go to the backhand volley low and set her weight on her left knee to spring out of that.
And see, to me, that is like that point was set up by Lacey coming in behind, not the highest quality approach.
Correct.
And now Brooke is hitting quality passes and getting ahead in the point. Same. It's like, Lacey, get your ball deeper that you're coming in on. And I think
Revolta's obviously grown with confidence in the last 5 or 6 points. And it's a big part of it. And that's a better volley on the backhand side by Schneemann.
And the previous volley was better too, because she got her opponent running, from one sideline to the other.
Seven serving 8 now. First time Lacey's serving down in the game. Another cross-court ball that dips a little bit. She really needs to think about opening her paddle face when her legs aren't underneath her.
Yes.
Opening that paddle face a little more.
Open the paddle face is exactly the answer. And what's funny, like from where we're sitting on the side of the court, I mean, we couldn't have like a more perfect view of that backhand to see that. But yeah, if you're volleying it into the net, open the paddle up. I mean, even try hitting a drop shot, a drop volley.
That's pretty. Great backspin.
That time Lacey had depth on her approach, and it set her up. I mean, she still had to make a super athletic move on that volley combo, but really nice approach she came in on.
I don't think she needs to overcook that forehand there. If she just gets a little deeper and not focus so much on going to the line, I think that would be fortuitous. Another good cross court. I tell you, Revolta's really hitting a good low cross court backhand passer. Ooh.
Yeah, Lacey got away with coming in off low quality approaches. She's not getting away with it now. So you got to come in off something high quality, because Revolta's passes have really picked up. And these pro players, they like hitting the ball into the wind like this.
That's a good volley.
Because when you hit your pass into the wind, you can make it. You can hit it harder. You can make it dip. When you swing away, don't you feel better about it, Rick?
Absolutely. You feel like it's not going out.
You don't have to guide it.
Yeah. She didn't get her legs up to that ball.
Yeah, that ball, it died on her. And
she's got to know the ball's being held back by the wind, so you really got to take an extra shuffle step up to that. And once again, Scott, like you said, it's not a deep enough return.
Yeah, it's just.
You know, if I was coaching Lacey, I would tell her, hey, if you don't hit the quality return you're looking for, hang back.
Yeah, I would say don't feel like you have to run through it.
Revolta with a very nice thread-the-needle backhand passing shot on game point.
Yeah, I mean, quite a comeback from down 2-7.
Yes.
She does, and it really was just about her shot quality on her passes. You know, she just started hitting the ball more solidly. Very low clearance over the net, and really stretched Lacey out. Got a lot of quality passes to Lacey's backhand side, and those were causing problems. Now, in singles, Rick, with one side playing into the wind, one side with the wind, which do you think it's an advantage to be hitting into the wind, or would you rather be with the wind?
You know, obviously I'm a lot longer than these women, so for me, I would love to be playing with the wind, penetrating with deep serves and deep returns and being draped over the net. And even if they get it to dip down a little bit, I could even take a drop step and let it, bounce in the kitchen and keep them pinned back. So I would definitely say playing with the wind. Now doubles, I feel a little differently about that. But in singles, the extra penetration from the serve and the return with the wind, I would like. But, I was thinking, if Lacey had a coach out there telling her, hey, just, work the point after the return and don't charge in unless you feel like you had super quality, I think that'd be beneficial for her to hear. Maybe she'll realize that on her own.
Yeah, I think I think Lacey she'll be able to swing out more and hit through the ball into this wind, and so I expect her to hit her shot quality to improve in game 2. However, if you're playing with the wind, Brooks' compact strokes that's a nice way to play with the wind. When you've got the small strokes, you can calibrate the wind behind you pretty well. So I don't expect Brooks' shot quality to decrease at all. I think she'll play these conditions rather well based on what I've seen in game 1.
Revolta takes a quick 2-0 lead. Newman stays back until she gets a better shot, and look what happens. A little more patience.
Yeah.
Waiting for the right shot to come in on that good angle. Very smart by Lacey.
Yeah, this is just, classic singles strategy. It's like, can you come in on the right ball? And then how good is your approach versus your opponent's passing shots?
And you mentioned it earlier, Scott. I mean, there's no secret that if you're not the tallest person in the world, then you've got to be more judicious on when you do come in. And these women are obviously not that tall.
Lacey's not that tall, but she is super athletic, so she plays a little bigger, a little taller than she is. But shot quality still more important than that.
So the last 2 points I've seen her win on a return. She returned and stayed back. I think that's the 4th service fault by Lacey, and
that one resembled frustration to me.
Frustration and just maybe not thinking about the win because you're too frustrated.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to really lift that thing up, hitting up into the winds. Just wanted to say hello to our viewers. I am Rick Witzkin, Champions Pro and co-founder of the National Pickleball League, and happy to be here at the PPA National Championships, USA Pickleball National Championships, and first time in the booth with Scott Crandall. Not my first time in the booth, but certainly it's always fun being in the booth with your doubles partner that you're going to be playing with on Friday.
Yeah, thanks for joining today, Rick. Dave Fleming told me, he's like, just ask whoever you want to be in the booth with. And I said, well, let me get my doubles partner in here with me.
Smart man. Why wait to establish chemistry? Boy, this is deja vu. Brooke Revolta again, a backhand drive somewhat low to Schneemann. It's like she's so athletic and fit, but she's just not quite using her legs to bring that volley back from into deep in the court. She's kind of using all wrist, and it's really faltering.
But you make a great observation, is that Brooke keeps putting that passing shot in the same spot, and until it stops working, she's just going to continue to do it. But it's easy to say, hard to do. That's a quality shot that she's hitting.
Schneemann very frustrated at this point.
Although, Rick, if we look at, when we noticed it's lefty versus righty, and I'm like, well, I don't know if her backhand's better than her forehand. From watching this match, I still don't know which is better. I feel like she's hit some. I think she's hit more backhands because Lacey's hitting it there, but she's up to the task. Brooke is hitting some quality passing shots with that backhand.
Yeah, you can see that there's not a deficit on either side of Revolta, and she seems pretty.
Okay, well, here comes Rachel Retger to come in and give Lacey a motivational speech, coach her up at 5-0 in game 2. That's a good time to turn things around, but that's what's nice about these tournaments. You have your friend, your pro friend come in and just point out a couple things. The nuances in this game are so small. It's like a small change in attitude, a small change in some strategy, and just kind of getting a different mindset could help turn things around.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And I know Rachel from Chicago, and I'm not sure how much of a singles person she is, but sometimes the moral support and just some psychological adjustments and advice can go a long way.
Oh, see, Rachel's a genius. She said approach to the forehand to open up the backhand after the volley. Works every time. I don't think Rachel mentioned her serve.
No, that's fault number 6?
5, 6. Who's counting?
Jeez. And there's that backhand to low backhand, setting up the rest of the point. Nice use of the tip of the paddle.
Yeah, well, that's just the athleticism, covering the kitchen from sideline to sideline.
It's a mountain to climb, but we'll see if Lacey's got that mental fortitude, like so many pros do. Never out until that last point's over.
Yeah, that's what all of these singles players, they have that desire and willingness to grind.
Nice shot. Very nice passing shot, and way to read Brooks' weight transfer there. 2-5.
See, I also like Lacey hitting. She hit that slice backhand as the approach. It gets a little deeper, gives herself a little more time to get in, and it's just a different ball.
And it stays low into the winds. You definitely feel momentum change in a big way. If I was Brooke, I'd take a timeout here.
Now I want to see if Rachel goes back out and talks to Lacey. See, once the momentum switches, then you just let it ride.
Let it ride. Let it ride. Yeah, I was actually feeling at 3-5. Brooke was really on the opposite end of the momentum swing, and anyway, wise timeout at 4-5. I would have probably taken it at 3-5.
The 3 points, if you lose 3 points in a row rule, there's a reason people call it a rule. It's not. It's if you just did that every time, it would probably benefit you. I certainly do not like losing games and still having a timeout left.
Is that the Crandall rule, perhaps?
No, it is not my rule. I do use my timeouts, but I don't think that's that's not always in my mind. And when have I ever lost 3 points in a row?
Well, not with me.
No. That was such a great get from Lacey, right? She, you know, the ball was kind of landing short, little mishit, and she just played the smart shot. Just get this thing back deep.
Depth is the word. You're right. She rushed that getting in.
Yeah.
I was really starting to like her discretion on when she came in. Looked like she wanted to really prejudge to get in there, and that was a mistake.
And I mean, it sounds simple, but to get this little 5-point comeback that Lacey has accomplished, I think she just sort of made balls. Just put the ball in play. Make Brooke beat you. You don't have to. Everything doesn't have to be a winner.
No, and she's also not missing serves in this run, and she's not just charging in on returns that aren't deep. 5-5. And it's a return I would not come in on.
Yeah.
This is a recording. Better job on those backhand balls by Schneemann. Much better leg usage. Don't blame Revolta for going to the well over and over again, but perhaps the corner has been turned by Schneemann on those low backhands. Just dropped too low. You know, there's a point where you realize what you set up to do changes because the ball is dropping so quickly.
It isn't where you need it to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I thought like Lacey's done a good job, like just getting it in, reacting to those, you know, improv. Oh, the ball's not where I need it to be. Just dump it back over one more time, and then and just use your athleticism to make up for it. She's just made more balls in this comeback.
Another short return. No. Good deep serve. Another short return. Gets away with it. Boy, that is not a return I'd come in on if I was Lacey.
I mean, honestly, it was so short, it made for a tough pass.
Yeah, true.
Sometimes it's so bad that it's good.
Yeah, when the wind was holding it back, too.
Yeah, and that's why I think Brooke has done well just continuing to go to the backhand, because once you go to that forehand, if Lacey's on it, that's where she puts it away.
Had some extra kick on that serve. It was short, but man, that thing really popped up.
Yeah, when you go hard spin into the wind, it had early dip, and it bounced about 2 feet past the kitchen line, and then, you know, ended up very short and a tough return.
Wow, good get.
What a
It's
point.
a great point. Oh, wow. That's a phenomenal point. Do you know the ages of these ladies?
I cannot say that I do.
I'm guessing 19 and 20. Schneemann with a game point at 10-7. Wisely, Revolta takes another timeout, her second and final timeout. Schneemann did a really good job of changing that momentum. Pros know how to get it together and turn the tide, and boy, has she ever.
Okay, Lacey's 27.
Wow.
She invited me to her birthday party last month, but that was the weekend of our NPL finals.
Okay.
So I didn't go to her birthday party, but I heard it was a lot of fun. So she's 27.
She looks young for 27. It's nice that old people are still relevant in the pickleball world. So you still get an invitation to a birthday party.
These are, yeah, I told you. I mean, like these are
Practice partners.
No, these are my friends. These are my pickleball people.
Game point here. Let's see where this serve goes. Newman really picked up her backhand volley. Really did a nice job. She probably made her last 7 backhand volleys, and instead of cutting them, she was kind of firm and using her legs and hips to.
Yeah, the swing looked smaller and more solid. Less swinging at it, and which kind of leads to the miss hits. She just kind of held it out there with a firm grip and just let the paddle do the work. But I do think she should thank Rachel for the coming out and talking to her at down 0-5 during that timeout. I just think you said it, the moral support. It almost doesn't really matter what Rachel said. It's kind of helpful to get your mindset changed. But Rachel's over there sitting with a bunch of other pros, and it's like, we're all just watching, and so any little thing could just, could help turn it around. And, that game went from down 0-5 to winning 11-7.
Well, I've been coaching for 35 years in tennis and pickleball, and I've coached middle school teams, boys and girls, and I can tell you oftentimes, especially with the ladies that I coach, kind of an emotional, moral support type communication has turned the tide so many times. And not to say that doesn't happen with guys, but I'm pretty impressed with the full turnaround by Lacey, down 5-1 in the second after losing the first. She's a professional, but nobody said it's easy to do that. What a volley. See, her legs are set there. She could turn her hips into the angle. Before, she was getting there a little late. And like you said, Scott, kind of using the arm and a carve and a curl with her wrist. That wasn't working. She's got a serious momentum going now. Good deep ball. Wow.
What is that?
That's that athleticism you were referring to.
Yeah, but that forehand went off. I don't even know what to call that. We can just call it a Schneemann now.
Well, she's just really stabbing that backhand volley better, more firm. Wasn't even the best approach shot, and Revolta hit a pretty good cross-court angle, but Lacey's found her volleys.
Lacey had been quicker to go to the backhand to cover. You're right. Like when you're quicker to read it, your balance is better, and your preparation is better too. So her paddle has just been more ready to play the angle. And when you're going to play that backhand cross court, you open the paddle a little, which is also kind of what we said when she missed the first 3. It's like, open up that paddle, and when you go cross court, you kind of naturally do. And she's hit, already 2 or 3 quality cross court backhand volleys as the response to Brooks' passing shot down the line.
Super wise for Revolta to take a timeout there, because that momentum was palpable.
And with the wind blowing, you'd think, oh, well, this is the good side, that's the bad side. But in this case, well, no, Lacey has the good momentum from into the wind and kept that momentum with the wind behind her and is still using it. So momentum trumps wind.
Correct. And look at her serve getting deeper. The momentum, the confidence, deeper serve. And all goes hand in hand. A little flimsy on that volley. We've seen that before today.
Yeah, but that was one of the first inside-out forehands I've seen Lacey hit, and that's kind of her shot. I think she's not hitting it because it's a lefty. And if I was her, I would just just hit the shot that she hits best, and then roll with it.
That's a shot there where Revolta came in with a lot of pace to her backhand. I would have taken something off of that backhand passing shot, whereas Lacey seemed to want to hit that harder. Another short return. Saved it with the backhand volley floater.
Yeah, and to your point about that last passing shot, it's like I would also want to make Brooke hit the volley. She hasn't hit a ton of volleys, so like you just make her do it.
Good point. Yeah, it's true. I'm not really sure what Brooke looks like volleying. And she hasn't hit a lot of them.
Yeah, like she usually hits. Brooke has been coming in off of quality passing shots, so like Lacey will either miss the pass or Brooke will have an easy volley. So we don't really see what's the tough volley look like because Brooke's coming in off quality. So we're switching sides here in Game 3. Lacey Schneemann is up 6-0 here at the BioFreeze USA Pickleball National Championships, powered by Invited and the PPA. So now Lacey is coming over to the side playing into the wind.
With the commanding lead, 6-0. See if Revolta can feel good about the wind behind her with those compact strokes and get back into this thing.
Yeah, I would tell Lacey just hit that backhand volley cross court.
Don't be scared of her forehand.
See, that was the great serve by Brooke.
Great serve
with the wind, and it just ate up Lacey. The ball didn't bounce up, and just a great serve.
It was good anticipation by Lacey there. Just caught it a little late.
Yeah, the ball gets on you quicker when the person with the wind.
It's compact, meeting it out in front, and letting the wind use it to her advantage.
Yeah, Brooke's strokes. Again, like I think they're made for these conditions with the wind behind her.
Wind picks up during the point.
Yeah, you can hear the wind picking up on our mics.
Change of pace on the serve.
Didn't turn into a point, but I like giving the opponent different looks. I don't want to give a pro the same ball over and over because they just get grooved.
I think I referenced this at the beginning of the match. I'm curious which lady or ladies would change up the pace in the elevation of their shots. Nice passing shot there by Revolta, but once again a weaker return that I would not have come in on. Oof. It's fortuitous timing.
Yeah, I mean,
get a good backhand volley.
yeah, quality backhand volley down the line. Not the shot that she's been executing perfectly in this match. So nice late in Game 3 to just hit a solid backhand volley. Then it opens up the cross court again because now you've shown your opponent you can put it in both spots. So they've got to cover both. So great shot from Lacey at a good time.
And I think Lacey saw that Revolta had crept into the transition area, and so that backhand volley was definitely at the toes of Revolta, who had to reach back a little bit. And caused the forced error. It's very important to distinguish a forced error versus an unforced error. And in singles, creating forced errors with momentum and positioning being a problem for the opponent is a very important strategy. A little more depth on the serve from Schneemann.
Yeah, great serve.
Created a nice opportunity on a shorter return where she could come in and hit a good approach shot.
Yeah, I'm looking over at the crowd. I think I see Judith Castillo watching. And now that I look at the draw, I see why, because she's going to play the winner tomorrow.
It's so important to scout out your opponents. It's a good deep volley by Revolta. Good little lefty spin. It's easier to do that rotation and roll when you get that outside leg set. Great volley. See how stable that was, using her hips and her shoulders.
Yeah, she struck that volley solidly.
Too high.
Well, we asked to see what Brooke Revolta's volleys look like, and she just showed us. That was very accurate, very compact.
I think she indicated she likes high forehands that are somewhat slow. That's a good ball. To take a little something off of that, hitting into the wind on a short return, it's pretty high skill. That's not an easy shot to hit.
No, but she's gotten a lot of practice of hitting passes off short returns today.
Ooh.
I really like Lacey going to that slice. Lacey gets, to me, she gets better contact on her slice backhand than the two-hander. And it also just, she moves forward after it so smoothly. It looks better to me.
Makes sense. So 4 serving 9. It's been about a 5-point differential most of this game. See if Revolta can put a few together here. That's a beautiful angle. Nice pickup. That is a great pickup by Schneemann.
Yeah, like that little pickup from Schneemann with the forehand, just kind of a.
That's talent, Scott.
Yeah, a loose wrist with the perfect angle and nice touch.
Not every player can do that. Net court aided by a really good aggressive approach shot from the forehand side.
Yeah, that tells me that Lacey scouted, knows her opponent, because Lacey hasn't hit her off forehand inside out, and that's why, because that goes into Brooke's forehand, and so I think Brooke's forehand is her stronger side. That's 6. So 6-9. We got. It's getting close here at the end of game 3.
It's getting close.
And now both ladies are playing well at the same time, and whoever plays better right now is going to win.
And Revolta is out of timeouts, and Lacey has hers. And once again, she's not there quite soon enough, and as prompted, timeout is used.
That's good timeout, because these are all big points right here, and you want to make sure you have your game plan, you're executing your plan, and you are ready to go right now, because these are the big points. I like that Rachel came out just to just for the support, get in the right mindset, and play these last points the best you can.
And Rachel's no dummy. I mean, she didn't need to talk to Lacey when Lacey was having a timeout per her opponent and was in total command, but there's been a clear momentum swing here.
Yeah, but just to get a high five from your friend, some support, and so very good timing from Rachel on like when to come talk to the player.
I hope you will do that for me on Saturday in the singles draw.
100%, Rick. 100%.
Thanks. Shucks. Ooh, deep serve. What a killer serve to come out of the timeout on. A little look of disgust or disbelief by Schneemann. 7-9. No, 8-9.
8-9. That's a tough let cord to get at this point, but now we're at crunch time. I'd like to see a deep return here. Let's go.
Good angle. Really good slice.
Nice.
Wow. What a point. That is really good. Jeez.
To me, that's the best point of the match, especially because the time it just happened.
Absolutely.
I mean,
so many good volleys and counter cross-court angle passing shots and stretch off balance. A lot of athleticism went into that point.
Wow, this is rough. We're gonna play the last 2 points with a brand new ball.
Ooh, a little high. That bread and butter of her backhand threading the needle passing shot didn't quite go that route this time.
Yeah, but
Laid up a little bit. Good serve by Schneemann. Gives her a nice ball to come in on. And
that is quite a combo. I like that Lacey, when it was crunch time, went to her money shot, which is the inside out forehand, the shot that she can hit best, and then just dealt with Brooks' excellent forehand pass.
And it sets her feet up sooner, which helps her on those backhand volleys. She moves better in that capacity.
That's it. There's your match. Lacey Schneemann, 11-9 in the third.
Great match.
Great singles match. There's so many different momentum changes. Both of them played well at different times. Both of them played well at the same time. There was a lot of good strategy. They both should feel great about how they played. Who are these people coming onto the court?
Is that our next match?
I think the crowd is about to fill up because Ben Johns is next. And who's he playing with? Do you know her?
I've heard of her. Played against her mom. Actually, I played against Annalie as well.
I've never played against Annalie. This will be fun. I'm gonna let me check this draw. Okay, so we've got Ben Johns and Leigh Waters versus the number 32 seed, Ivan Yakovlevich, Barbara Rick, do you know Barbara's last name? Vikitovalova. Okay,
Viktorova.
I haven't heard it and I don't want to butcher it. So I was able to hit, I played a little bit with, with Yvonne
Are we off?
on Monday. Lefty, good athlete, good player, really smooth game. So, and I think Ben has made it clear he doesn't like playing lefties. So it'll be fun to watch this matchup. Annalie and Ben don't normally face a whole lot of resistance early in these tournaments, and so it's usually very entertaining when they're in first round shoot around mode, and in a now singles was 2 out of 3, but today we go each day they play 1 round of singles, mixed doubles, and then gender doubles last. So now we're transitioning from singles as 2 out of 3 mixed doubles is 3 out of 5 games, and then gender doubles will be 3 out of 5 games. So it will be fun to see a whole tournament played 3 out of 5. I mean, we've seen, all of the PPA finals are 3 out of 5, and I think in the last tournament, in the men's final, I think J-Dub and Dylan won the first 2 games, and then Ben and Colin came back and won the next 3. So making it 5 games should lead to some interesting matches in this tournament. So this will be the first round 3 out of 5 that I've seen.
Scott, I was kind of thinking about what percentage of matches that you've seen in the 3 out of 5 set format, just a hypothesis or a projection, where the team wins 2 of the first 3 games and then loses in 5. Do you think that's about 10 to 15%?
Probably less. Probably. Well, yeah, I think that's.
I mean, obviously it's a rarity if you lose the first 2 games to come back and win 3 in a row.
Yeah.
That's probably way less than 10 to 15%. But I'm just curious, if a team wins 2 out of the first 3 games, how often did they lose in 5? I'd be curious to know that.
I did it one time, in Atlanta a couple of years ago. Even for senior pros, they made our finals 3 out of 5. So lost the first 2 games, came back and won the last 3. Thought I won the tournament, and they're like, well, no, it's double elimination also, so now you have to win a game to 15. And I lost the game to 15, so did not win the tournament, but when I thought I had. So this is not double elimination, though, so it's 3 out of 5 is 3 out of 5.
Once again, Scott Crandall, top Champions Pro and awesome commentator with a lot of experience. And I'm Rick Witzkin, Champions Pro, commentated a decent amount, and I certainly love watching the younger pros. And Scott and I both played mixed doubles yesterday. We love mixed doubles. Well, I love mixed doubles. You do sometimes?
Yeah, that's accurate. No, I just haven't figured out mixed doubles entirely. It's a process for me. There's always you don't know how hard to play. And it'll be fun to in this match, it's how much of the court does Ben come over and play? How much of the court does Yvonne come over and play? There's kind of, for each player, you have to figure out what that amount is. How aggressive am I? Not just how much court do I cover, but how aggressive am I with the shots? Ben covers a lot of court, but that doesn't mean he's always being aggressive with it. It's like he's always being smart with it. But
well, I mean, I think there's an element of the first round of nationals. How does Yvonne and Barbara feel about playing legends of current day pickleball? Is there an all factor, or are they loose as a goose and feel like they can?
I think feeling like we have nothing to lose here is probably a good attitude to have. I watched him maybe 4 months ago, and after playing with him on Monday, he has improved a lot. So it's he's on the upswing, a lot of momentum. Yvonne, I haven't seen Barbara play before, but I think you're right that their attitude is, we are playing the 2 best players in the world. What do we have to lose? Let's do our best, go out and have fun, and then you kind of Ben and Anna-Leigh they're a perfect feedback mechanism. They'll show you how good or not good your shots are. But it will be fun to watch the playing against a lefty. The lefties want to play on the right side of the court, so their forehand is in the middle of the court. So the men are going to be staring at each other, and the women will be staring at each other. Now, Anna-Leigh is very good heads up. So I don't. I hope Barbara has her hands up and ready to go, because Anna-Leigh will she will just fire, and she's very good at attacking the person in front of her. She's good at it when it's a man. So Barbara has her hands full with this playing with the lefty and being straight in front of Anna-Leigh. That's going to be a challenge.
And I have played a number of lefty-righty combos where the guy has been the lefty and the woman has been the righty in mixed doubles, and I will say oftentimes the lefty who traditionally plays the even or right side moves over to the odd side to play some points. So it'll be curious to see if they employ that tactic or if Barbara stays on the left side the whole time.
Yeah, no, and Yvonne is capable of playing the left side. So if they need to do that, I think that I do expect to see some of that. When I was practicing men's doubles with him, and he had a right-handed partner. He was playing with Dave Fleming. When the score was out, they didn't unstack. It's like he just, he played the left and Dave played the right, and he's very capable on the left side. So you make a good point. If they don't like what's happening with the genders staring at each other, they can flip it over and have Barbara go cross court with Anna-Leigh and see if they get any more success out of that.
How often do you think Ben practices with Colin when they're not playing tournaments?
I feel like he said like 4 days a week, and then maybe do like on-court pickleball stuff, right? And then maybe a couple the other days of the week, maybe going big in the gym and kind of doing the off-court stuff the other 2 days. So he's probably training 6 days a week, but I don't think that's 6 days on the court.
As all these Open pros and Champions pros flock into the game, it's quite a diverse perspective on training, how much practice daily versus not. As the money flows in, as the prestige and the live streams, I can tell you it makes me want to train more for myself and train other folks less. And I'm curious if that's happening, for more of the 50-plus pros as well.
Yeah, I had this conversation with Dane recently where I've had a client who I would work with him and a couple other guys, but then he keeps getting better and better and, almost beating me in tournaments. And it's like, okay, well, he's a great guy, but I don't think we're going to work together anymore. You're on your own now, buddy. You got too good. But the other thing about the training is like how much of the time you're on the court, how much is it playing rec play, playing games, versus how much time are you drilling or teaching? I count teaching somewhat as drilling, because it's like when I'm teaching, I am having to hit every ball right to a spot to because I have to you're kind of the ball machine for the client, and so I try and get as much out of it as I can. But how much, when you're on the court, how much rec play versus how much drilling? What's the answer for you? Like, how much do you do of each?
I mean, I'm probably the wrong person to be asking, because I really don't practice much. I kind of use my teaching as my guide for the feel for the ball. And then when I go play tournaments, I try to work my way into the tournament. But when there is a really big tournament, U.S. Open, Nationals, I would say I equally drill as much as I play rec games. I also think it's very different for a 15-over pro versus a younger pro. I mean, obviously the recovery is a lot faster when you're in your 20s and 30s, and I also think when you have a little more established life with a spouse and kids, that puts a little cramp on your time frame as well. But I do think, playing with your partner that you're going to be playing in the tournament is super important. So if you have a new partner that you've not played with, getting there a full day or two early, getting a lot of reps in rec play just to feel that chemistry is so important. I don't know how many times Yvonne and Barbara have played with each other. I wasn't really familiar with them.
I think they have before. I think they've played tournaments before. But you bring up a good point. That's one of the things people love, and what I love about coming to nationals. It's like this is the whole world descends here, and the rec games here are awesome. Like the rec games I got to play on Sunday, it was so fun for me to be one senior pro with 3 other young regular pros, and one of the up and coming young pros, Michael Lloyd, I got to play a game with him and beat up on a couple of other pros, and you have no idea how much of a thrill that was for me. Like it's
sure.
just the speed of it all is so much different, but just getting in that level of rec games with people that I don't see them that often, so I'm not going to get to play them, and that's what nationals is really. It's really fun, all the rec play and getting to see everyone. Well, we have a ref on the court, so I think we'll get started pretty quick here.
I think Ben went and took a bathroom break. To your point, Scott, I do feel like when you are going to a tournament and you get into rec play with your peers who are in your draw and you don't know them very well, I find that to be very beneficial to catch that vibe on what they like, what they don't like. There might be an element of holding back a little bit by players, but in general, there's so many new players coming into the game now that I really think it's a wise strategical move to get there early to the tournament and jump in and jump around and get to see as many players as you can, because playing against somebody unknown. I played a guy in mixed doubles on this court yesterday, and he played with Joy Lysing, and his name's Brian, and I don't want to pronounce his last name because I'll butcher it, but boy, what a talented up-and-coming champions senior pro. And I hit a few shots that I felt like don't normally come back, and this guy had a really good low stretch backhand volley. I'm like, wow, don't see that every day. But anyway, to the point is getting to know all of the potential opponents, super important. We saw in the last match Judith Castillo watching her potential opponent. I'm sure she knows Lacey, but still seeing the next person that you might be on the opposite side of the net, I think there's a level of comfort and certainly strategy that makes you vibe and walk in that match with a leg up.
Yeah, for sure. It's always an advantage too. If you get to watch the match between you're going to play the winner of whoever's on Grandstand court. It's nice to have the privilege of getting there and watching it and seeing how are these points going? How is the court playing? How is the wind affecting it? What patterns are they winning with, and what patterns are they losing with? Can I run that play? And just if you can take those notes, and then also kind of chat with other people who are watching, going, hey, well, what's going on here, and get some data that way as well.
Good point. And sometimes you learn from your peers what other players are going through. Maybe somebody was injured, somebody coming off of a layoff, or there's just collection of data is a wise thing as a professional athlete. That's a fact.
Yeah, so did Ben, is that why Ben left for a bathroom break?
I saw him walk back over here.
Yeah, well, they're not close, so it'll be a while. But maybe like 1 o'clock is the start time. So here comes Ben. He's going to be on time, I think, practically to the second.
I mean, it's pretty much Ben's MO not to rush when he's on the court, and I'm sure it's probably his MO off the court as well. Everything's under control.
He does make it look pretty smooth. If you hit quality shots, you can, if you hit a really good shot, you know where it's going and you know what they're going to do before they do it. You can walk to that spot.
As predicted, Yvonne is starting off on the even side.
Oh, yeah.
Nice get by Barbara.
Every point is going to be a highlight reel, I think.
Good reset. It's a good snap forehand volley by Annalee.
But 2 amazing points right out of the gate. Yvonne made a great get off of Annalee's. Her third. Did you see the angle she had on that third?
It was incredible rolling volley, third on a low volley. It's not easy to do. Anything left just a little bit high is trouble with a capital T against the Annalee and Ben.
Yeah, that's.
And their drops are contending with the wind, which is a little easier or a little tougher to get those down.
Yeah, that was a nice drop from Yvonne.
That was very nice.
He got it below net level. Annalee couldn't. Well, she can't. She could attack it, but she chose not to, wisely. Good lead by Barbara.
Yeah, it was very nice. Just missed. You know, the thing about Annalee and Ben is that even if they're fading away, whether it's falling back or off the court, they seem like they're under control to still be able to get that ball below the net. It's very rare that they can't get a ball dropping below the net, no matter where they are.
No, defensively, if they put their paddle on it, it finds its way over into a good spot.
Good lob by Yvonne. Very nice play.
What a combo.
Seems like they have a cheering section.
Everyone likes cheering for the underdog.
True. One, 3-2. Can't hit a drive high like that to Annalee's backhand. She's gonna snap that down at your partner.
No, but early in the game, you do want to kind of hit some drives and calibrate your shot. It's hitting drops with the wind behind you at Ben and Annalee. Boy, if you leave it a little deep, they're going to hit it hard. So
it's true.
Try and get your drive going.
And I think, you know, there's an element of if you have early match jitters or butterflies, when you drive it, it kind of releases some of that stress and tension.
Yeah, no, good point. You can kind of hit through your nerves. Oh. I like that little reach in from the lefty. He just missed it a little, but I kind of want to know if Ben was going to be on it if it was in. You don't see Annalise swing and miss much, but if you notice where the shadows are on the court, I think that could have been a factor there. You know, picking the ball up when it's a little shadowy
There's
can
no
be
doubt.
tough.
There's no doubt.
Shadowy plus wind, there's an extra couple challenges.
Yeah, I concur.
So I like when Yvonne when he's reached in with that left hand, he's gone back behind Ben. He's gone down the middle to Annalie, and that time he kind of went inside out to Annalie. So he's hit different spots when he's being aggressive in the middle.
Yeah. That is not a wise attack from below the net up into Ben's forehand.
Below the net at Ben's forehand.
Scouting report says never.
Ben's going to hit it really hard. But better to do it when you're serving than when you're returning. If you're going to take risk, do it when you're the serving team.
True.
In matches like this, like when Ben and Annalie have, once they get a lead, once they get their lead, I like watching the way they put balls away, because they, they have so many things in their arsenal, and then once, then they start doing, not trick shots, but, interesting new putaways. And this game is all about seeing what the best players do. If you think you can copy it or use that idea, it's like, I want to steal some ideas from these two.
Isn't that true? Maybe that's why I hit some shots left-handed, because I watched you. It's curious if Barbara and Yvonne are going to call timeout at 7-2. This game seems to be going in one direction.
Great cover. Ooh.
And we'll say, Yvonne and Barbara are playing some quality points.
He's come over to his partner's side to cover balls, and then Annalie's gone behind him, and he has hustled. He's been on it, so he's played very, very well.
Nice angle. It's hard to fade away and go inside out with your forehand on a tight angle. That was really, really athletic. Stop the bleeding momentarily.
Honestly, if I'm Yvonne and Barbara, I want to get the ball over here into this shadow and just fire every time and just use the one advantage I might have on the court. I like that she tried it, It worked. Here's the thing. You did something against Annalie. It worked once. It's probably not going to work again.
Yeah. True. Nice pickup. Wow.
Yeah. He has read every time she's gone hard cross court behind, and he has made a super athletic move to actually neutralize the ball. Usually people just pop that up and Ben crushes it.
Hard to know where Ben's going with that, because he holds it so long.
Well, she doesn't need to. Barbara can just kind of hang out and wait for that cross court and let her partner cover the middle.
Yeah, I agree.
Because of the quality coming off Ben's dink. That way, if you're not already there, it's going to be tough. I know it's rough out there. When we started, there was a little sun, but it's nice of Ben to come over here and join us during the timeout, because this is the shadiest spot on the court. We could just move the player benches over here.
I'm certain he respects his elders, and he thinks we probably need the shade more than him.
Yeah, he understands. We'd wither.
Do you think Ben and Anna Leigh will recognize one of these players are left-handed before the end of the match?
I mean, Ben knows he has a separate folder just for lefties on tour. So I'm sure he's got a vast set of notes and videos on every lefty. He hates lefties.
It's interesting, though. I mean, I certainly understand what he's referring to, being in the shade versus the sun, especially in the singles moment. Oftentimes, I try to find whatever area of the court is shaded, and that's where I'll go for my timeout stop or the changeover. You know, as fit as Ben is, we all appreciate the cloud coverage.
Well, and it's going to be a long day every day for Ben, so it's like you want to spend as little time in the sun as you can.
Wow.
What a nice point.
Exchange. You wonder if it's always coming back, and I think Yvonne realizes it is always coming back.
Yeah. You're not going to beat him with pace. It's just got to get down if you can do it. Back up, okay. All right, we are back here at the BioFreeze USA Pickleball National Championships, powered by Invited and PPA Tour. And we are in game 2 in the best 3 out of 5 mixed doubles. Ben Johnson, Leigh Waters playing versus, I'm going to go with first names, Yvonne and Barbara. And Yvonne, the lefty, has really impressed me. He is playing great. Barbara is hitting some sick drops. She's going cross court with Ben, and it still is just kind of a struggle because Ben and Leigh are so good. But very entertaining, very high quality. They have had some phenomenal points,
and this is the Scott Crandall speaking to you, ladies and gentlemen. Phenomenal Champions level player. This is Rick Witzkin in the booth for the first time with Scotty Crandall. Having a good time today, and what quality points there are with Ben and Leigh and company.
Nice combo.
Great combo, and seems like Ben's using a lot of the two-handed backhand rolls and holds to throw his opponents off balance today. Maybe a miscommunication on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the other day someone asked Ben what he's working on, and he said kind of the Connor Garnett short hop and the Leigh little short hop two-handed backhand. So I'm kind of looking to see where he throws that in. He's definitely using a lot more two-handed shots today. And up 7-1, it's in the budget.
If it floats a little high and goes a little wide, you know that Ernie's coming.
I know,
Mr. Jones.
Did you see how easy it looked?
So easy.
At least people, most people who do that make it look hard.
I imagine there's been a lot of training involved in the specificity of Ernie's and Ben's repertoire. Anything up high, goodbye.
It wasn't even that high. I would say it was orange. it was orange yellow. It was below the net.
True, but with his reach and his flickability, it's danger zone.
Yeah. Good spot.
Jakovlevich and Vidikolova trying to produce a side out here. Just a reminder that this is a 3 out of 5 set match in the new format of the Nationals. Singles first in the day, then mixed doubles, ending up with gender doubles. Is that correct, Scott?
Yeah. So these players will play. So today's round of 32 matches. The winners, if you win your match, you'll play same thing tomorrow. It's like singles in the morning, round of 16. Mixed 3 out of 5, gender 3 out of 5. We're playing this tournament with the Franklin X40 ball. Nice, bright yellow ball. Very easy to see. And the Franklin X40 leads to some longer points and some more interesting points. I think, which contributes to why we've had such great rallies in this match. We've had some really, really nice hands battles. And gets a return. I think the wind carried it. Not an inch too far.
They're well in command at 10-2 here. Shout out to Pickleball Central and Pickleball TV, as well as Lappy Plastic. Yvonne did a nice job getting over to that angle. It's wide, keeping it low, and then pushing Annalie out.
Yeah, he's nicer than I am, because Ben was defenseless sitting there once his Ernie hit the net.
Yeah.
In rec play, I send that ball at the person.
Go right at their body.
Every time, yeah. And Ben was prepared, though. He had his paddle on.
And so we're serving for game point here, game 2. Good volley by Barbara. Ten 4-2. Nice reset. Good run on the post. And there you have it.
That's game 2. Yeah, interesting. Even on that, I'm watching like how does Ben handle hitting his thirds with the wind behind him. Honestly, that one, it wasn't that great, but his fifths, his volleys, his defense is so good. It doesn't matter. He just gets it over the net and then just relies on having great hands to just reset the next one and not try and hit a perfect third. When you have the win, you don't want to miss short. And I struggled with that like Monday and Tuesday, just like not hitting the perfect third and then getting attacked. And then he just throws it over the net. They rip it at him, and he just resets it with the fifth.
Yeah, it's so important to notice his position on that fifth. He obviously knows he's not all the way up to the kitchen, so his reset capability to give himself time and keep it below the net is really second to none. And I think that's something that all of our listeners can probably really work on. It's so tempting if you hit a good third to think that you deserve to just go after that fifth. But even the pros, even the best, if they're not up on that kitchen line getting something a little bit higher, they're showing discipline because they want to get to the kitchen and join the party. That's the name of the game when you're that serving team trying to get up there and join those returners.
Yeah, but you don't have to hit a perfect third every time, because if you try to go for the perfect one, you're going to miss. You risk missing too many short. You don't want to miss short. So it's like you go conservative. If it's a little too far, you rely on your defense. And so I was specifically watching that game point to see how he handled that, and it's like, well, like a boss. His paddle was more open than maybe I've noticed before since I was looking just there. So guess what? I'll be practicing tomorrow.
I'm sure you will. The extra little rotation and roll they put on the ball, you can just see it. As good as these players are playing, Barbara and Yvonne, I give them a lot of credit. I think they're looking very strong, but it's just even that right there. The extra little acute angle, the extra little roll, because everything's out in front for Annalie and Ben, and then just the wrist rotation with the grid on their paddle, it just seems to be a little more defined than the opposition. And then there you see Yvonne kind of going a little out of his comfort zone to try and find balls, and we might see that here in this third game because he's seen what has happened in the first 2 games with them kind of staying relatively on their own sides. I think I would not be surprised to see Yvonne wanting to poach more.
I think Yvonne's been playing great this whole match. It's like the score doesn't reflect it necessarily, but he's been aggressive and smart. His hands he's been on the ball. Here's how you know how well he's playing. It's by the length of these points. Like, if you can stay with Ben and Anna Leigh and have, you know, points that are 10, 12, 20 shots, you're playing very well. And he is, you know, both of them are. But he's, you know, Yvonne's doing a good job of being super aggressive and playing well. He's started this game with a few forced errors.
Yeah.
But the first two games, it was really good. He shouldn't be shaking his head. He should hang in there and keep battling.
I agree, and I've been impressed with Yvonne, but I will say, you know, when you feel like you've played well and you've just lost 11-5, 11-4, it makes you wonder if there's anything else you can do to change the dynamic of the outcome.
Yeah, well, and that's when you just kind of rely on your partner, you know, kind of get together and just make sure you're fighting.
Should not speed that ball up. Anna Leigh hit a great angle, and Yvonne pretty quick to get out there. But, man, that ball's so low. You speed that up, you're looking at Ben coming down on a high volley, which is never a good result for the opposition. Good lob.
That was the best lob I've seen today.
I think that's the best lob Anna Leigh and Ben have seen today. That's why they watched it.
They looked at each other. and with the wind behind, you got to think it's going out, and it couldn't have been. That's a tough speed up when the wind's behind you. So just ripping that ball.
I think Anna Leigh saw that cocked back forehand.
Just pre-move. Like, which side of Anna Leigh did he hit that on? Her left side or right side?
I just think Anna Leigh was playing a game. Can you hit around me? And he almost did.
Yeah, that's the new two-handed short hop backhand Ben is playing with. When you get in the hands battle with Ben, it's hard not to just trust that he's going to make it. It's like you can barely hang in there without having to worry about out balls. And I think Yvonne he might have hit an out ball on that last one.
I'm sure it's frustrating for Yvonne to be closer to the kitchen than Ben and Anna Leigh, and that exchange happening and him kind of going in defense mode, you know, due to the hand speed and the reflexes. So I think at some point, swing for the fences may happen, and it seemed like it did there.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ben and Anna Leigh are so good at defense. Yvonne has better positioning. He's hitting the ball hard. But hitting it hard at them, that's not going to work. You really still need to find your spots. I mean, one thing I've noticed, kind of watching from this close, when Anna Leigh has had an opportunity with the forehand, she has hit so many good, sharp, hard cross-court forehands. Like, you know, it's like, and against a lefty who's aggressive in the middle, it's just the perfect shot. And she just keeps, you know, she has not missed an opportunity to hit that shot there, and she's hit it really well every time. Yvonne has done a great job of covering it most of the time, but sometimes, you know, they've just been too good. But I mean, she's just showing kind of her court sense and knowing, well, how do you beat an aggressive lefty? Cross court behind him.
I mean, wouldn't you say, Scott, when you have a lefty and a righty playing together the way they are, that those cross court angles seem to be a really wise placement opportunity?
Yeah, you definitely want to use them, especially if someone is the person who's standing closer to the middle trying to cover court.
110, 1. Point. 210, 1. Second serve. 210, 2. Side out. 10, 2, 1.
That's our, they can't hear us button.
Just so we know, I'll be 1 to be 2. Where's your normal? Half? Ball's impossible. I took over 10 and a half total points. You guys scored 11. 12. Yeah.
Tell me I didn't dojo you.
So Gucci. Gucci? Well, I thought it was on center. You told me it was on center.
It was. You told me and then you told me that.
Because I would have said, if you told me it was on center, I would have said 100%. If it was on Discord, I would have said, don't wear it. But it still looked badass. They're like, where'd you get that? Like, Toys R Us? Like, no, those are fucking real diamonds. Why did
I wish I could have done this one.
I did too. I wonder if they're gonna put. If I just paid me $50.
By the points?
Yeah, I took over 10 and a half. I set the line. You got 12.
You said it right.
Quiet, obviously.
Yeah, I saw that
You guys were playing. You guys were playing good.
Yeah, it's
It's
hard.
not like, well, if also hard because like your game, like you come to flick, but against them, like with this ball, they're just never missing those balls. So like you hit a lot of good shots, but that's just like you have to be able to hit those for 2 straight hours.
Right. I mean, like you can't have any. You can't have strategy. You can't go any patterns. You just hit it like.
You gotta speed up.
Yeah, you need to.
Huh? You gotta speed up. She'll hit it back hard, but like,
Yeah.
that's your only chance.
Right.
That's what they're doing. They started
No, I
doing
agree. That's what I'm saying. Like you play the right way, you just can't like. And like Ben, like with this ball too, it's like.
Man, Ben is like.
No, that's my point. Like with this ball too, like sometimes I feel like I'm playing and I can just walk, but like that's Ben John's playing with his normal hand. Like he could literally just stand there and he's gonna make 1,000 in a row in the kitchen, and like you can't do
You had the
anything.
ball dropped in like
With that ball up, for sure.
well, okay, I know. I mean, like everyone.
I mean, how many thirds did you miss with that ball? Like 0. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Dude, I thought you played great.
I thought you played good when we watched.
I mean, you don't have analytics.
Yeah. I mean, go on, play.
Hey, hold on. Switch partners and you win that match.
I would agree with that.
Fuck her. Ben, if you have a question.
It's almost like the weird thing is like you almost like for sake of like being to last whole match you need to let Mark take more balls so you're not so fucking like
Yeah, I agree. But like.
it's tough. They're gonna blow her out.
Yeah.
Just take
I mean, if I give her like 2, 3 things, he goes around first.
that's funny you said that. I told him coming here, I was like everything Mark hits is ATP.
Correct. Then I'm like, you know, ruined.
And you couldn't really go see Submission Chaos because the fucking is too soft. So it's not like they start blowing stuff up because it's coming back again. I'm gonna start charging coaching lessons on that. That was fun.
Good fight, dude.
How is the race?
Good. Ish. Until I get my procedure
Hold on.
done.
I don't usually see you doing that at all.
Until I get my procedure done. Oh, the flexion and extension is fine. I got this almost back. It's
I love it when you say, I got this almost bad. If you're not doing this shit.
well, this is the part that it does.
It's gonna get to it. Let me see your left one do this. All the way.
Well, my left one's like freakish. My left one goes 90 degrees. Everybody thinks that.
Wait, is mine not 90?
Slides go 70. No, it's not. They don't measure like that. They measure off this angle.
Okay, where am I?
Probably like 70.
So it's Linda and Stefan versus Callie and Dylan.
Shit, boring fucking players that I have nothing positive to say. I like Dylan.
I think Callie's good.
Stefan. It's just shit.
Well, this other team.
No, but that's good for us. For instance, that'd be like Wyatt.
For us, but for.
How's your play this morning? Just have fun?
Yeah, it was actually like pretty even. Like it was me, Brian, John, and Wyatt. The 2 of us went 4 and 3, 2 and 3 and 4. Like it was actually fun. Like I got them to like you know how Wyatt can lack focus. I got him focused the whole time. Like they were there's 4, 12, 10 games. Like they were all good. Yeah, you're good.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the 2023 BioFreeze National Championships, powered by Carvana and Invited. And we got a treat coming up here on Grandstand. I'm Brandon French, and I'm here with Ben Paquette.
How's it going, guys?
We have our matchup on this court will be Dylan Frazier and Callie Smith against Lena. I'm not even going to try her last name, and Stefan. Ben, why don't you tell everyone about these players and kind of this matchup? What's your thoughts on that?
Should be a pretty good matchup. We've got a native Austin local team with Stefan and Lena over here against Dylan Frazier from Missouri and Callie Smith from Utah. Got 3 former tennis players and one with no tennis player experience, which is Dylan, the young guy with the fast hands, as you can see right there, already putting his presence on the court.
Quick side out. Good squeeze in there by Stefan. He's a big lefty, so as soon as Lena slid off the court, Stefan came and covered the middle there really nicely.
Nice squeeze.
Well,
that soft Franklin just nicely fits in that back corner right there.
And I'm glad you brought up the Franklin, Coach. We need to talk a little bit about this after this point.
Will do.
Oh, that's good pickleball. One thing you'll notice, and that point's a good example, when we use the Franklin ball, it's a little softer, but it's really a good ball for the fans, Coach. A lot of balls come back.
Longer rallies. They just don't get that put-away power that they want traditionally, but it's still a great ball. We love that ball.
One of the best in the sport. Ball coming this way. Do we got hands?
Oh.
It's a nice spot there from Dylan. Obviously, he's got some of the best hands in the game, so he's picking his spots early. And you're going to see a lot of that. One flick into the body, then put away. It's not just going to be the first shot today. Really good there. It's a good ball by Callie, but
Stefan just waiting on it right there in the middle. Those lefties squeezing really hard in the middle.
good side out there. We're at 0-2-1. Great defense there by Lena.
Still just testing each other out here a little bit, trying to poke some holes in each team's offense and defense.
Ooh, great playing there by Lena, good D. And yeah, they're trying to figure each other out. I think at Nationals, one of the interesting things, there's a lot of new partnerships, right? Not people you normally see playing with each other, which is kind of cool for this event.
Just long on the serve there. A little bit of a breeze here. It's kind of been breezy all week, but I think the players are used to it.
Ooh, good idea there from Stefan in the middle of the court rather than just countering that ball. Elected to just try to put it back in the kitchen, but just missed short.
One thing I like about these lefty-righty matchups with the mix is when you see the guys in front of the guys and the girls in front of the girls, you don't see that a whole lot.
Ooh. Well, and I think it's interesting too, you know, like you said, like you don't normally in mix see a girl on the left, right? But I know Lena from experience, she loves playing the left in mix, so it's a great partnership for her. Two here.
It's a little early on that one there.
Yeah, the third was just a tad too high, and at this level, it's hard to get back in the point.
So for most of you just joining in, this is the round of 32. These players have a little bit different format this Nationals.
Tough. That's a good shot on most players, but he has arguably the fastest hands in the sport, minus maybe one or two guys, and he's going to be on most stuff like he was there. Yep, same idea there. It's tough because Callie's such a good defensive player, too, and when you have the offense with Dylan.
They really worked their way back to the line on that point nicely. Yeah. Good patience. Stefan said not this time.
No, he can hit the overhead pretty hard. 2-4-1. Well,
Lena with some defense right there.
Yeah, she got 6, 7, 8 resets in a row, and that's what you have to do with this ball. It's frustrating for Dylan there, who hit so many good shots, but it's really hard to put the ball away.
They're doing a good job of working that middle from time to time.
That's really good there. Sitting backhand because she knows she has the protection in the middle from the lefty and was able to pull that across Dylan's body. Four, 4-1. Nice game so far, Ben.
Pretty good games.
4-4-1.
Callie trying to pick up the energy a little bit here. They definitely look just a little flat.
She's one of those players that definitely feeds off some energy. She's definitely going to need to create that energy in this partnership.
5-4-1.
Oh, it's really good. And that's just like you said there, right? She gets a little momentum, little energy, and now a little inside-out flick kind of.
Dylan's an amazing player, but he's one of the quieter players on tour.
All right, so we got a timeout here. We're at 6-4-1. We're going to stay with you, but while we're waiting, Ben, people tuning in, Ben Paquette's actually the head pro here at Brookhaven. So talk to me a little bit about, how this all came together and what your thoughts on how everything looks. It's a beautiful facility, obviously.
We put a lot of work into the facility before they came in here and set up shop, and they've been here for a little bit getting set up, and, they've got this amazing VIP and main court, grandstand, center court structure going on, and the Pickleball Boulevard. Everyone's having a great time out on Pickleball Boulevard. They've got the parking shuttle situation. They're getting that worked out, and I think at the first year, you're learning a lot in first year experience.
Yeah, and we saw that exhibition last night. Talk about that. It looked like on TV there wasn't a seat available in the house.
It was a packed house last night. You had a bunch of different sports meeting. We had John Isner, had Jason Kidd, Dirk Nowitzki. We had Scotty Scheffler.
Marty
Turco filled in for some time.
Romo was commentating.
Commentating. Had Luca in the booth for a second watching. There's a lot of good high energy celebrity pickleball last night.
All right, here we go. We're back, guys. 6-4-1. Yeah, and they're just they're just applying just a little more pressure than they were before. They were content with just dink, 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 right? It seems like they're just putting a little more pressure on Lena right now.
That's a good move to jump that ball out of the air right there.
That's tough to avoid the kitchen there and hit a winner on someone as good defensively as Callie.
Back to that round of 32 comment earlier, these players are playing 3 out of 5 for this doubles match, which was a little bit different for Nationals format. So it'll be interesting to see if they can adjust between games.
Yeah, the 3 to 5, at least it's one match per day though, so just a different progressive draw format, more akin to a pro tennis draw. So just a new look for the tours.
Inside out pancake overhead there by Dylan. Good power.
482.
Pretty quick side out there. 8-4-1. Callie serving.
8-4-1.
Yeah, really good hands there. Great battle.
8-4-2.
Oh, it's so good. I think that's a shot Dylan would live with too. I mean,
think percentage-wise?
Percentage-wise, I'm thinking he's probably winning that 75 out of 100 times. But Lena's won it 2 out of 3 today, so that's how it goes. Good patience there by Callie and Dylan, waiting for just having an inch of opportunity to be able to flick the ball.
8-4-1.
Oh. And that's just trying to force it a little bit.
Timeout receiver. 9-4-1.
We got another timeout. We got 9-4-2. While we are waiting, let's catch you guys up with some of the other scores going on today. We got the 1 seed Ben and Italy playing local legend Ivan Jakovlevich and Barbara Vladilakova. Jesse Irving and Hunter Johnson looking like they're going to win in 3 against Tyler Loong and Vivian Glosman. Alice Jones and Jay DeVilliers, a nice straight sets win against Simonia and Eric Onsens. Riley and Paris Todd taking game 1 and 2 against Wes Gabrielson and Bobby Oshira. Tina Pisnik and Dekel Bar up 2-1 on Colin Johns and Mary Brasha. That's a good matchup. Catherine and Tyson won in straights against Shelby Bates and Juanmi Martinez Vic. And Andre and Susanna, nice straight sets win over Pablo Tellez and Dominic Schaefer. We'll update you on their remaining scores here soon. Back in the action, 9-4-2, Callie serving. 2023 BioFreeze National Championship.
9-4-1.
You know, this pattern going on with Dylan and Callie just keeping the ball on that 2/3 over there. Dylan hasn't having to move anywhere. They're making the other team move quite a bit. I don't think that Stefan and Lena want to let this pattern stick around too long.
Game point. And there we go, game 1. 11-4. We're going to stay with you. Here's the other scores we were talking about. Let's take a look. So that was game 1 there. Hayden Patriquin, fan favorite, playing with Maggie Brasha, looking like they're going to go up 1-0 on Jill Braverman and Connor Garnett. Vivian and David and Thomas Wilson looking like they're going to go up 1-0 on Sarah Ansberry and Ryler DeHart. And wow, that's a little shocker. Looks like DJ Young and Rihanna Valdez looking like they might take game 1 over Federique Staxrud and Lindsay Newman. So just a lot of great teams.
Possible upset there.
Yeah, a lot of just great pickleball going on out here today. A lot of courts. Obviously, I think there's 5 feeds going on. I'm sure you guys all want to tune into Grandstand. Great match going on. Ben Paquette commentating. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this.
Yeah, you can find all this information and these streams on pickleballtv.com. The link's out there. Check it out. And then also here on the PPA YouTube stream for Grandstand.
Yes.
Got a lot of pickleball left. We've got days left of pickleball.
So, you know, Ben, you mentioned it's 3 out of 5, and it's the first time we've done this in our sport. Talk to us about the mental focus needed, right? Because I've always played, best of 3. Like, I kind of know once I get game 1, I got a good chance. But 3 out of 5 is a different animal, right? A lot of things can change if you don't stay focused.
I think in a game where you can make adjustments and you can play off of what's working and figure out what's not working and make those adjustments. I think 3 out of 5 is a huge situation. Those teams that can stay mentally strong and figure things out quickly and then know when to adjust back and when to change. I think 3 out of 5 gives some people a little bit of wiggle room to get out of trouble, but there are those that just don't let you get out of it.
Yeah, well said. All right, here we go, game 2. First game went to Callie and Dylan Frazier. Here we go.
Yeah, they didn't win that point, but that's the most that they've made Dylan move while dinking left and right since the match started. So I think that's a good start.
I think sometimes there's a misconception at the pro level, right? Like, I think they would be better served, maybe Lena actually hitting it to the guy, right? Cross court, opening up for her partner, whereas when she is just keeping it head on and more in the middle, then she's just allowing Dylan to do the same thing that you would want your partner to be doing, right?
Correct. It's a thin line, though.
Yeah. Good power there from the big guy.
You know, keeping that left side guy player real honest, it's huge. But also letting him control the points, dangerous.
And I like that from Stefan a lot. I think a lot of times, you know, with this matchup, obviously they're the underdog. I think when you get those dead dinks in the middle, he's got to just speed the ball up, got to get it moving, because they're long term. I don't think they're winning the dink point.
Right.
Yeah, really good there. Same concept, though. It seems like so far in this game they've came out with the strategy, we got to apply more pressure, right? We're not going to beat them dinking the ball.
1-0-1.
Oh, I think Stefan missed one there. He thought about going over and getting that
Yeah,
middle ball.
Yeah, it's tough.
After this point, I'd like you to tell our fans listening home a little bit more about that word dead dink. I'm sure they'd love to hear the definition of what a dead dink is.
Oh, wow. Unfortunate there.
Rob.
But yeah, I think, you know, at this level, right, at the maybe 4 or 5 level, we're all happy just to get the ball, dink the ball in the court. Right, but against pros, there has to be some offense, some purpose to the dinks, and I think that's what we've been seeing more this game from Lena. They're hitting the dinks with a purpose, finding different spots. And I think, you know, that's the opposite, right? We say we want Lena to go cross, but it's a fine line, like you said, right? If you're not getting the ball to bounce,
got to make it bounce.
If you don't make it bounce, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
But that's just a really good flick by Dylan Frazier.
Little score discrepancy here. They're getting situated.
1-1-1. That's good play. Maybe it'd help, Ben. I don't know if everyone watching has ever watched pickleball before. Explain the 1-1-1 concept. It's kind of confusing to me. Wait till after this point.
Well, what he's referring to on the 1-1-1 is he's talking about the serving team score, receiving team score, and then which designated server serving at the time. A little bit different than an MLP format we saw last weekend.
Yeah. That makes sense now.
Glad I could help.
Just missed that.
It's a great leave by Stefan there. It's a great leave.
And it's cool, all these different events, right? We just had MLP here. We have Nationals here. Different scoring, different teams, right? Doesn't
Something
get much
for
better.
everybody.
Yeah.
Something for everybody.
Oh, that's what you were saying 2 points ago,
Yep.
Ben. You know, he's looking for it now. We're at 1-2-2. And Ben, tell everybody why. I was wondering myself, why was Stefan serving from this side of the court and then going back to the other side of the court?
Well, when they've got that lefty-righty set up or they want to keep him on that side, they're going to do some stacking.
Oh, really nice. And Ben's terminology of stacking, the real purpose is to get 2 forehands in the middle, right? It doesn't make sense if the lefty played the left and Lena played the right, it'd be 2 backhands.
For this team specifically, yes, that 2 forehands in the middle is a huge factor. Lena almost digging that ball out.
2-3-1.
uncharacteristic mixed serve. You don't see it a whole lot, but it happens from time to time.
2-3-2.
Great recognition by Callie. One of the most underrated skills in pickleball is letting a ball go. Love when people play out balls. Well, it's tough against this kind of team. The margins are very thin to on that. Let's see if they can clean it up.
Dylan just going over a little too far. Sometimes the eyes move a little bit faster than the feet.
And the placement, right? The placement at the pro level is such a good ball. She had almost on the sideline over there, and Dylan still almost was able to get it. Oh, really good hands there. Beautiful counter by Callie, but sometimes you get the paddle there and good things happen to good people, right, Coach?
Yeah, I mean, good things happen to good people, but then there's a little traffic jam between the two players, and no one can get the overhead.
Oh, what a ball. That's the opposite of a dead dink there, Ben.
Great backhand there by Callie, just ready in position, waiting for it.
5-4, that's really good there. Great drop and good slide cover there by Stefan. We got 5-4-2 playing much more offensive this game.
This is a coin flip right now.
A coin flip, huh, Coach?
Pretty tight.
I'd say it's a weighted coin.
Slightly.
Slightly weighted to the servers right now. But who knows? Both teams playing great.
You know, I did recently read an article that showed that the coin flip actually isn't a 50-50. The study showed that heads is actually more prevalent.
Interesting.
Thought that was interesting.
Snapple facts.
Snapple facts.
Oh, that's so good. That's why she's here. 2023 BioFreeze National Championships.
It's a great shot by Callie. Good finishing.
Unbelievable.
Of course, right after I said coin flip, they just started dominating.
Yeah, that was a weighted coin. That was on you, Ben.
It's the right ball to attack.
I think we might have a timeout coming, and we do. Timeout, 7-5. We're going to stay here. And while we're here, let's give a little shout out to our sponsors. Invited, Carvana. Yeah, I think that'd be fine. Where would you stand?
7-5, yeah.
Sorry about that.
We're back,
Just
folks. Sorry about that.
Little technical difficulties for Ben and I. But Carvana, Invited, you know, PPA,
BioFreeze.
Pickleball Central, USA Pickleball. I mean, this event
Franklin
wouldn't be possible.
X40, Travis Matthew, Tesla. We've got a lot of key sponsors here.
We can go on for
Coca-Cola,
the
Miller Lite. It's an amazing event.
Body Armor.
A lot of big companies getting into this sport, and we're about to see some big-time pickleball here. Here we go.
All right.
Back into it.
7-5-1. Oh, well.
Put your skates on, folks. That was some sliding over the court for a pretty exciting little rally right there.
It's one you got to have your Fitbit on for that one. Make sure they all count.
7-5-2.
Just a little too low there.
There was a clock on that rally. Someone was going to get a little impatient.
8-5-2, I believe.
8-5-2.
Wow, what good hands, though.
Really good hands. They almost got out of that trouble. It's a lot of good pressure by Lena and Stefan here.
All right, 5-8. Awesome. Great slide there. 8-6. 6-8-1.
6-8-1.
Great point
7-8.
Getting a little momentum going over here.
7-8-1.
Ooh. 7-8-2. Good heavy dink there by Dylan. Oh, good try.
Side out. 8-7-1.
And that's just, you know.
What do you call that shot, Brandon?
Which one?
That last shot that Dylan hit, that volley.
Looked like a scorpion to me,
Looked
right?
a little bit like a scorpion.
We'll talk more about that after this point.
9-7-1.
Ooh, and the scorpion, you know, that's a shot in the last year or two people developed. As soon as someone's about to speed up at you, kind of bend down so you have all angles covered with your paddle. It's a tough shot to have. Need great wrist flexion.
You know a lot about that wrist.
Yeah, I kind of do. Follow me on Instagram. Ask me about it. All right, we got a timeout here. I know you guys want to stay with us, so we'll stay with you.
Exactly.
What else can we? So, are they going to keep the courts like this, Ben? Here, I mean, the court before they build all this stuff, right? I'm actually a member here too, so this is a special event for me. Glad I can be commentating. Didn't really want to play, you know. So, what are your thoughts on the future of the club after this? Right? It's obviously Dallas is probably the mecca of pickleball now. A lot would argue. Talked about that.
It's getting there. It's getting there. You know, I mean, I think from a club standpoint, is we've definitely invited pickleball here. We're happy to have it. They've welcomed it all the way, and it's growing. The sport's growing. We're growing with it. And at the end of the day, you know, we have 30 total pickleball courts, which is quite a few. And there's a couple updates here for scores. We're going to take a look real quick.
How do you refresh this? Let's see if we got anything interesting. Just going through. Oh, there we go. Connor Garnett and Jill Braverman split. Oh, sorry, we're getting back to the action. We'll update you after this comeback win. 7-9-1.
right ball, unlucky execution there.
7-9-2. Man, it's a tough one, too, there to miss, obviously.
I feel like Dylan pulled the trigger there a little too early.
Yeah. Lena had a beautiful two-handed counter there. Ooh, nice ball there. 8-9-2. And we see that's one of the advantages of the 3 to 5 we were mentioning, right? Little strategy change here.
Right.
You got time to adjust, and here we go, have a chance to win game 2. Oh, beautiful pickleball.
You know, you'd asked the question about the best of 5. It's like if you go 1-1 with the other team, I feel like that next 2 out of 3 becomes very, very chess game oriented. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we're potentially looking at a 1-1 situation here where both teams have a lot of data on both teams, and they're going to be really, really intellectual, hopefully.
Right, and I think that's kind of why we get the timeout there from Dylan and Callie, right? We're at 9-9-2, need one stop, settle it down. Would love to go up 2-0. You kind of feel like at 2-0, you know, you don't ever take your foot off the gas, but you can kind of just play a little. If you happen to lose one, right, it's a long week, long tournament, right? Not saying you just stop playing, but it's a different feel. 1-1, you're mentally expending a lot of energy out there.
I mean, like 2-0, it's like good pressure on your end, bad pressure on their end, whereas pressure nonetheless. You know what I mean? Good energy versus bad pressure. 0-2's bad pressure, 2-0's good energy.
So here we are, 9-9. 9-9-2 feels like a pretty big point to me. And 10-9.
There it is.
And that's just so much different than last game there. Stefan redinks that cross last game, and instead this time he's just taking it to Dylan. We got our first game point for Stefan and Lena here. Interesting. How about that?
Got ourselves all knotted up.
Knotted up. One game apiece. Really nice adjustments there in this best of 5. We're here at the 2023 BioFreeze National Championships, powered by Invited and Carvana. Talk a little bit about the adjustments they made. We talked about through the broadcast for anybody coming in. 1-1, back new match.
You know, it looked like it was a tale of two games. You know, they switched sides, and in the first match, Lena and Stefan didn't seem to be dictating. In that second game, it looked like they were dictating a little bit more. You know, yeah, there were some slow points, there were some fast points, but they looked like they were dictating. And I think at the end of the day, good teams find out how to dictate the narrative on each rally, each point, and set the tone. Because once you're dictating, someone's going to think a little bit more defensive.
Yeah, and I think just like it's a chess game, my prediction, knowing these 4 players from, you know, playing in the past against them, I expect Dylan to speed up more balls. I expect Callie to take some more of these dead dinks, speed the ball up, take it to them, right?
Just don't allow them to dictate.
Yeah, I just think when Lena and Stefan are hitting, you know, hit a few dinks and then speed up, right? They're like those are 2 pro athletes too, right? While the other players might be the favorites in the match, when they're not the ones dictating the game, I think it kind of levels the field. And then not to mention with, you know, the Franklin X40s just brings another extra dynamic. It's a great ball. It's just a little softer, right? So these flicks and stuff that Dylan normally can get in different locations and win the point, he's not winning currently.
Right. Let's see.
Yeah, so we'll see. Here we go. Starting game 3, 0-0-2.
Game 3, time in, 0-0-2.
Just an unfortunate frame missing it there, really.
0-0-1.
You know, one thing we didn't mention, Ben, I think maybe we should, and we didn't ask the players really, and I didn't get a feel for the win because we're covered, but both teams on the one side have won the game so far.
Yeah, it's true.
You know? Great ball by Dylan, kind of doing what we said, like taking it to him. And oftentimes, you know, the side is massive in pickleball. When it's 12-mile-an-hour winds and you're playing with a wiffle ball. quick 2. Dylan's definitely going to look to keep applying that pressure.
2-0-2.
I like
great
it, though.
defense.
Yeah.
They did exactly what they did in game 1. They put that pressure on that far side. He squeezed middle. They just couldn't convert.
Yeah.
Lena's defense is on fire right now.
Nice by Stefan there, keeping Dylan honest there.
Right. Looked like Dylan was trying to keep him honest, and it ended up going the other way.
1-2-1.
Oh, yeah. He's just getting big in the middle. They're sticking with that strategy. How do you think fitness plays a role out here today? It's a hot day. 3 out of 5. Are these players going to be, ready to go 5 if we need to?
I think fitness plays a role, period, in this sport. People don't realize how much. So one second, we'll come back to that thought.
Missed it.
That's a good lead. Yeah, the fitness level of this game is changing daily. The game's getting faster, and these people are moving a lot. A lot of stopping, starting.
Yeah, doesn't look like Stefan's missed the gym recently.
No.
3-2-1.
Oh, wow.
Interesting that he did backhand on that last ball. I thought the way he was coming in, he could have stepped sideways and got a forehand on that, but maybe he was squeezing too early.
And 4-2, Coach. Quick. Both teams just playing fast right now. It's a good idea by Lena. I like the thought of getting Dylan back to neutral, back to his side. But once again, ball's got to bounce.
Got to execute.
That's my motto, I think, in pickleball.
You've got to make it bounce.
Ball has to bounce.
It's been days saying that to the students.
And what do?
They work on it.
Yeah, they make it bounce occasionally. And Stefan said about 3 or 4 balls just flailing that have hit right on the back of the line.
Yeah. A little bit of a shoe issue here.
If you're just tuning in, 2023 BioFreeze USA Pickleball National Championships powered by Invited in Carvana. We have a great match on Grandstand right now. Callie Smith, Dylan Frazier against Lena P. and Stefana Verne. 2-4-1.
Wow. They got a little lucky there. I mean, Lena really overstepped on that earn. It was a good, decent read, but she just couldn't quite reach it to get what she wanted on it. And they still managed to get that .1 being way out of position. Yeah. Impressive.
Oh, beautiful reset there by Callie. One of the best defensive players we have in this sport. Showed why right there.
3-4-2.
Good aggressive dink there.
You know, what Callie was doing there with those deep cross-court aggressive dinks to keep Stefan on that other side, I thought that was what I was hoping to see, and I think that's really going to help them keep him off of his comfort zone.
Yeah, and we got a timeout here. You know, one thing I like in Pro Mix, what I like doing, and I'm surprised more teams don't do, when Dylan's dinking that ball cross-court in the situation when he's dinking to the woman player, I'm surprised he doesn't hit even more aggressive dinks, even if they don't bounce, to try to get her to attack balls maybe
She's
that
saying
she
deeper
shouldn't
maybe?
balls.
A
Yeah,
little bit
maybe deeper with more depth rather than always getting to bounce. Whereas I think if I was dinking cross court guy to guy, girl, I always want to make sure I get it to bounce. But I think it'd be like an interesting idea to force her, right, to make a decision. Do I want to hit this out of the air off his aggressive dink, or do I want to let it bounce, right, and keep applying the pressure?
It's interesting point out, see what they do with that. You know, that word aggression is such a relative word. People always think aggression means power or hardness, but like aggression can be placement, depth, spin, what have you.
Yeah. Here we go. 4-4-2, I think. Yep.
4-4-2.
Is that just wide, it looks like?
Yeah, just missed it. Got some celebrities in the house. We got Sam Query over here watching now. He don't miss on the pickleball court.
Just long.
Asking if they can challenge. I thought that
It's
ball.
like Callie said she didn't see it.
I thought that ball was actually good, but. And we kind of do have an eagle eye where we're sitting in the booth, but it's tough.
That one's about as tight as they get.
It's tough. Nothing you could do. I don't know if they gave it to him or not. 4-4-2. Ooh. It's tough too because I think in the last event we had and some other big tournaments we do have cameras on all these outer courts, so it's tough on a spot like that where we're just not there quite yet on this outer court. Good movement
but I think on plays like that, these pros they're in this space and they're in that landscape of those tight calls, and I think that they're a little bit more conditioned than we think they are to deal with them.
Oh, almost dug it up. Yeah, I don't think many people out here trying to cheat, right? All these people know each other.
Right.
They're all friends with each other. You don't want to get that reputation on tour. Ooh. Dylan's going to get one of those back.
He is.
Eventually. Great play. When Stefan gets an overhead, the point's just over. Doesn't matter what ball it is. Ooh. Good idea, though. I like it.
I honestly feel like that ball was higher than Dylan intended.
Oh, it was, yeah.
And so it ended up paying in his favor.
4-5-2.
Aside from the errors, I still feel like Lena and Stefan are doing a pretty good job of dictating right now.
5-4-1.
Oh, that's a little low to be attacking.
That was a shoestring speed up by Stefan, and we kind of often wonder how low the margin is for offense, so they're looking for those speed ups even at the wrong time.
6-4-1.
beautiful by Dylan there.
It's a good rally. Not a lot of dead dinks here. Really good placement on the dinks. Just some really good timed offense, defense, and that last shot.
Yeah, we got a timeout here. 7-4, Callie and Dylan.
A lot of timeouts in this format.
Yeah, you know, I think it's smart. You see sometimes you get people who aren't as seasoned pros, Ben. They get up here, give up 3-4 points, and they're just like, meh, just keep rolling. And the next thing you know, they're down 8-1, and they wonder why they're on the flight home, right? So it's part of being a pro, understand even though, you know, the ego's there, you're upset, you want to keep playing. Sometimes you just got to call timeout, slow the momentum down.
But do you think with this new best 3 out of 5, you're going to see more timeouts? I feel like there are.
I think both teams, I think the team that's down would probably utilize all their timeouts because 3 out of 5 is a lot of ball. It's not cold out today. It's you know.
It's true.
It's going to be, this is going to be, I mean, this match started, I would say we've been playing for an hour and we're game 3, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if this
Definitely
went
longer
5,
points.
if it went 5, it's a 2-hour match. Anybody can play this sport though, right, Ben?
That's what they say.
Yep.
I think they knew that was over as soon as she touched that ball. Back to your point about the sport, though, I think everybody should at least try once.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I started playing in the rec center, and next thing you know, I was playing on Champion Sunday with Riley. So
it's impressive.
Long time ago. That was a fault. Great call by the ref.
So one of my favorite rules in pickleball.
Yeah. Ben has to take this guy, so I'll just be quiet.
When the player doesn't touch the ball but crosses the plane, it is a fault.
8-14.
Ben's that guy at the rec games that you want because otherwise everyone's running through the kitchen. But you would think this guy's paid by like the National Referee Association or something. He's so
you gotta
locked in.
have order in this game. Gotta have order.
All right, here we go. 4-8.
4-8-1.
4-8-1.
See if that sparks a little energy for Stefan and Lena.
5-8-1.
That ball was going to be 25 feet out.
I think Dylan saved a spectator for a second there.
Yeah, but that's a good ball by Stefan. A lot of times in pickleball, there's no intent to hurt there, but you do go at the body. Hard to get out of the way. You know, that's kind of what we call no-go zone here, Ben.
There's a couple of people you don't want to speed up that ball on, and Dylan's probably at the top of that list, if not just below it.
Ooh. You can't really afford that right now. You know, with people are making 90, 95%. It's tough right now at 8-6. Here we go, 8-6-1. Nine, 6-1. Couple loose airs there.
They're just trying to find some holes and get that ball to bounce, like you said earlier, and they just got to execute.
Ooh. Good overhead there. 9-6-2.
You know, when they can get that ball to the side of Callie on her resets, they seem to be less effective.
Yeah. Ooh.
Was a little surprised on that ball after the lob from Stefan. I thought I was going to see a little bit more heat on that next ball.
Yes, it is. You're serving from that side.
10-6-2. Game point. I'm not even going to give my comment on the last one because I thought that hit about in the same location as the other one I thought was in. But anyways, we're at 2-1. I don't think those 2 calls impacted the entire game. I think the right team probably won from what I saw, Ben.
Yeah.
But, man, just what a beautiful day. Just put pickleball aside. It's 78 degrees out here. We got thousands.
In
November. Thousands of fans here. Massive stadium court. We're on the court next to it. Still got tons of fans out here watching great pickleball. We got some upper deck VIP seats and then some VIP PP seats that we can't even see up there. But, man, this is – you got Tennis Channel in the background. It's pretty cool what Brookhaven Country Club was able to put together, Ben, in just a very short time. I mean, a month ago we were just out playing around. None of this was here.
Yeah, they've been working on it in the background for a while, and they went to execute about 3 to 4 weeks ago on some of this stuff. But it's quite a big endeavor. But I think so far so good, And like we said earlier, they're learning from it and it'll get better as it goes.
So, talk about, because not everyone's just tuning in here, they might not have seen Major League Pickleball. Talk about the differences in those 2 events, right? Not many people might know if they're not into the sport. We just had MLP last week, right back into Nationals here, right? BioFreeze, back to back. What's the difference in the 2?
I think the biggest difference is, the play and scoring format and the team-based versus partner-based format, It's like, you've got the rally scoring and the 2-guy, 2-girl format, and you've got the pool play with advancements at the MLP side. And you've got the traditional scoring and then the partnership through the brackets without the backdraw this year. But you've got that traditional aspect of Nationals. And I personally prefer to play the traditional way, but I prefer to watch the MLP way. But, there's some exciting pickleball today, and this is certainly entertaining to watch today. These players are at the top of their game. And, I mean, what do you think? Do you think that the other style will ever kind of combine and be one, or do you think they'll always have their own entities?
I think they'll have their own entities, but like one thing that I've been hearing around here, what people think are cool. A lot of people came for both events, right? So they're seeing the different. Just seeing Stefan playing with Johnson Cola, playing with Shelby Bates, now playing here. This person playing with this person, right? So it's cool to see all the different matchups.
It is really cool. Let's just talk about a lot of things after the match is long over with, about the matchups and what could have happened and what should happen.
Here we go, game 4. Callie Smith to serve. 2-1 Callie and Dylan. I'm going to go with the announcer jinx and suggest that no team is lost on the side Stefan and Lena are on, and I'm calling for game 5, Ben. That's my prediction.
I'm not going to say no to that. That's superstitions.
Wow.
Oh, that might have been the best point of the match right there. Great play by all 4 players.
Callie just putting up a wall of defense and then picking that one offensive shot at the end there. It's a little frustrating, I'm sure.
1-0-1.
So I think the wind is actually into the face of Stefan and Lena, which at the pro level most people would say is easier because the kitchen's not that big, but when the ball dips into the kitchen, I think that might be why this side's having more success right now.
It's almost like if she can speed up to Linda's inside of her left shoulder more where she can get that stronger two-hand, then Dylan can squeeze and get a stronger ball right off of that volley. But when they get wide, Linda seems to answer right back.
Yep. Little ambitious there. Just trying to create a little bit. Tough shot. So we're at 1-1-1. Game 4. Good put away there from Stefan.
1-1-2.
I like Stefan getting really big there, and Lena's just waiting with heavy forehand ready to attack.
Second deep drive by Stefan from the baseline.
1-1-2.
Oh, great ball by Callie there. Good offensive dink.
I will recall. 1-1-1.
Oh, Callie's really starting to increase her
cookie
pace.
jar.
That happens a lot of mixed though, right? Stefan's playing a big role there in the middle.
2-1-1.
Great ball to get that low. She didn't hit it hard, but really placed it nicely at Dylan's feet. Couldn't do anything.
Find the feet. It's a mantra. Find the feet.
2-1-2.
Solid point by both teams there. You know, it's interesting to watch those push dinks that you see from Lena. So that two-hander dink, it's a little Riley-esque almost. It's like watching her with that two-hander on the soft game. It's interesting to see.
Yeah.
You're seeing more and more of that two-hander on the soft game these days.
I think you're seeing a lot more of it because just, you know, the kitchen's so small, you get that extra hand on to get a little more top spin, take away. Right.
Right.
The ball dips quicker. You have a better chance of getting it to fall and hit the ground.
Making it bounce again, right?
Yeah, just. Oh. Is there no left? I thought that serve hit the net.
I couldn't quite tell.
3-2-2.
Great overhead there by Dylan.
That lob kind of took off.
Into the wind, didn't get enough pace.
2-3-1. Second serve. 2-3-2. Side out. 3-2-1. Second serve.
Counter there. Great speed up too by Callie. 3-2-2.
2-2. Side out. 2-3-1.
Oh, that's a great last spot. Dylan was definitely guessing middle of the next ball.
Right on the line.
2-3-2. Side out.
Great counter off that drive by Stefan there. All right, we're 3-2-1 still.
2-1. Point.
Might be a timeout here. If they get one more, be willing to put a wager on that then.
4-2-1.
You know, at 4-2 with the 2-1 lead,
I'd say 5-2. 5-2 is my thought. If they get one more, they're going to call timeout.
I say no. Well, we'll never know now.
We'll never know. Got a score update. Hayden Patriquin and Maggie Brasha. Big win over crowd favorite Joe Braverman and Connor Garnett. That was going to be an interesting little matchup there, man.
That's an exciting matchup, though.
Oh, great playing by Dylan.
Wow. Very nice playing right
Just
there.
saw Hayden exit the indoor courts after his big win. I think he had his girlfriend with him or something. Here we go.
2-4-1.
Nice call by the referee team there.
2-4-2.
Oh, whoa.
Clearly these players know each other. A little moment of frustration there by Dylan, knowing he had that ball, didn't get what he wanted. And
So we just, you know, I thought we were going to get
booted
an
into
orange
the back
card.
of Stefan's head. We didn't get a card. And
Gosh.
it's something you see a little bit more on the MLP side of things, I feel like.
4-2-1.
Dylan's getting just a little frustrated. 5-2. Could this be the first match to go to 5 in mixed in the tournament, Coach? Oh, wow, 5-2. I was kind of right?
We'll give it to you.
Yeah, I'll take it. Well, 5-2. Lena and Stefan down 2-1. Need this game to force a 5th. We took a peek through the draw, and this would be the first match to go 5. So it'd be interesting. First match in pickleball history. Huh.
Well, we've had a couple of finals.
Oh, yeah,
on
finals.
the PPA Tour go to 5.
First regular season
this is
game.
First regular, this whole new process of the round of 32.
Yeah.
And you know, what's interesting about this is like playing different events on the same day.
Yeah, interesting.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like players like Anna Leigh, you know, having some buys and only having to play, you know, certain events and not other events because of that buy. So maybe switching that headspace between those two types of styles of play is something that these pros are going to have to start navigating.
Yeah, that's just so well said. There's nothing I can add to that.
I think it's fascinating. You know, I love the chess game of the sport of pickleball, and you know the mental switch that these players make from, say, women's doubles to mixed doubles to singles, all in the same day.
It's tough, but we're trying things out. Man, Lynn and Stefan playing so tough today. I would bet most people would not have given them a chance in this match versus these two.
But they're home. This is Texas.
This is a home field
They're from
advantage.
Texas, you know.
Here we go, 5-2. Is it 5-2-1? 5-2-1.
I believe it's 5-2-1. You know, they live here and they want to win here.
5-2-1.
Man, the defense from Lena there was insane. And then
authoritative offense.
Well, and then Stefan knew the time, right? Right as Lena got one down, he immediately came over. 6-2-1, playing beautiful pickleball.
Clearly dictating right now. They're going to have to do something with these returns because these third drives and drops that Stefan and Lynn are doing are definitely dictating how the point goes.
7-2-1.
Oh, man.
The thoughts in Stefan's head right now after missing that volley, they're changing his mind and not going after it. You know what I mean?
7-2-2. That's a tough one, but
7-2-2.
A smart lead by Callie.
fans, you know, it's getting later in the day. We got drink carts around. Everyone's having a good time. Everyone's having a great time here at 2023 BioFreeze. Callie's sister playing great. Sure, she's a great player too.
It's not the fact that Dylan takes that ball, it's where he puts that first flick. Where he puts that first flick gives him the next ball. It's fascinating. Good shot selection.
3-7-1.
Oh, good spot there from great spot from Stefan.
3-7-2. Side out.
Pretty quick side out. Stefan and Lennon don't feel like they want to give up the power they have on this side. They know that this is an important win on this side of the court. As we've said before, could come down to the flip on this possible Game 5, dare we say.
Yeah.
What do you think Callie and Dylan need to do here to turn the energy around?
3-2.
I would say, if I didn't know any of these players, I would say Stefan's playing by far the best and most aggressive. And I would say if you asked anybody else, that would be Dylan, right? So I'd like to see him just step it up a little more offense probably. But you got to credit Lena too, right? I mean, it makes us not a one-man show. She's playing so nicely right now on the left, just keeping Dylan at bay.
Very complimentary of each other. I feel like if she had known that Stefan was going to take that first ball, she wouldn't have gone back as far.
We got a timeout. 5-7, little comeback here. Couple missed easy balls by Stefan and Lena.
So speaking of the hands and stuff, would it surprise you to know that he was a champion in 2006 for national video game competitions in France?
I guess that wouldn't surprise me. I can correlate his good pickleball game with that.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it surprises me.
So he was born here, but he moved to France at a young age, and he ended up being a competitive national champion in video games. Moved back to the States, did a little bit of racing, and now he's here sitting, sitting on the bench, about to finish a fourth game of a national pickleball championship at the pro level.
And I think that Call of Duty, everybody thinks they're good at Call of Duty, right? Like I was the best when I was a kid. Ben was the best. All my friends.
I don't know if I want to play him.
Best KDR, but when I see national champion,
I might have a better chance playing him in pickleball. I don't know.
Not the way he's playing.
Not right now. Maybe not. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should stick to the sticks.
All right, here we go. 5-7, game 4.
Debris in the corner.
5-7-1, Dylan Frazier serving. If you're just tuning in, 2023 BioFreeze USA National Pickleball Championships, powered by Carvana and invited. Very tightly contested match here. Game 4, 5-7-1.
I mean, that's the exact recipe that Stefan and Lena want right there. That chunk of court, that type of pressure.
5-7-2.
She called out, and the ball landed in by 5 feet. Great hands there by Stefan. Quick side out.
Very quick side out.
Even blink.
7-5-1.
Callie's starting to press a little bit, trying to make something happen.
Yeah, it's a little harder to press, I've noticed, when there's a lefty on the court too, right? Because you want to press flick middle. It's tough. Little net cord. Probably would have won the point anyway, so he's probably not sorry. 8-5.
That's an ill-timed miss return right there.
9-5-2.
Callie with a nice moving aggressive volley while moving laterally and north. That's a nice stroke.
She has some racket background.
Just a little deep.
Just a little deep.
Yeah, so Callie was a D1 tennis player at University of Utah, right?
Is that good? D1 college tennis player at Utah, Pac-12.
Sure.
That's pretty good, I guess. Oh, man.
Let's not forget Lena on the other side. Lena had a little D1 tennis experience herself at the University of
UT.
Texas. Doesn't get much better than that.
Go Horns, baby. Oh, man. Just getting away with anything he wants. I mean, that's a low percentage shot in my book, Ben.
Agreed.
Oh. He'll take it right now.
2.
It's a great fight by Lynn and Stefan, but the placement on those last 4 or 5 shots by Callie and Dylan was definitely impressive.
They're not out of this yet, Ben.
A long way to go.
But that's
not going to get you home.
No, I think I felt a wind gust there.
5-10-2.
I mean, they're playing really smart pickleball here. Not playing balls they don't need to, speeding up at the right time.
10-5-1.
Callie gets some love from the fans. We've confirmed it's her sister.
10-5-2.
There we go. That is 11-5. The commentator curse is not a real thing. We will be going 5. I don't have much more to add than that, other than let's thank our sponsors if you're just tuning in, Ben.
Yeah, we've got the BioFreeze, big part of the national champions here. Got a couple other vendors here. We've got Travis Matthews. We've got Tesla out here. We've got Body Armor. Got Coca-Cola. Even saw Southwest Airlines had a booth out here. So if you want to stop by the Southwest Airlines booth and try a little paddle game they've got, you can get some free miles if you've got a Southwest credit card. So that's kind of cool. You know, maybe catch a flight down here, get those points, and catch a flight down here next time. But yeah. At the end of the day, we're going to be 2-2 here. We all know that this side to the right of us, where the players are having some success, is going to be a factor in how they feel about this game, this next game when it starts. And I'm pretty sure that pivot when they get to that game 5, it's going to be a factor. It's going to be exciting. It'll be interesting to see, once again, that word dictate that I used earlier in the match, you know, who's going to dictate. And it's like, you know, I said earlier that one team was dictating, their team was dictating, but I feel like maybe it's part of that side conversation that we were having. Maybe that side's just able to dictate a little bit more. The players are just getting hydrated up and getting ready to get back into it.
We're going to change ends at 6. This is the longest match I've ever commentated. It's going to be 2 hours. Love coming in right into it, Ben. Here we go. Game 5. I think it's going to be important, Ben, as we've seen 4 games, one on the side Callie and Dylan are on. How many points can Stefan and Lita scrape out on the bad side, so to speak, right?
You know, if they can get 4, I think they're in really good shape.
Nice playing. I was thinking kind of like 2 or 3, to be honest with you.
You think 2 or 3 is enough?
And there's been, I say the average score side to side's been 11-4, 11-5, right? So I think they just need to make sure they're not just down 6-1 or something at the break.
You could be right, but I may be giving that higher seeded team a little bit of a bump in that final game. You know what I mean? I think at the end of the day, I think at the end, closing's closing.
Really nice play by every player there. Callie playing unbelievable defense just to get back into that point.
A lot of power by Stefan. Dylan's getting what he wanted with the success of those squeeze middle shots now, so that's a lot of pressure.
And I think that's what he's going to do the rest of this match. I don't think he's just going to sit back and just dink the rock 30 times per point.
Agreed.
Dylan's starting to assert himself a little bit here. Yeah, Dylan's getting big in the middle. Quick timeout. We said we needed to get 2, 3, maybe 4, and here we are. It's quickly 4-0. Ben, what are you thinking right now?
I mean,
you're on the bench if you're Stefan and Lena.
2 points isn't about getting 2 before the side out. 2 points is getting 2 points, period. I think at the end of the day, it's like they got to get some points. If Dylan and Callie switch sides at 6-0 and they get any kind of energy at the very beginning after switching sides, I think it's going to be pretty tough climb for Lena and Stefan. If they can get a couple of points and just to like calm it down a little bit, I think that's good at this point. It's like just momentum control right now.
Yeah, it's a great point. Here we go. 4-0.
It's going to be tough sledding if they go up 6-0, no matter what happens. Dylan doing a very good job taking control of this match. He's going to have to do that throughout for the rest.
Switch side. Oh, wait. Is that side out? Side out, I think.
I think it's just side out. They got to get one more to get the switch. Crowd's waking up a little bit here.
Yeah, I might have to grab me one of those drinkies for the next match. Oh, 502.
There it is.
Not today.
I mean, 6-0 at switch is about as good as you can hope for, knowing what side you're going to, right? So
Yeah.
what do you do? I know what we want Stefan and Lena to do and be on that good side, but what did Dylan and Callie do going to that tougher side at 6-0?
Yeah, I think it's just what we said. Just keep applying the pressure. You got a little lead now. You can play a little looser, right? Dylan's all about the flicks and the offense. Keep that going. But on a side note, obviously with the progressive draws, we got men's starting here now, Ben. What's some, one of the matchups that's intriguing to me. I saw on there. Saw a lot of good first round matchups. Johnson Cola playing against. Who's he playing with?
He's playing with Emmerich.
Emmerich, he's been playing awesome, going against
He's playing
Sobek,
on fire
who's playing
right now.
great ball too.
Yeah.
We'll talk about a few more of those
That'll be
matchups here in a
exciting.
minute.
Sign in. 602.
Ooh, that hit him in the face, unfortunately. Both laughing it off now.
Stefan, the consummate professional right there.
Yep.
061.
Dylan just swaying around. I forget no. Oh, wow. Vintage Callie Smith there. Stefan with one of his overheads, and she just stood right in there and blocked it back for a winner. 0-6-2.
062. Side out.
And side out. Tough miss there for Stefan.
Six zero one.
Wow, Lena being able to get down on that ball 3 volleys prior gave Stefan the chance to go and attack. That was a nice, that was really good reach by Lena on that 3rd volley.
602. Side out.
Well, they didn't get any points on the other side, so let's see what the new good side does here for Stefan and Lena.
Point.
Clearly seeing that return hang up at midcourt. Stefan's just licking his chops for that 3rd.
That's what that's what they're going to need to do to come back.
Second serve.
It's a great 4-shot volley there by Callie. I still expect to see a lot of 3rd-shot drives here.
162.
There's the drop.
Great lead there.
Partner communication and leave. I'm not so sure if she needed him to stay out, but like he timed it well and she let it go.
262.
Wow, Lena taking over there in the middle. Stefan, just get out of her way. Just let her do her thing. And here we go. We got a timeout. And while
It's a good quick 3 points.
yeah, 6-3, we're at a timeout. Let's talk about some of the notable players playing in the men's.
What do we got here?
We got Sam Query in the draw. We got Wyatt Stone Pickleball, obviously a fan favorite and one of my favorite players. playing with Huami Martinez-Vic. Hayden Patriquin.
Callan Dawson, one of my favorites.
Yeah, and Hayden Patriquin, he don't miss ever.
I'm excited to see that partnership with that offense and defense. That should be interesting.
Yeah, we obviously Dylan Frazier playing with J.W. Johnson. That's a team that's usually playing for a while. The vet Johnson Cola playing with Martin Emmerich. He's been on the rise. That's a really good team. Christian Osjon and Riley. I mean, we saw what they did last week here, winning MLP. So many good teams. We can just name so many players, but it's just going to be Ben and Colin. We forgot them. They're decent.
How do you forget them?
Yeah, so
they're right.
It's going to be fun. That's starting up here today,
They'll do
right
well.
now. Come on down to Brookhaven. All right, here we go. Game 5, 3-6.
3-6-2. Side out. 6-3-1.
It's a near miss. You know, that time I want to talk about timeout real quick. That timeout that Callie and Dylan took, they got the ball back. That was really nicely timed out.
Yeah, and that's why you take them there, right? Oh, and that's so good. Yeah, it's good by Stefan there, right? Dylan, he knows Dylan's getting big, but he found right on the corner.
Let's see if Lena can get that energy back that she had just captured before that last timeout.
That's why she's on the left, doing her thing. She was actually on my team for MLP before I withdrew for injury, so I was really excited to be able to play with her, but they replaced me.
Oh.
I got hurt.
I can't believe I'm saying it, but somehow everybody's replaceable, even you.
I need a second. Is there any tissues? All right, here we go. 3-6-1. Would have liked to see Stefan had a little time there. Would have liked. He doesn't ever back off the lines. It's kind of one of those things. Would have liked to see him take a half step back, give him another quarter second to react.
3-6-2.
Callie's definitely getting a little fired up.
Yeah, I always like when Callie goes, come on. It's just like the dead stare through you, and you're just like, damn, she's about to win.
Lasers.
Lasers. All right, 6-3-1.
6-3-1.
It's a nice little inside out down the line. I mean, Lena sees it, but there's not much she can do. She can't get the pedal out the way she wants to. Callie placed that ball really well.
7-3-1.
We got another
timeout.
8-3-1, 1 minute.
Probably a good idea. You know, it's like you can't give Callie and then a whole lot of chances to control the point like that with that soft game. And, you know, Lena and Stefan had some energy, but they just couldn't seem to convert. You know, they're down 6-0 at the switch. They get a little bit of energy. They get 3 points. They get a timeout call. They get a quick side out, and they just need something going here. So if they do it, it's now. It's with this timeout. They can get something going maybe. But at the end of the day, if they don't get this timeout going and they don't get a little switcheroo, I don't know if they're going to have enough mojo to turn the tide, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, I think the next 3 minutes of pickleball is about, you know, they're up 8-3, but we obviously know Stefan and Lynn are on the good side, so let's see what happens here. 8-3.
It is a streaky game. Anything can happen.
8-3-1.
pressure by Stefan.
8-3-2.
I think there were two dinks there where Dylan decided to just play neutral, and I think maybe in that side, in this situation, maybe a little bit of offense.
3-8-1.
Linda getting nice and low there. Daring Callie to make that shot.
4-8-1. Second serve.
So how do you feel with this matchup and the way it's going? Do you feel like any team's overperformed or underperformed so far?
Let me think. I mean, yeah, I would definitely think in general, for me, would normally think Dylan and Callie might win in 4.
Look at a 7-26 seed on a game 5 that's kind of tight.
I think seeds can be misleading a little bit in pickleball. I think, the difference in these people, the delta is probably 5.
Partnerships are so new,
3%.
right?
Yeah, it's just none of these guys have played that much together.
Second serve.
Thought he called foot fault, but
same.
He did not.
8-5-2.
5-8, nice side out, 2 overheads.
5-8-1.
Ooh, 6-8-1. I gotta imagine this might be the only match that's still going since we started. There might be a lot of people tuning into this one.
Oh, it switched. Just remember, it was 6-0 at switch.
2 hours ago, it was 1-0.
Yeah.
Missed it, 7-8. I can tell you, I don't know about the viewership on YouTube, but there's a lot of pros surrounding this court right now. I could see Tyson McGuffin, Andre Diascu, Pablo Tejas, just a lot of people interested in this tight 7-8 game 5.
Here we go, all
8-8, and we know a timeout's coming for a fact, and there it is.
Wow.
8-8, like.
If you had told me at 6-0 and then 8-3 that we'd be at 8-8, I would have been like, eh.
I just think it's such Chuck Taylor. I just think there's such an advantage today on the one side of the court, what we're seeing. And, I mean, if you took the average score plus what we're seeing on this side, right, it's hard to score on the side Dylan and Callie are on. Huge advantage to end where Stefanen did. But it takes a lot of, mental fortitude to be down 6-0, 8-3. They could have already been thinking about their next event, right? Down 6-0. It's like, well, we're playing against the number 7 seed here. They don't lose very much. We're down 6. Oh, well, we played good. We went 5. But no, here we are, 8-8-1.
A lot of big decisions left in a few short minutes here.
I would say this would be the biggest upset by far of the tournament if they can close this.
100%.
wow. What a great flick by Stefan, but Callie has the presence at 8-8 to let it go, and it missed by, that didn't miss by 5 feet, guys. That missed by 3 inches.
It's a good lead.
So we are playing Let's.
Correct.
Little net, and then just a miss hit by Callie.
We're it was the bounce after the net that she was disgusted with more than anything.
9-8-2.
9-8-2.
Oh, boy.
Oh, you knew you were going to get the stare down on that one. Pivotal.
I still like, you know, it was aggressive by Lena, but that's what got them here, right?
Yeah, they're not going to change their game right now. They're going to do what works, not what they don't want to do.
Make them make that shot. All right, here we go. 8-9-1, game 5. Oh, man, 9-9. You know, there's a lot.
Silent killer shot there.
There's a lot of people on the draw cheering for Stefan and Lena right now because you know what Callie and Dylan can do, but so can they.
Yeah.
9-9-1. Oh, 9-9-2.
Dylan's hands are great, but he's not really getting in there for any power on those reach-ins.
Side out, 9-9-1, game 5. 50-50 match.
Getting all our money's worth on this one.
Match point.
Here we are.
Down 2-1. Fought back, down 6-0, down 8-3. 11, 10-9, 1. Oh, and there it is.
And it floats in on a ball that she thinks is going to be out by a foot.
What a match, though. That might have been the best match of the tournament. Everybody standing. A round of applause for both teams. 11-9 in the third to the 26 seed.
Great pickle.
It's pretty unbelievable.
I'm shocked.
No,
but,
I am
you
too.
know, you got to give it to them. You know, the team from Austin that, you know, clearly probably practices together, plays together a little bit, probably get a little uptick there on the scorecard. But they didn't give up. They took their opportunities and they fought back and they took advantage of every opportunity they had at the end.
Do they do interviews on this court, Ben?
You know,
we might have to pull one of them over to talk to us after what we just saw.
That would be something.
Don't worry. Let's see if we can get one of them over here. Maybe go above and beyond our.
Yeah, I think they're just getting a couple of little official things with the ref there for a sec, and you know, as soon as the one court's empty, the players show up like minions ready to practice.
Let me see if, man, that was intense. Man, look at that pink bag. We got the dog coming on the court.
TM, the one and only TM.
I didn't know you were allowed to have dogs at Brookhaven, though. They never let me take mine here.
I'm not going to let him bark at me, that's for sure. Might be a little bit lower than that, but
yeah.
I'll give it to you.
Thanks.
That was an impressive victory by Lena and Stefan. You know, I'm pretty sure that Dylan and Callie were not necessarily looking away to their next match, but definitely, you know, thought that they'd had the upper hand there. At the end of the day, it was impressive.
Well, we're going to be right back. Not sure exactly who's on this court, but we'll find out and let you guys know here momentarily.
Yeah, guys, thanks for joining us. For Brandon French, I'm Ben Paquette. We're going to sign off for a little bit, and we'll be back to bring you some more exciting action from the 2023 USA Pickleball Nationals BioFreeze, powered by Invited and Carvana PPA Tour. Thank you much, and we'll be back.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the 2023 BioFreeze National Championships, powered by Invited and Carvana. I am Brandon French.
And I am Ben Paquette. Welcome back to beautiful Brookhaven Country Club. We've got an exciting start to the men's doubles round of 32 draw here. Players are getting ready.
We got Tyson McGuffin, Andre Diescu. We got two relatively new people. We'll get to them in a minute. Here we go, first serve.
Philip Locklear and his partner Quinones.
Yeah, and these are just, this is an interesting team. I've never seen Tyson and Andre play together, but just expect, you know, just quick, good fireworks, both showmen of the game.
We don't have a lot of information about their opponents. I know Philip Locklear, he's from the Wichita area, I believe, or the Kansas City area.
Yeah.
His partner, I'm not sure, could be a blind date. They could have met recently.
Tyson and them, I think they're going to employ a strategy kind of early, just trying to play really fast, not try to like use too much legs early and see if they can't win with that strategy.
Interesting to see Tyson over there on the right side as instead of the left side dog, as he likes to call it. You know, he enjoys playing on that left side, but he's been known to play on that right side plenty. Maybe he's just giving Andre a little bit of reach there.
Great counter there. Great speed up there by Tyson. Yeah, I don't know much about Quinones, but I know Philip's a great player. Philip actually earlier this year, I forget where the tournament was, but him and his partner beat Ben and Colin Johns.
Yeah, I was going to say one of the claims to fame for Philip is he and his partner took a
Ben Newell.
It was Ben Newell. It was an early round upset after a bye. They just kind of took the Jones Brothers by surprise and gave them a quick loss, which was surprising.
Any given Sunday. Zero, 3-2. Oh, good idea, though. What are you thinking, Ben, when you get into this match and you're a massive underdog playing against two of the biggest names in the sport?
You know, I was kind of wondering. I was like, you know, based on the type of ball we're using and the type of seasoned vets on that other side of the net, I think you want to get some time to feel out your comfort level and maybe, like you said earlier, make the ball bounce, move it around. But it's just like there's just not a lot of room, a lot of time to do that with these guys, especially when, excuse me, this point finish.
And it's tough, too. I like the idea from Philip. It's just...
That's the point they kind of want right there. That's going to let them settle down a little bit and get their feet working and get the jitters out a little bit. So I think they need a couple points like that.
I mean, Andre just... He's so long at the line that he's
Really
going to win that.
A lot of reach over there.
He's been in 2 MLP finals in a row, won it once, second once. There's a reason. Such a smart player, and it's
getting a little bit of info here. Is Claudio Quinones Garcia, I believe his name is, from Ottawa, Kansas City. So they're both Kansas boys.
Yeah, and I just, you know, we said it last match, but I just don't think Philip and Claudio are going to be able to beat these seasoned players in a dink, right? I think if you let them dink, both teams dink, I think Tyson and Andre are just going to control the game, and it's going to end like a point like that, right? Like, give credit to Philip and Claudio there. They hit 6, 7, 8 good dinks. Versus most teams, they might win that game. But, you know, versus them, they didn't move them at all, right? There was one team that was moving around. There was another that wasn't. So I'd like to see them take more chances maybe.
Right. Some really good defense earlier on that point, some good patience by the young guys. You know, Tyson decides to get on that left side to start to narrate the point, and the defense showed up good on Quinones and Locklear's side.
Good energy by this team, down 7-0, but still fighting. I mean, it's a good opportunity for them to showcase their skills on Grandstand at Nationals.
And you and I both know 3 or 4 good shots, and this is a little bit different game.
Yeah, we saw it last. I think this might be a slightly different scenario, maybe, but we saw.
The seating is the same, but like the results,
it feels different.
It feels different.
Yeah. I think one of the reasons is in mixed pickleball, the depth is unreal on tour, whereas in men's, like, it's a little more top heavy, I would say.
Okay, I'll buy that. Wow. It's a good thing Quinones didn't take that. Ernie, his foot was in the breakfast nook. It was so deep in the kitchen.
Yeah, I did notice that as well. You would have called that quick, wouldn't you have been?
100%.
Fans loving them some Andre. Good put away there. Good pressure.
Just out.
Yeah, just out. Just out again, same spot, 9-2. It just, they come so fast at you, right? Like, it doesn't even feel like Philip and Claudio are playing bad.
You pick your head up in the games at 9-2 all of a sudden. We've all been there.
Oh, that's a 9-2 shot. Tyson.
It's in the budget, as they like to say.
Yeah. Cool idea.
Tyson's trying to make this a one-shirt match.
That'll never happen with him. Got to model all those different shirts, different shoes. You know, big Skechers guy, so give them a nice shout out. Hope they're listening. Send me a pair.
Actually, with a nice close there.
Yeah, that's quick.
Like
really
the big boy
quick game.
moving.
That's 11-2. Game 1 goes to Tyson and Andre Diescu. For those just tuning in, we talked about it earlier. Ben Paquette, obviously commentating here, also was the head pro of this club. It's such a cool transformation that we've seen. If some people who are just new to the feed, tell them like where the club was a month ago to what it looks like today, right now.
You know, it's really a two-part. You know, we started construction on our new pickleball facility here at the club last May. We went from about 12 courts or 16 courts to about 30 courts. We got 26 outside, 4 inside. And as we did everything else, we increased the footprint of pickleball at the club. We're working on getting pickleball involved at a higher level just for the club and for the general area. But also, you know, we converted quite a bit of tennis to pickleball, permanent courts.
Right.
Just for the events, and that those courts will go back to tennis as well. But, like, we're just trying to accommodate the massive amount of players that are here for the events. Yeah. And, you know, it's like upwards of 3,700 or so players, you know, almost 4,000 players over the span of, you know, 7 days for nationals and, you know, the 3 or 4 days for MLP. So it's pretty exciting times, you know. It's a lot of energy around here, and, you know, we're just excited to have the opportunity.
No, and you know, I walked around the grounds yesterday, and you know, everything looked great, right? So many amateur courts, so many pro courts, indoor, outdoor, championship court, grandstand, side courts for the pros. Smart decision, right? You can get a lot of traffic and a lot of people want to watch it. So kind of just a cool overall setup that, you know, the club did, you know, with invited and everything. So, and here we go. We're going into game 2. Wow. Oh, great points.
It's always the easy one at the end, right? It's great defense by the Kansas City team. They seem to have settled down a little bit. The Kansas team is a little more comfortable. Great defense there. See if they can get some momentum.
And what makes Tyson so hard to play? Have you ever played him out there?
It's been a while, but I have played Tyson back in my younger years.
Yeah, I played him a long time ago. I don't know, a long time ago. Man, I would say Tyson's paddle's kind of always in the right spot.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, it's not just one thing, but his discipline, his drive, his work ethic that shows in his training and his off-the-court stuff, it actually shows up on the court as well. He's very disciplined, high IQ. He's not a hero at anything, but he's definitely great at everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Just a very solid all-around player.
Love those tats, too. Ooh. Do you think you'd be better at pickleball, Ben, if you had as many tats as Tyson? Let that sink in for a second. Tell us after.
I'll have to get back to you on that one.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I got my answer. I think the answer is I better barrel, so I'm not going to pull it off.
Yeah. You better just be really good at pickleball if you got tats like that. And he pulls it off.
He pulls it
very
off like
well.
a pro.
Yep. Oh, that's.
I think they thought their reset was coming right there.
Yeah, and that's what makes them so good, right? When you're playing with that Selkirk paddle, like you think it's just, oh, let's pop, pop, pop the ball. But Tyson was able to reset it, and then very next ball is
Counter punch.
Counter.
It was very nice. Definitely caught them off guard.
No, man, and they're kind of picking them apart.
Patience
right?
and placement.
Yeah.
The young guys got the patience, but they don't have the same placement.
Yeah.
And I think that's the biggest difference right now.
We got a timeout here, 4-0 in game 2. Tyson McGuffin, Andre Diescu going against Claudio.
So what do you think
Quinones?
they're saying to each other right now over there? Locklear and Quinones.
Like, I was going to say like what I was thinking to say, but it wasn't like, didn't feel right on the feed.
Yeah.
You know, I think if I was on their sideline and I had my pro coaching badge on, I would tell them they need to start speeding more balls up.
Okay.
If you're going to lose 11-1, 11-2 anyways, dinking the ball with
Go
them.
out guns blazing?
Yeah, just hit one good aggressive dink, find it, and flick the ball, right? Like
Okay.
in the past, like I've played Tyson a few times and like got lucky once and won one match, and it was just all playing balls at them and get it moving. That's how you have upsets. So that's what I think they should be doing. Right, like what Tyson just did there is what I think the other way should be. There was 3 dinks that Phillip and them hit that maybe they could have just attacked. As soon as Tyson got anything, he flicked the ball. 5-0-2.
The defensive passive reset that Quinones does there, it's like he's got to put Tyson on a weight shift issue right there, or else the offense is just going to come.
Yeah. I like the idea, though. I mean, it's tough. And Andre's just as smart as anybody, too, right? He knows what they need to adapt to do, and that's why they're the 6th seed in this event.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know for sure, but I have to assume these guys made it through the qualies. Is that a possibility?
I think they did. I remember looking and
you got to hand it to them.
Oh, anybody playing on this core, you got to give them credit. And we're not singling these guys out particular strategy-wise.
Right.
I think anybody could be playing these guys right now, and the results could be the same.
Correct.
I think we're just saying in general maybe the strategy could just be a little different, just at this point in the match, right? Yeah, and that's beautiful earning by Tyson. Tyson just doesn't give up many attackable balls. Phillip's known on the tour for his really fast hands. There's been no hands battles.
Yeah.
Tyson makes the ball bounce an inch over the net every time. There's nothing to do.
Right.
Game point here, 10-0, pickle point. There we have it, folks. That's 11-0, 2-0, Andre and Tyson. We'll stay here with you guys.
Yep.
Maybe they could force a third, Ben. What are they? You know what?
They're on the good side.
They're on the good side. They got a lot of people cheering for them. I see some big heads out here.
Nothing left to lose.
No, the big heads are Andre and Tyson. That's tough. A lot of fans, a lot of drinks flowing. Everyone's having a good time out here at the 2023 BioFreeze National Championships, powered by Invited in Carvana.
That is right.
If if you're in the area, come on down. There's still a lot of ball to be played this week.
We're going all the way through Sunday here, folks.
Yeah, we got, round of 32 today. It's a progressive draw, so round of 16 tomorrow, round of 8. Do I need to keep going? You get the point.
Yeah.
Come on out here. We're having a good time. Say hi to Ben. Say hi to me. Follow me on Instagram. I wish I knew my tag.
I'm sure it's there somewhere if you get on the interweb.
You're right. BrandonFrench.pb.
Check the webs. It's on the webs.
But no, Ben and I will probably be out here again Friday. So just an exciting time in the sport.
It really is.
With everything going on.
I'm very excited to see the younger demographic. I can't tell you how many younger guys and girls, I'm talking like 16 and below, I've seen out here mixing in, watching the matches, watching the pros, playing some matches, showing their skills on the court, being part of the crowd, and it's generational now. It's a pretty exciting time in pickleball to see how many different generations this sport touches. I would tell the story. I did a lesson with 4 different generations, which is amazing. But here we go. We're about to start game 3.
Oh, that's just vintage Diesky there.
A little tone setter early on in game 3 just to make sure that it's not going to be easy to eke one out here.
No, win in the toy box, like you would say, Ben.
Yeah.
Toy chest. Oh, great shot. And this is fun for Ben and I. For those of you who are pickleball fanatics, this is our first time commentating together since 2020, was it, or 20? It's been like
it might have been 20 and 19.
Yeah, it's been 3-4 years, so pretty cool for us to be able to get back out here. Oh. That's so good. I mean, love what Claudio was doing there.
That's the right idea.
Really good play by him there, but man, they've hit 3 or 4 resets right into the kitchen. All right, 2-0-1. It's always funny in pickleball to me. The crowd just really appreciates ATPs and nets.
They can't get enough of net cords, ATPs, and Ernie's.
I mean, I love a good net cord too when I'm the one doing it, but.
Much as Colin?
Maybe. That's just too good there. That shake and bake by those two, it's.
I hate to say it, the hard side was one side last match, but like it's whatever side that Philip and Quinones are on is the hard side right now. It seems like just tough sledding.
Oh, man. But, man, what good right-side play there by Claudio. Kind of looked like Sepitar, one of the best right-side players in the Metroplex.
Right-side goat for sure.
One of the new up-and-coming pros. Watch out for that kid. Here we go. Oh, it's so good by Tyson there.
He says no, but there's no way Claudio gets out of the way of that ball. That's just center mass right there.
Oh, and yeah, we got a timeout. 6-0 game 3. We're here at the 2023 BioFreeze National Pickleball Championships powered by Invited and Carvana. What's your thoughts been on? I was really excited. I commentated a few weeks ago in Vegas, and I heard about Pickleball TV. Talk to me about that and how exciting that is for the sport of pickleball.
I think it's great. Everyone, you talk to a lot of people before, during, and after events, and they're always looking for, hey, where do we get this content? So if Pickleball TV can give them that quality content and they can have a hub to go find all that, I think it would be amazing. I think it would be amazing to have a place where everyone knows where to go for that.
Yeah, it's so cool. We went from when I commentated with you in 2019, I thought I was Tony Romo out there, Ben. You know what I mean? That was where you watched pickleball on the feed. Now we got Tennis Channel, we got Pickleball Channel, ESPN last night. It's crazy where this sport's going.
It's very exciting. I think it can go even further. It's very exciting right now, though. Here we go, back at it.
Ball clipped the back of the line.
Catches the back of the line.
Great shot, crowd. Little cheer there, 6:02. Oh, 7:02.
Well, that's the third or fourth time he's missed that little volley dink cross court from the inside of the line. I just wonder if he just maybe let that ball bounce and push back to the other backhand instead. He's trying to force something, but he's not getting what he wants.
Really good from Phillip there. Really good ball. Let's see if they can't get on the board. Nobody wants to, no one wants to lose 11-0 here on Grandstand. Let's get on the board right here. Come on. There we go. We're on the board. Pull up the draw, please. Oh, good shot there. It's a good point both ways there. All right, we're at 7-1. Just to let you guys know, this will be Ben and I's last match of the day. Stick here on Grandstand. We got senior pro Steve Dawson coming on next to commentate.
Young Bucks fighting back. They've got to fight hard for every point.
Seven, 1-2. Too good. And next match, you got Ryan Eveloff coming on to Grandstand, and one of our favorite players in the Metroplex,
Mr.
Blaine
Blaine.
Hovner. Guys might be the future of pickleball, so you got a better commentator coming in, you got some good ball, stay on Grandstand.
It's just good pressure by the vets right there.
One, 7-2.
Ooh, that's a quality leave right there.
Cute idea, though. Not what he expected, but just missed it deep. Oh, sweet shot there. Little highlight reel.
Great angle. Sports Center, top 10. That's a great angle by Phil.
You know, there's always a takeaway from matches like this, and that might be the takeaway. You know what I mean? That was it's a sweet shot on Grandstand. Oh, man.
Tyson says, well, I've got something for you to take away. That was that was a nice response. Good closing crash volley on the 5th. A little miscommunication there, but you know, I kind of like what I'm seeing with this partnership with Tyson and Andre. I think it's a pretty good fit for their playing styles right now. It's good to see.
That's a team that might be playing in the semis.
Think?
Yeah, maybe.
Andre knows he got away with one there.
Good setup there by Philip.
Yep.
Philip seems to be the calmer one of these two, Ben.
Mm-hmm. That's a lot of power on that backhand flick right there by Philip. Strong wrist.
Yeah, it's a lot of flexion, a lot of extension there. Google it.
I think Philip's settling in a little bit, you know.
Yeah, a lot of good points back and forth now. Just wish they could have got into this rhythm and, you know, felt like this in game one rather than taking two and 3/4 games to get there.
That's a tough fought point right there. But that's the thing about pickleball, you know, Brandon. It's like these guys, you don't get a lot of chances in the beginning, even in a best 3 out of 5. If you don't win that first and second one, it's like getting the motor going. So you don't have a lot of time to get that motor going. That was a good fight, though.
Yeah.
That was exciting. I feel like they should have been here halfway through game 1 at worst.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do. Really good take there.
Maybe halfway or early in game 2, but like halfway through game 3, it's tough. Good fight.
Good effort. Everybody's still fighting out here. Everyone having a good time.
Mm-hmm. Still got a little bit of a breeze, but the weather feels amazing right now.
Yeah, and it's nice in matches like this when everyone's still having a good time, right? No one's hanging their head. We're still at nationals. We're still having a good time, right? You're playing one of the best teams in the world. Just have fun. All right, I think we're at 9. We're at match point here. Match point, and see if they can close this. Oh, wow. Oh. Well, folks, that's 3-0 to the 6th seed. Tyson McGuffin, Andre Diascu over Claudio Quinones and Philip Locklear. That is it for Brandon French and Ben Paquette. Ben, thanks for joining us. Really had a great time with you.
My pleasure, Brandon. Always a pleasure.
Yep. All right, we're going to pass this over to one of the top senior pros in the world, Steve Dawson. He's going to have a lot of insight for you. Take care, guys. We'll be back at the next match.
But I don't think we are. You figure it out? Yeah, legally comes. China. She's one of those players that like that. Yeah. But she just told me that, you know, she's here in San Diego, wants to learn pickleball, blah, blah, blah. She eventually wants to be able to take over and teach people in China. Right? Wonderful. Let me in on the wheel. Yeah, there you go. I'm going to China in January. Hey, you know I took a new job. I love it.
Steve, look over here, please.
I got you, Scott. We are live at the BioFreeze National Championship. This is Steve Dawson sitting here with my co-host, Mr. Scott Crandall. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you for having me, Steve. It's always a pleasure.
So tell me what you know about these players, Scott.
Okay, so Sarah Ansberry, legend, obviously. Bobby Oshiro, you know, great player. So I think a lot is known about those two. Jamie Haas and Lingwei Kong, they are kind of probably the lesser known up-and-comers. I've seen Jamie Haas play before, I think on the APP Tour. She's a lefty. I don't know a lot about her background. Just from watching her play, you know, one match, she looks like she was a very good tennis player. And I watched her partner, Lingwei, play singles this morning against Dominique Schaefer in the first round here at Nationals, and they had some excellent points. She also looks like she's a very good tennis player, but I think she's relatively new to the game. So this will be, you know, a great experience to play doubles against, you know, Sarah and Bobby, two very experienced players. So should be a fun match and a good learning experience. And
yeah.
Who knows?
I was thinking the same thing, Scott. We have a newcomer, Lingwei Kong, here from China. I just introduced myself to her a few minutes ago. And new to the sport, she's playing against a legend in Sarah Ansberry. And I'm not making predictions. I just hope she learns a lot from this experience.
Yeah, for sure. In singles this morning, Dominique Schaefer is a great singles player, and they were having they were just blasting the ball back and forth. Very athletic points, very long singles points in this much wind. It takes even more quickness and athleticism to play long baseline singles points, which they were. So I was very impressed with her athleticism. And so let's see. Usually singles comes first to the tennis players who are new, and we'll see how the doubles goes. I expect to see a lot of really good, smart decisions from the team of Sarah Ansberry and Bobby Oshiro today.
Yes, Bobby is a wonderful decision maker. I agree with you, Scott. And my first observation is we have a lefty in the non-stacking position. That's rather interesting.
Yeah, you don't see that often where the lefty plays on the left in pickleball, but I like it.
Yeah, maybe we'll learn something here, Scott.
That's what I don't like about playing. I'm lefty. That's what I don't like playing. But on the left is like, do I sit backhand or sit forehand?
Right.
I would imagine. I'll ask later, but I would imagine Jamie Haas has more experience, and so she probably let her partner pick the side she's more comfortable on.
Yeah.
And which makes a lot of sense when you're playing with someone who's reasonably new.
Well, there comes the singles out of her, winding up and cracking that third.
Yeah, that technique looks good, and I can see that being a weapon in the future. The very near future, probably like later this match. That's a shot people don't get to see a lot. So many people want to go to the left side, but now you've got a lefty forehand there.
Right. And she took that attack cross court as well, which was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, right away in the first few points, I can tell Jamie Haas she is not afraid of the ball. She steps into the hands battles, and she steps into the middle of the court. That's a very aggressive stance. I like it a lot.
if a newcomer can enjoy a win on a dink rally against Sarah, that's a little confidence builder here early.
I think one thing the experienced team will take advantage of the new team. The new team isn't gonna, may not be as disciplined as they need to be on getting fourths to land on the ground. So
I know what you meant, Scott. Could you tell the audience about getting the fourth on the ground?
As Sarah and Bobby hit their third shots and try to move their way in, if Jamie and if they don't, there we go. That's getting on top of the ball. Like, you don't want to just push the ball back to keep them deep because it floats in the air. And
so you want the shot after you return a serve to bounce to your opponent. You don't want them taking that ball up out of the air.
Yeah, Bobby did a great job right there where she was at the kitchen and she just rolled it down to the feet. It's the second time they've had a little confusion on that middle ball.
A couple backhands down the middle, and no one quite knew what to do with that. Even though Bobby lost that point there, I did like how she was willing to wait until the right ball to get to the kitchen. She was in a defensive position and was waiting, just didn't get her chance to get up there.
Yeah, Sarah's choice, third shot lobbing the tennis player, was maybe just testing the overhead. The overhead pass in my book. Steve, that's the second time we've had like an extended dink rally at the kitchen, which you would say Bobby O'Shero and Sarah Ansberry are heavy favorites, and they aren't necessarily winning them right off the bat. I got to think that builds confidence in the new team.
Well, I do believe we're all tied up now. Yes, when we get those extended dink rallies, I tell myself, this is pickleball.
Well, that's Sarah Ansberry just demonstrating where a good spot to dink is that the left foot of that right side player to their backhand dink. It's a tough dink to hit.
Net helped out a little bit there.
Yeah, it helped a lot. That takes them to 6-3. Nice firefight, volley exchange, lobbing overheads. Great point.
All four players here, Scott, seem to be really taking advantage of that ball out of the air. Attacking with top spin instead of underspin. That's wonderful.
Yeah, Ling Wei, she's got a nice reach and nice top spin roll volley technique. Great defense.
A beautiful way to extend that point, and get the job done when you finally have your one chance.
Yeah, that's what I like. I like that Jamie Haas finally hit a really good drop, and she got in quickly behind it. That was key. See, that's the danger of having, like, a lefty on the left side is dangerous, and that's why.
There
That's
you
just
go.
something you don't normally see, but I love to see her take advantage of it. It's a really nice combo from Bobby.
Great dink, set herself up, finished off the point all by herself. That was wonderful.
So right now, any ball Jamie Haas gets out of the air with that forehand, she's doing something with. And not only that, she's putting it in different spots. And so now, if you're in front of her like Bobby O'Shea, that can't be comfortable. And that's what you want. You want to make your opponent uncomfortable.
Yes, as of right now, I believe she's batting 1,000% on putting away forehand volleys.
Out of the air, yes.
Correct.
But it's not even, I don't even call those putaways. Those are attacks.
Yeah.
She's taking risk and being very effective at it. Did Bobby catch, did she hit her? I think it might have caught her.
I think it caught her hair, but
I think it hit Jamie on the way.
Can't tell by looking.
Yeah, we didn't have the best angle, but I think I saw the ball deflect, and they. So we're at 5-8-2. Bobby has done a great job with anything that is up shoulder high.
Well, one of my favorite things she did is she didn't win the point with her initial attack. It was the second one.
That's pretty impressive to hit the return of serve from this sideline and then unwind the stack and get all the way over to hit a volley winner on the other side.
I was thinking the same thing. She unwinds the stack, crosses the court, gets a forehand volley, and cracks it with topspin.
That's when you just learn from experience that when you see your opponent wind up for that forehand from that close, it can't go in, and you got to pre-move.
Yep. The person often telegraphs their shot, and if they're telegraphing a power shot from below the net, it's time to hit the highway.
Yeah, it's going up and out, but tough to get out of the way if you don't see it before it happens. Sarah and Bobby just keep hitting balls into the middle of the court to both backhands, and they just keep going there, and there's always a negotiation. It's just smart placement from the experienced team.
Nice point. All four players playing great. No one's fault that the point ended. It was just ended by the net, so all four players feel good.
Well, you're half right.
Two of the four feel good, right? Got a little spin serve from Sarah Ansberry there, changing up the serve a bit. There's your 1-2 punch again.
Yeah, and Bobby is just so ready, and she's compact with it too. She's not taking big cuts at it, so she's ready for the 3 or 4 or 5 shot, firefight at the kitchen. That's one where you like the poach, but if you hit that poach volley straight into the person's paddle that's sitting there ready, it comes back. Yeah, that one came back quickly.
Yeah, it's oftentimes very good play to poach your opponent's shot when your partner has a good third shot drop. It just didn't work out for Bobby that time.
That's where you have to know your opponent well enough to know, do they sit ready backhand or sit ready forehand, so that you have you can pre-plan where you're going to attack them.
Defense to offense. If that was wrestling, that's called a 2-point reversal.
Indeed, that all started with the I always, when I'm playing someone who also plays singles, when I'm playing against a singles player, I try to never drop shot them.
That's the second time I've heard that today.
Because what a singles player wants to do is run and retrieve. And then if they turn that around, it's kind of a momentum changer. Unfortunate. What a great point. But you can see whenever Sarah gets the dink and she has time, she is just going for that left side foot of Leigh Wei who's playing on the right.
There's that forehand again from the outside.
That people just are not used to seeing it. And the other thing, like Jamie Huss does a great job of not telegraphing it. She takes a pretty small swing, so it looks just like her dink. You don't really know what's coming.
Game 1. Best 3 out of 5 here at the BioFreeze USA National Pickleball Championship, sponsored by Franklin X40. I had a chance earlier today, Scott. I found out I was going to be sitting here in the booth, and knowing that BioFreeze is sponsor of the National Championships, I went to the BioFreeze booth.
I've been there 3 times already, Steve.
But I didn't go there because I was injured. I said, I want some of this stuff on my body anyway. I just want to see what it feels like and be able to describe it in case anyone asks me.
I've had, so after playing...
ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to 2 senior pros, so we're well versed at this stuff.
After practice on Sunday, I got in their booth and they have the spray. So they sprayed it on my shoulder because my arm hurts from hitting hitting overheads against pros. And then the next day, they sprayed it on my knees because it's like trying to keep up in the split age division with the young pros. It's a little rough. Yesterday, afterwards, sprayed it on my ankles. So I've got it. I've got it in three spots. Couldn't be happier with the BioFreeze.
Maybe they have a BioFreeze pill you can take. Save yourself a little time.
Well, they have it in gel. They have it in spray. And then what I really liked is they have this patch. I put the patch on my shoulder, and then I moved the patch to my knee, and then I stuffed the patch in my sock. I got about 6 hours out of it.
Oh, that's awesome. Awesome. Well, hopefully I don't need it for injuries or soreness, but I did enjoy it. So game 2 from the team of Huss and Kong. Can you see anything, Scott, you think they should try a little different, or what would you do if you're out there on the court helping them out?
Honestly, I would like to see Ling Wei hit those backhands. Like I think she should try driving her third shot more if she can get a chance. Like when you have excellent tennis technique and good ground strokes, you want to use them, and hitting an aggressive third shot drive is the place to use it.
Yeah, a lot of people out there think the third shot means it's a third shot drop. The third shot's just a third shot. You can rip it or drop it, do whatever you want. It's still the third.
Meanwhile, Bobby and Sarah win the first 2 points of this game by dinking middle, and then you just see Jamie fix it by standing in the middle of the court. You can't dink there anymore. I'm going to stand there. I mean, Bobby took that ball from below the net in kind of an orange-red spot and then went cross-court, cross-body. That's a pretty high-level speed up.
Yep, cross-body works.
Just missed on the... She's kind of got the tip of the paddle on the overhead and almost hit a perfect lob, but it was just a tad out.
I saw it out as well.
So Ling Wei just hit a nice little topspin roll dink to that same middle spot that Sarah's doing to her, and Bobby Oshiro demonstrated how you're supposed to deal, a good way of dealing with that, and she just reached out and volley dinked it back. They're having some good firefights.
Good firefights, beautiful knee bend. Looks like a gymnast over there. She's got her knees on the ground. Still made the shot. You gotta love that.
Good timeout. Down 5-0. You get 2 timeouts a game, so they're halfway done with this one. Good time to take the first one, see if you can stop the momentum.
Yes, I notice at this point in the match, neither team has a coach out there coaching away. Now would be a good time to give some tips, give some encouragement. I enjoy coaching when I don't know what to say. And I enjoy going on the court and just giving emotional spirit, emotional support. And if you can bring your player up anyway, that's wonderful. Looks like they got a little something going on. That's great. What do you think is the most important part about coaching in a match like this? You have 30 seconds to get your message out. What do you say, Scott?
Yeah, well, if I'm coaching and I'm watching the match, and if there's a pattern that I think is obvious that I want to not continue, it's like you need to prevent this pattern or stop doing this pattern, I would get that out first. If there's nothing specific, then I just would want to be encouraging. A lot of people can't take too much input in a 30-second or 1-minute timeout. Right. So it's like I keep it simple, depending on who the audience is.
So overcoaching is a bad thing.
I think, it's like it certainly. You want to get your players' head in the right mindset to go out there and feel good and feel excited and be aggressive and focused. But if you just give them little things like, hey, let's keep returning to Bobby, okay, let's keep dropping to Sarah, or just give them targets to focus on.
Yeah, it's always good to have something to do instead of something not to do.
Handling the third that comes down the middle of the court would be one of the first things I would tell them. Let whoever's cross court from that shot should just take it and call it early and just take it. That was perfect right there.
Right. Nice drive. You called it a few minutes ago, the importance of a third shot drive.
So since the timeout, they've gotten a couple points, a little momentum going. I think because Jamie Haas is playing now into the wind, the drive can be a little more effective. You can take a big swing, use some topspin in the wind to get the ball down low. Another middle dink that worked.
Well, I think that was my first question today is, when the players lined up to serve, I asked you, Scott, what do you think about having the lefty on the left side? I really haven't seen that. I wasn't quite sure it was going to happen the whole match, but here we are, still happening.
It's still happening. I mean, a lot of good is happening. Like, the good is good because her, you know, Jamie's forehand over on the left side has been the best weapon on their team. But they need to be stronger in the middle with the backhands. Well, there's game 2 to Sarah and Bobby. But the match isn't over. It's 3 out of 5.
That's right. The most important game to win in a 3 out of 5 match is game 3. That's the momentum switcher.
Steve, have you played any 3 out of 5 pickleball matches?
Never. But I have watched lots of 3 out of 5 tennis matches. And if you want to win the match, you have to win that third set is the big one. If you're split and you win the third, you're up 2-1. If you lost the first 2 and you win the third, you got hope. So if I was coaching those two, I'd run out and I say, if you win this next set, the match is yours. Yeah, that's what you have to tell them that.
Yeah, you get some momentum, and a lot of times after winning the first 2 games, you know, routinely, you know, they could let off the gas a little, relax slightly, and so now would be a good time for Ling Wei to. This now is what I want to see. I want to see those ground
wind
strokes.
Up and let it rip. What else? What else can you do?
I would say serve aggressively so that you get a more drivable third, and just, you know, give yourself the green light to take some chances.
I 100% agree. So going back to this, which game is the most important? I believe I have watched the Johns brothers on many, many occasions in the finals of major tournaments get down 2-love. Doesn't mean a thing. They turn the corner, they win game 3, and the other team sees the end is on the horizon. So that's probably the reason I say game 3 in the 3 out of 5 is the important one. I just watched the Johnses do that, seems like every month.
They have done it multiple times to different teams. We've had some 5-set matches, 5-game matches today.
Hey, look what I see, Scott. Look what happened.
They switched.
There we go. See what happens here. I just think it's so important for a left-handed player on the right side to be really good at that Ernie and put that pressure all the time, and use that forehand volley to cut across and take your opponents down the line, dink away. We'll see if she has one in the tool bag.
Yeah, I definitely don't think they were playing the lefty on the left side because that's where she wanted to be. I do, because Jamie's a good right side player, because most lefties just naturally are. I really think it had to do with the comfort of Ling Wei.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
So Bobby has picked up that Ling Wei is ready backhand and isn't ready on the forehand side, and she just keeps getting attacked on the forehand side, and Bobby's going to keep going there until it stops working.
Yeah, we've said it a few times today, the cross body attack. How do you better describe that to our viewers, Scott?
I just think of it as looking at where their paddle is, what their paddle is ready for, which side they're ready to handle, and then just giving them the other one. Boy, it's tough letting a lob that's going to be that close with the wind bounce. I'd rather just hit the overhead.
Right. That was a sign of extreme confidence or extreme fear. And one thing I like about this match, Scott, is all 4 players are still laughing and smiling. That's sort of what happens on the pickleball court. Well, here we are at the National Championship. We have 4 smiling faces, and it's just great to see that in this sport that still happens.
Yeah, and there have been, right, even that lob where it landed, it was very close to the line, and Sarah's like staring down the line right at it, and is like, you know, looking like, what's your call? But didn't turn into anything. It wasn't an argument or a questioning the call. Or the match is definitely played in a good spirit.
I call that a smart choice.
When someone has a high one, put your paddle in the spot a good shot would go, and just don't lift it.
You think faster than me, Scott. Nice point. Fun to sit here and watch it.
And that's just the accuracy it takes to dink at the pro level. You know, you've got to hit a few 100,000 dinks to kind of get the feel for just how soft a soft dink needs to be. And if not, it sits up high and gets attacked. Bobby has a pretty overhead. Did you see that? Did you see that trophy pose?
I liked it.
That was really nice looking.
Little experience on that. A lob volley followed by a drop volley. That was a beautiful combination there.
That drop volley had some little ton of top spin, side spin, made it a little better than the last one she just put in the middle of the court. Bobby is just finding just good spots to attack.
100% agree.
I like Jamie Haas. She's being very positive, motivating her partner even though they're down a couple games, but still, you're only going to come back if you keep it positive and keep trying hard.
It is a fine and often understood art on becoming a good partner and learning what a good partner is. Learning how to keep your partner positive, and it does no good at all to downplay your partner. Your partner is your best friend. Every word said during a match should bring out the best in your partner. And very rarely in the many years I've been with pickleball have I asked someone what their strengths are, and the response is, "Oh, I'm a great partner." But that really is one of the best things you can say, in my opinion.
That was my strength in tennis. I would not say it's my strength in pickleball. That was a nice deep return.
Little casual on that by Miss Oshiro. She knew it.
I've been asking for that backhand to be ripped since I saw the very first one. Even though she missed it, I liked the technique and wanted to see more.
Well, when this match is over, Scott, I'm going to go grab her and bring her over here and let you tell her. Yeah, when before the match I was talking. Yeah, before the match I was talking to Ling Kong, and she said she was just in Encinitas at our pickleball club at Bobby Riggs. And I said, really? And she says, yeah, and I got to meet Callan, my son Callan. I said, well, next time you're there, you should play pickleball with us. And apparently that was not on her agenda. But I said, you got to give us a call next time. We'll get you in some good games.
How was pickleball not? She just didn't have time.
I don't know. I didn't see her. She said she was at the club. It's like, you know, hello, let us know. We'll get you. We'll fix you up with all kinds of pickleball.
Yeah, Jamie's definitely winning the award for like really good partner.
I agree.
Just super supportive no matter what's happening. She's not letting the score like dictate her emotions. She is in control of her thoughts.
I just think it's so great here at the National Championship to have players from other countries representing their countries here at the National Championship. It's wonderful.
Great job, like taking control of that point and keeping control of it. Like, you know, hit your overhead and stand in the middle of the court and just keep hitting it until it's over.
Yeah, her volleys look like topspin ground strokes to me.
Which in pickleball is a good thing. Good defense. The momentum is real. And I would say this little run is because they're being more aggressive. They're looking for their offense. Cross-court attacks can be tough because they don't happen often, because if you're wrong about it, your partner gets blown up. But if you confuse someone, you can get hit with the ball like Jamie almost did there. You do that well, Steve.
Thank you, Scott.
You've hit me with several cross-court attacks.
I do enjoy taking them out of there and attacking straight ahead first, kind of like that. But I'll confuse them up once in a while and cross-court attack out of the air. And my bounced attacks will go cross-court more, but
yeah,
airborne attacks, I like to pop the person in front of me and finish it off with the next one, and sometimes go cross-court to keep them honest. That's about it. The KISS theory, right?
They're looking for their drives more, though. and it's making this a more competitive game. That was a nice drop. That's a really nice kitchen presence.
I like it.
Ling Wei moved her dink around, was ready to get attacked, hit the dink off the bounce, out of the air, and the counterattack.
Got ourselves a game here, Mr. Crandall.
Yeah, they're siding each other out consistently. That's a sign of a competitive game. And with her length, like that she's got kitchen presence.
Seems aggression is the answer for this game. Well,
and I'm impressed they are executing this with the wind behind them, because it's harder to keep the ball in, and they're doing it effectively. And then once they make the first one, then they're way ahead, because now every punch volley just comes faster with the wind behind them.
Yeah, they're hitting a power third, a power fifth, and a power seventh.
Yeah. I still love the looks of that backhand. Pretty efficient way of handling not a terrible third, just a little bit too high.
Yep, but we have forehands in the middle now.
Yeah.
And the third shot was down the middle, and if it goes too far, it's to a forehand now.
That's a good aggressive serve from Bobby Oshiro. Perfectly played ATP.
That might be her first ATP on live stream at a national championship. That's my bet. What do you think?
That's a pretty good bet, Steve. Couple of kind of unforced errors on the third, right? It's like just drove it a little long, left the next one a little short, and that's where experience will hopefully kind of hammer in the importance of your consistency.
Make him hit another ball.
Yeah. Well, Sarah saved that point twice, handling a beautiful angle overhead, and then the next one. So she had the right to speed it up on her terms.
Correct.
If I make the great save, then I can do the dumb things 10 shots later.
Yeah, that was a speed up on a ball out of the air below the net from her backhand, cross court up to the other gal's forehand. So that was rather a gamble, if you ask me. But I have to admit, I do play an overly conservative style of pickleball.
That drop was going to be really good even if it didn't hit the net. It had spin, it was dipping, it was going to be trouble, but then once it hit the net, it was impossible. And we're at match point. Oh. Oh, no. Sarah's in pain.
Oh, no. We need to get someone out there, Scotty.
Yeah, what? It looks like she's grabbing her knee.
Correct. This is Steve Dawson here at the 2023 USA Pickleball National Championships, sponsored by BioFreeze. We're here on the Grandstand court, and I would like to welcome our special guest, multiple-time national champion, singles and doubles, Mr. Chris Miller. Welcome, Chris Miller. Thanks for coming to the booth. I look forward to hearing what you have to say tonight.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. It's good to be here and do this. I haven't done it in a long time, so hopefully I can compliment you well. A full tennis perspective through only pickleball.
I broadcast the last match and this one, and I have yet to say the T word. This is a sport called pickleball, and it can stand alone with no references to any other sport. That's my feelings on that, ladies and gentlemen. You can quote me.
So the match we have coming up is what, Steve?
We have, I believe it's the #2 seeds, Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson versus, I don't know if they're qualifiers. We have Blaine Haveneer in the blue shirt and Ryan Eveloff in the black hat backwards like a baseball player. And we're about ready to start, ladies and gentlemen. The smartest shot I've ever seen.
Great way to start a tipper off the net. Nice attack by Blair, straight in the gut.
All right, nice high bouncing dink. He did what you're supposed to do, attack that thing.
Wow. Good hands. I've never seen him play before.
I've never seen him play either. It's a brand new experience for me.
I've seen Ryan a couple of times, so. All right.
Likes that third shot drive. He's got a little wind at his back tonight. We'll see what side he uses that most on.
Wow. His offensive attacks are working early.
Yeah, we'll see. These guys aren't seeded #2 for no reason.
Exactly. I feel like DJ, J-Dub, and Dylan are caught off guard just for the first start of this few points.
There is no mellower human in the world than Mr. J.W. Johnson. Unflappable is how I would describe him. One of my favorite words.
They're definitely going against the wind, and the power from Blair is working early.
Yes, I haven't seen Blaine hit a soft shot yet. We'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, our first pickleball point.
For the record, I saw him do 2. Nice hands.
Nice point. 3 net cords in 1 point.
It made me think of one of your boost camps.
There we go.
Do you remember that trick?
I call those popcorns.
Yes, that's right. All right, so we have, I believe it's 4-2-1.
4-2.
Nice pickup by Blair.
Hang the dink a little bit high. Attack is coming. The team of Frazier and Johnson rarely attack a ball off a bounce. They will dink endlessly to wait for that ball that's just a little up and then look out. Kind of like that.
I think they're starting to finally get in rhythm too, Dylan and J-Dub.
Got a little patience going here. Uh-oh.
Wow.
Well, I called it. The team of Frazier and Johnson were just waiting for that one ball up, and then boom, boom, the point's over. It's very disciplined, intelligent pickleball.
Yeah.
Just the kind you play, Chris.
Oh, great hit by J-Dub. Nice. He looked like an antelope there. Just
there we go.
Easily off the ground. Nice, Baby Dylan. I like Baby Dylan's game a lot.
Yeah.
Just knowing that he's not a tennis background, he's baseball.
You said the T word.
Oh, shoot.
Yes. The beautiful part about pickleball, your background doesn't matter. Your skills and intelligence makes the difference.
And it looks like they're not doing much, but effortlessly they've just got the lead right back, 5-4. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I like to say there's a kitchen for a reason, and the best players like to use it.
Yes. I like to use it too, you know. That was in. Great drive.
We have the big hitting team taking the lead.
Yeah, getting it right back.
Against the classic pickleball style, the number 2 seeds. I'm glad this is turning into something interesting.
Yeah. Look at that. Ryan and Blair have a great little shake and bake going. Just getting some free points.
What's a shake and bake, Chris?
Well, they like to drive and the other opponent follow, put away, right?
Yeah, one person slamming the third, the other guy's crashing the net, and here you go again. That's a shake and bake.
Oh, I think he tried to get his paddle head out of the way just for a brief second. Not in time, though. I wonder where he's from, because I don't know anything about him. Have you heard?
Who?
He's got a
Blaine or Evan?
Evan. Or Blair.
Blair.
And
no, Blaine. It's Blaine and Evan.
Blaine.
Blaine the Blazer, his new nickname.
And they are serving 8-5. Wow, and he's just...
He's on fire with that drive.
I kind of like him.
Yeah, Evan, not Evan, but Ryan Eveloff on the team that's ahead. He's the guy with the hat on backwards. He comes from a strong pickleball singles background, and if my feelings are right, he has had a good win. Yeah, he's had some great wins on the singles court, and he appears to be
nice shot by J-Dub.
Playing doubles like a confident singles player. We'll see how this contrast of styles works out. Those are my favorite matches to commentate, when everyone's strategy is the opposite of each other's.
And we have a side out. J-Dub serving 5-9-1. I didn't see what happened that last serve.
The return of serve was out for a free point to the serving team.
Nice, J-Dub taking over a little bit. Looks like they're even playing a high-low a little bit. Dylan staying back and letting J-Dub take a little more room on the right side. Oh,
two missed returns.
Wow.
It's going to merit a timeout.
They had a 4-point lead, and just like that, with 2 bad returns, give them 3 points like that.
Yes, I like to say it's called a return of serve for a reason. And twice that reason didn't happen here, and now we got ourselves a close game.
Yeah. I believe it's an 8-9 on the first serve still with J-Dub.
Right. Most important number is the last one.
Very true.
So we're with these Franklin balls. It's a little bit windy. How are these Franklin balls in the wind, Mr. Miller? What do you like about them?
I like that it's similar to a, back in my old days, maybe an indoor ball.
Oh, the Cosm ball.
Well, not so much a big a Cosm, but closer to a Jugs. But it's, you can do a little more. The ball stays in play longer. And it's longer rallies, easier to get back a little bit. And you can't put it away as well. But this guy, Blaine, is really trying to.
He's got the wind at his back, too. Plus, as we know, power pickleball works a little bit better under the lights. You can't see as well.
Yeah,
so some teams play powerfully under the lights, but more conservatively under the sun.
Wow. Any chance they get out of the air, they're really attacking right away. So. Nice. Very good play by J-Dub. J-Dub's is actually being a little more aggressive than normal.
Yes, he's.
I mean, he doesn't want anyone being more aggressive than men on the counter side. And he's like, this is not happening to me. Nice job by Baby Dylan.
The team might take another timeout. Yep, here we go.
Yeah, they use their timeout, and they have a game point when they return. With I think it's a 10-2, 10-9-2.
Yeah, in pickleball, very seldom do teams take timeouts because they're tired, or timeouts because they need to change strategy. They want to change the momentum.
Yeah.
So the first timeout they took would be called an unsuccessful timeout.
I agree.
And hopefully for Evan and Blaine, this next timeout might be more successful. We'll see.
Yeah.
As in all sports, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
And this is a best of 5 again, 3 out of 5.
We're going to be here for a while, Mr. Miller.
Yeah, looks like it. These guys are here to play, and Blaine and Ryan are doing a really good job. Oh, wow. Great hands by Blaine.
Yep.
Just to keep that ball in the play.
So that would be called a successful timeout. That's right. The game's not over yet.
And we have a 9-10-1. And they're not wasting any time with aggressiveness.
Right.
And Dylan was up for the challenge on that.
Yep.
Blaine to serve, 9-10-2. Oh, wow. Costly. Just to maybe even get 1 point to 10-10.
Yep,
nice.
That's not a wise decision.
You want to do it to these guys, right? Wow.
It's a nice shot by Evan. Evan off.
Kind of like these guys.
Yes.
The little stuff they're doing. They're not playing like any 31 seed, are they?
Nope.
Oh my God, he returned the favor, J-Dub, just like.
Yeah, the serving team now, they missed a serve and 2 returns all in one timeout. The game could be over if they just put their serves and returns in.
From either one. Oh, wow. So we have 9-10-2, trying to get it to tie right here is a big point.
That's called a solo shake and bake, when you take your third shot and you drive it yourself and you charge forward and you're attacking you're attacking the shot after your attacking drive.
Did not work. Oh.
Yeah, first game.
Wow.
The veteran team comes back from 9-5 down, or was it 9-6?
Yeah, it was
And
9-5.
There we go. And little break in the action at the BioFreeze USA Pickleball National Championships. I got a few sponsors that I want to shout out to that make this tournament function properly. We're happy for the people that stand up for pickleball, and we want all of you to support them. We have Engage Paddles.
Can I guess one? Is one BioFreeze?
BioFreeze, yes.
I see
say
them
that
all
one.
over the place, these little things.
I never experienced BioFreeze, so before I broadcasted it, I went to the BioFreeze booth.
Did you?
I walked in and said, put some of that stuff on me. I want to be able to talk about it. So
Where do I sign up?
I was injury-free. I rolled up my sleeve. They squirted me with some stuff, and
now you're sponsored.
There we go. Now I'm promoting them. Yola Paddles is helping us out. Casamigos, Gearbox, Hallbrook Paddles. And another interesting sponsor, which I would love to experience someday, is Sky Elements Drone Shows. That sounds kind of fun.
Interesting. I did see some drones today. Is that what they are? What the one we're talking about?
I would like to see Sky Element Drone Shows put on a little show for us tonight. That would be kind of fun.
Oh, wow.
But back to seriousness. Here we are, game 2. Blaine to serve.
Wow.
Can only keep that going so long.
Right. I was just going to say, I'm wondering, I think they have their eases calmed a little bit just from game 1 close, and then they're going to roll here, you know? They could. Right off the baseline return, really nice. Oh.
All tied up.
They both have sneaky attacks, Blaine and Evan.
Yep.
Ryan.
Oh.
There it goes again, and they keep it really low. I like it.
A lot of spin on that ball.
Mm-hmm.
That Franklin ball is taking the spin and dipping it down. That was a great shot by Ryan Eveloff.
Wow. That's the second one. I think you went for a singles winner. It looked really nice.
Down the line.
Nice job, Blaine.
Ball may have been going out, but when someone's hitting it as hard as Blaine, you know, you can't get your paddle out of the way.
The one just went by him. He's kind of, I got to reach for that. Wow.
Let go.
Stop us if you can, right?
That's right. Starting off this game the same way they started the first one.
Exactly. Just a little high on the game.
That's where J-Dub and Dylan want the game to go. They want to slow it down and pick and nip away and wait for the setup.
I feel like even though they got game 1, I feel like you know, Blaine and Ryan are dictating a little more. Still, look at that. There it goes again. Nice shot. Wow. And we have a side out, and we're serving at 0-2-1.
2-0-1.
2-0-1.
2-0-1,
right.
yeah.
They have the lead. He's not going to stop, is he?
Nope.
I still like it.
Yeah. That's your style of play, Mr. Miller.
It used to be. I've been dropping a lot more. Wow. They don't seem to want to get to the net. Do they care, right? Okay, so we have...
The quicker the point ends, the better for the power team.
Wow. just seems to be at the right place at
That's
the right time.
He defended his own mistake.
Yeah. They get a free cheap one.
That's 3 so far.
So 1-2 serving 2. He just got it up a little bit.
Yeah, you got to keep that 4th shot on the ground. 4th shot being the shot after your own return to serve. You just can't let the opposing team take the shot after you return out of the air.
J-Dub's reach is too good. Nice get back by Ryan. Wow. Baby Dylan.
Yep, when that ball
he's
gets
no baby
up,
anymore, I hear.
No, baby Dylan, yeah, he's
a grown man now.
Grown
he's
man
a man
now.
child.
Yep, inside joke there, but the boy's growing up. He's not baby Dylan anymore. He's a dang good player is what he is.
Wow.
So my neck is getting sore. Watching that ball go back and forth so fast.
Nice shot, baby Dylan. Dylan.
Another timeout.
They kind of got the lead back. 5-2-1, I believe, on the timeout.
We will see if this is a momentum timeout or if their strategy is going to switch. Which one do you think it is, Chris?
I think it's going to keep on going back and forth. So these are a lot of side out points.
Yep.
I know, right? You think you see a little more pickleball points out of Dylan and Baby, but they can't. If the other team is just slapping it, drives every point, I mean, and they're being successful with them against them a little bit. I mean, let's be honest, they almost won game 1.
I agree. If it wasn't for a missed serve and 2 missed returns, they may have won game 1.
Correct.
So I don't think it's time to give up on what almost got them the first game. I mean, they got nothing to lose, really. You got the 31 seed versus the number 2 seed, and they're making it a game, which is great. Was an interesting attack, sort of inside-out head attack. J-Dub's shot was not meant to go in the court. It was meant to confuse the person and hope that the Ryan Evanoff put a paddle on it, but he didn't. But nonetheless, it was still a good attack.
Well, what I like about them is that they got so much pace on it, and they're just very low to the net. You can't get much lower than what they're doing. They're hitting. How many popcorns have we seen, even though they're drives, besides the dinks? And that's hard to get out and dig out all the time, consistently. Oh, and even the ones that get up, that should have been a put away maybe by Dylan. He's sad he missed that one.
So, a successful timeout so far.
Exactly. I love the way you analyze that. And there's a. Seems like there's a. It's happening a lot. Just a little pop up to you give him an inch. J-Dubs is going to smash that thing out of the air. Looks like that might have been wide, but.
Right, yeah, the ball was wide. Ryan unfortunately said back, which to the other team means they thought he called it long, and it obviously wasn't long, it was wide.
Right.
Again, JW does not waste time on taking that ball out of there and attacking. What's interesting to those watching is 90% of his attacks out of the air are at the target closest to him, which is straight ahead. Except for that one.
Right when you say it.
Right when I say it.
Cross court.
That's why I said most of the time, not every time.
I think that's where they need to go. This guy, Blaine, has been on fire when he gets the ball and giving them a little more problems. And I think they get an easy read on Ryan right now, even though he's playing great too. That's the first easy point he
Well, it was the first drive JW hit, and so Blaine was thinking drop shot again, but guess what? He just chose to try. Here it comes again.
And he ran right into it. Oh.
Another timeout. Yeah, that really, Ryan Eveloff has been playing great pickleball tonight. That was, I think the last point was his first mistake because he does his dinks with one grip, and that time he switched to a topspin grip to show that he was attacking, and he attacked and missed it, but he also gave his shot decision to his opponent before he hit it. That's actually the first mental mistake I've seen Ryan make. He will probably view this video and come up to me and wonder what the heck I was talking about. But it's funny little story here. I met Ryan the other day. I got up at 7 in the morning and was walking down the street. I was in front of 7-Eleven on Beltline Drive, and this guy walks along and he's wearing a pair of Viore shorts. I never saw the man before in his life, and I said, "You must not be from Texas. You're wearing Viore." And he goes, "I'm not from Texas." That's how I met him.
How you met
That's
him.
how I met him 2 days ago, yeah.
Nice. Interesting. Oh.
I believe it's game point again, right?
Ryan looks like he's just a little out of it right now. I guess we're playing those. I didn't know.
Oh, that was a beautiful point. 3 or 4 resets, trying for the kitchen 3 or 4 times in a row. Ball number 4 lands in the kitchen. The team advances from midcourt. It's never called no man's land, ladies and gentlemen. J-Dub and Dylan Frazier were willing to stay in midcourt as long as it took. When their drop shot landed in, they closed to the kitchen and won the point. So that was a great analytical point right there.
I feel like the difference between game 1 and game 2, they just kind of felt rushed, like they're down now and they have to do something. But they really, I think they even attacked too early. They just had some more dink rallies in game 1 before you could tell they wanted to itch it and go right away. But
yeah, I saw no change of game plan from J-Dub and Dylan. They're playing high percentage pickleball.
Yeah.
The number 31's teams, Blaine and Evan, are going for it, hoping for a quick victory. And right now, the time-tested and standard way to play the game seems to be on top. And here we are, game 3 of the BioFreeze USA Pickleball National Championship. Here we go.
In game 3, a best of 5, they're up 2-0. J-Dub and Dylan. Nice attack by Ryan.
Yep, he waited him out.
And he kind of gave a little half off speed this time instead of his full repertoire of power. Nice reset by Blaine.
Classic pickleball, that's what I said. The ball was up. J-Dub attacked straight ahead, finished it off with number 2, which is the most important part about attacking, is you really want the second ball.
Nice. Kept it low, and J-Dub got caught on moving.
J-Dub was running when he hit it.
Yep.
That's just what happens sometimes.
You think you would see that by now, right? Like maybe just stop because they're really firing after every third ball.
Let's see if they're going to rip their third. There's a return. Are they going to rip it? Yes, they are.
And
works again. I would look for the same thing.
I think this is where they had the most success. Like they're going.
The wind at their back. No, the wind's at their back. They seem to be enjoying the wind at their back more.
Yeah. Isn't that normal? I thought they would. Wow, look at that. And they're getting their game one fever back.
I love it.
Yeah.
No quitting these boys. They came here to play. All the way to Dallas. They're going to get their money's worth, let me tell you.
Exactly. I'm sure they're enjoying playing the number 2 seed. You don't see that happen too often.
Oh, no. It will be an interesting match if anyone is able to outdink J-Dub. Doesn't happen often.
It's a quick early strike of 4-0. Oh, wow.
Exact same spot they were in game one, right?
He seems to run around. He likes to hit forehand cross instead of backhand. You notice that?
Yeah, Ryan likes the inside-out forehanding.
Yeah.
Like that one right there.
He takes himself almost to the baseline a lot of the times every shot. Looks like Nadal. Oh, he's almost got so much movement.
Yeah, he's doing that, I think, in hopes that he'll get a chance to attack that forehand.
He's more out in front then?
Right. The one attack he had off a bounce ball to his backhand cost him game 2. Sort of a repeat of points there. We've seen that exact progression many times. J-Dub keeps the ball cross court. If it pops up a little bit, he pops the guy in front of him. Very nice pattern JW has going tonight.
I like to see Ryan stay right at that line and see if he gets one out of the air he can pop, because that's what he's looking for and waiting for, it looks like.
Yeah, I haven't seen him do that yet.
Yeah. Which would be normal to anticipate. J-Dub always dinking great, so he wants to back up, but this wind, you never know, right? Oh, that was out.
Wind at the back, serve was long.
Yeah. Ooh, right off the back line. Wow.
It's a beautiful shot by Ryan. He took a return of serve off the line and drop shotted it and won the point.
Yeah. Five, 2-2 right now. Ryan with another drive from the third. A high ball in the fifth. Jada put that away easily. Two, 5-1. That seemed uncharacteristic too.
Yeah, J-Dub thought it was the paddle's fault.
Wow. I just bailed him out of that one. Great hand exchange by all four. And back to a little soft.
Back to JW territory here.
Oh. He saw it coming, but Baby Dylan went for the Ernie and didn't need to do it.
Yeah, he should have popped Dylan with that one.
Four, 5-2. Little attack off the net, goes out wide. And right away, it's a 5-5 game on a 2. Getting back into it. So we have 5-5-2. J-Dub serving.
Big smile on his face. He's happy about something.
Well, they're the ones up 2-0.
And it's also, I'll finish my thought after this point.
Wow.
Same pattern again.
Yeah. They found something, right?
Right. So what I was going to say is these two are not just a great team, but they're great friends.
Yes.
And it's...
it shows, right?
Yeah, pickleball is much easier when you're playing with one of your good friends.
That's why I'm playing with you this weekend.
Well, we'll see if we remain friends after the weekend. We'll find out.
We play on Friday, right? Here we go. 7-5-2. I do feel like the wind's impeding this game a little bit in some way.
Chris, question for you. When you're playing on a windy day, do you do anything different?
It really depends on my opponents, I think. You know, if you feel like you can drive through it, because sometimes it's a lot harder to be consistent and dink in the wind. You know, all your third ball drops. If you can get some free ones, which I think these guys, Blaine and Ryan, are trying to do, it's actually really, in a way, worked, right? I mean, it's definitely, they're taking care of business, but it's been in their heads a little bit. You know what I'm kind of surprised at is that you know, Blaine seems to be a little more winning points a little bit more, that they're not restacking or trying something different.
Right. I would keep in this formation here and put Blaine on the left. Let him try to pick up his attacks. We'll see. Oops, looks like they're going the other way.
Right back. Maybe.
Yeah. I 100% agreement. It's time to switch things up a little bit.
Right. I mean, you're down 2-0 and nice job. I think it might just be the comfort zone for Ryan, or I'm sorry. Yeah, for Ryan. (5-8-2) serving. Oh, Ryan loves that drive. I like
Drove it, trying to drop his fifth, drive the third, drop the fifth.
8-5-1. Oh, nice. Baby Dylan ready for that one. His hands are really good.
A big smile on his face after that body bag. Am I allowed to say body bag? I don't even know.
Jeff wanted to get out of here.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, 3 or 4 years ago, there was a national championship where a guy named Jeff Warnick sort of started screaming the phrase body bag a little too much, and I do believe it was banned.
Yes. Oh, wow.
Another
We have
timeout.
At least they use your timeouts, and it's been in their favor the most way.
We'll
right?
see. They're going to keep their fingers crossed on this timeout.
Mm-hmm.
Little break in the action here at the 2023 USA Pickleball National Championships. This is Steve Dawson commenting with my doubles partner and friend Chris Miller.
Hey, hey.
Going at it with you, playing with Chris Miller on Friday in the Senior Pro.
Can I say BioFreeze again?
You say BioFreeze. Say,
BioFreeze.
Give us another sponsor.
They better give me a bottle.
Yeah,
Where are
yeah. You know, I need to say Mr. Pickles Gin. We got to have some of that. I think the Mr. Pickles Gin should be served here at the broadcast bench. You guys would have a very interesting match if they brought a bottle of that over here. So if anyone from Mr. Pickles Gin is listening, you know where to find me.
Yeah. I like this venue, by the way, for real.
Very nice.
It's really nice. There's a lot going on, and the energy's high.
Yeah,
it's good.
The Boulevard Lane with all the live music, live bands every night.
And a match point winner down the line
stuff.
on a third ball drive.
J-Dub, third drive of the night for him, and it went well.
Yeah.
We will be right back.
Thank you, Steve. I had a great time.
Thank you, Chris. We'll be right back here on Grandstand Court for our next match. This is Steve Dawson and Chris Miller saying goodbye temporarily.
Good and good luck on Friday.
Thank you, Chris. We'll see you tomorrow probably.
All right. Ciao.
This is Steve Dawson here at the 2023 USA Pickleball BioFreeze National Championships on Grandstand Court. I have special guests for this evening's session. I have Callan Dawson and Hayden Patriquin. They're here to join us, give some color commentating. So I'm going to let those two guys have free run of the mic. I want to hear what some top male pros have to say about this women's doubles game here on Grandstand Court. So welcome, Hayden and Callan.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. I'm glad to be here.
All right, and that is Mr. Patriquin speaking, so you can memorize his voice. We have Tina Pisnik and Lindsay Newman versus Alejandra Lopez and Dalia Garza. And I'm hoping for lots of fun out here. Let's see what happens. Getting ready to start.
Locked in.
Nice little speed up there from Tina.
Yep, she waited for that ball out of the air and took care of it. I love the casualness of the Lindsay Newman serve. I just love it.
Oh.
Yeah, Lindsay Newman and Tina Pisnik will definitely be a fun team to watch. They both have similar play styles, love to hit soft, dink, work the point. So we'll see what their opponents have to bring.
As Lindsay Newman drives the third shot.
That's how it happens, I guess.
What a volley.
Oh, it's not over.
Oh. Good save there.
Crowd goes wild. I don't think that was on purpose, ladies and gentlemen, but it was a good play.
It looked like it was on purpose. I like it.
Good dink there by Tina. Tina's really good with the dinks. She's very consistent.
Yeah, she's got that cross-court slice down. Looks like Newman and Pisnik, this looking to slow things down and wait. They're extremely patient and extremely good. Do you guys know what they're seeded?
Looks like Newman and Pisnik are 10 seed and Lopez and Garza are 23 seed.
There we go.
Looks like Tina switched her paddle too. I don't know what she was using before, but she switched to Electrum.
Throw in a plug to Electrum tonight. Must have been the paddle's fault why she served it in the net.
100%.
It's never the player's fault.
Good eye.
Just missed it.
Garza and Lopez doing a good job of not running in too much to the kitchen line when they're hitting some high thirds.
Nice back in there.
Yeah, she likes to, Tina loves to slice the dink and topspin the attack, and that's sort of standard play in pickleball for those watching. So Hayden, how often do you get to broadcast national championship matches here?
Shoot, this is actually my first time with any broadcasting. I feel honored to do it with the Dawsons.
All right, well, so far you're flawless.
Let's go.
Locked in.
Holy. Ooh. Nice shot by Lindsay.
Yes, that Alejandra Lopez sort of coughed up the fourth a little bit. For you guys watching, you return serve, that's your second shot. The other team, the serving team, hits their third. And when you hit your fourth shot, number one rule, don't let the other team take it out of the air. And that got away from Alejandra and cost her a point and a timeout.
Yeah, it's probably one of the least practiced skills in pickleball, right? Everyone works on dinks, resets, third shot drops and drives, but not too many people work on receiving those third shot drops and keeping that fourth shot in the kitchen.
Yeah, that's oftentimes called drop shotting your opponent's drop shot.
I guess so.
One of my favorite comments to comment on here is after timeouts, I love to see how successful they are. Rarely are timeouts used to re-strategize and reposition. They're usually momentum breaks. It's a unique aspect of pickleball. We'll see if it's a successful timeout or not.
I'm usually using timeout so I can catch my breath because I'm so out of shape.
Oh, great drive and poach there by Tina and Lindsay.
So, funny statistic for you guys I will share with you after this point. So in 10 years of pro and senior pro pickleball, Mr. Hayden Patriquin, guess the number of timeouts I've taken in 10 years of tournament play.
Oh my gosh. 200.
No.
How far off was I?
By 200.
Hold on, let me do that math. You haven't taken any timeouts?
Not one in my life.
Swear.
I promise you.
Wow, that's an interesting strategy.
Yeah. I tend to think if you take timeouts, then you actually believe they work. And that means when your opponent takes a timeout, you're thinking it might work. And I prefer to think that they can take all the timeouts they want. It's not going to change anything. So that's my theory.
That's an interesting way to think of it.
Yeah, why not?
I definitely do it to try to throw people off, you know, if they're feeling hot.
That's what my paddle's for, Hayden.
Ooh, that's a rare miss from Tina. She's so good with her resets and third shots.
Yeah, Tina does have beautifully soft hands. That's what you call it in pickleball. And so does Lindsay, yep. The team that controlled the kitchen won that game.
For sure. Lopez and Garza were for sure on their heels that whole game. I think they need to stay grounded and be a little bit more aggressive at the kitchen line on their fourths and fifths. Six, I mean.
Yeah, I am in 100% agreement with you, Hayden, because Lindsay Newman has been doing this for a while. She has some of the softest hands in Bet's dinks, and Tina obviously has soft hands. And the longer the dink rally goes, the more in favor of it is of the players that specialize in that. So
for sure,
if I was Garza and Alejandra, I'd be saying, okay, here comes the heat. The dinking isn't working.
Yeah, definitely a few more drives would help. Probably at Lindsay, her volleys are good, but they definitely stay up a little bit.
Well, a good drive will do that often to anyone. So maybe this team can crack a few and see if they get a setup. But the trying to soft game specialist is not working at this point. We'll see what happens in game 2 at the BioFreeze National Championships. Yeah, I have yet, Hayden, to meet someone who thinks that their short game is good enough. I haven't met that person yet.
Really?
Yeah.
It's me.
I wasn't talking about your golf. I was talking about your pickleball.
I'm an insane golf player for all the viewers watching.
I think he's just insane and he plays golf.
Ooh.
Almost an ATP defense. Great athletic play by Tina. Here we go.
Too good by Lindsay.
They may have lost that point, but when you play two players like Lindsay and Tina who love to reset from midcourt, you can definitely take your chances with some 4-shot attacks.
For those that didn't understand what Callan said, he says the team of Newman and Pisnik are fabulous resetters. But if you attack a resetter, you know the attack isn't coming back, so you don't get punished if your attack is bad because they're only going to reset. So oftentimes if teams reset too often, they're telling their opponents that they can be attacked repeatedly without any harm done.
It's a good timeout.
According to Hayden.
Yes. I would not have taken a timeout, but that's me.
I would have taken it at the first 4, I think. I think 6 is a lot. Such a huge lead. You got to break some momentum.
So how did your day go today, Hayden? I appreciate you being here broadcasting after playing a day of pickleball. You played singles, doubles, and mixed doubles all today, and you're still hanging out at the venue?
Still here grinding. Yeah, today went good. I lost in singles first round to William Sobek. He played phenomenal. And then I played Connor Garnett and Joe Braverman. Won that in 4. And then with my boy Callan, we won in a straight 3. So decent day for us.
Good job. 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah.
So, I think I heard a song titled that, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Really?
Some rock and roll band a long time ago.
Shoot, I wasn't alive.
Ooh, so how old are you, Hayden? How old are you, Hayden?
I'm 18. I turned 18 in September.
Have you celebrated in any way that only 18-year-olds can do?
I went to the casino. That's about it. Okay. An Indian reservation, so it was fun. It was a good time.
How'd that turn out for you?
I'm up. I'm feeling good.
Nice.
All right, keep it that way.
I know. I'm never going back.
That's what I meant. I didn't mean keep winning. I meant that's it.
Yeah, I know.
You don't gamble too much on the pickleball court, though.
No.
Only on himself.
Yep, point goes slow, advantage to the veterans.
Yeah, they got to find some speed ups and try to cause havoc right now.
Attack it. Uh-oh.
Yeah, definitely was a high enough dink there. Maybe she should have pulled the trigger.
Ooh, just missed it.
Off an attack. It would be an interesting statistic to see how often Garza and Lopez attack first and win the point. So Pisnik and Newman attack first, they won. I just like to send Lopez and Garza home with things to work on, things to get better, improve with every match. great effort.
Good point there.
Wonderful point. Again, best part of the point was Lopez smiling even though she lost it. She's having a good time out here, playing in front of a nice crowd.
Ooh.
Yeah.
She was on it, just too big of a swing. She's got to keep that more compact and wait for the next one.
I agree. She also took a gamble taking a low ball out of there from her backhand and attacking it up cross court to her opponent's forehand. She should have taken that ball and popped the opponent right in front of her.
For sure. Yeah, I don't see much success with flicking the backhand towards the left-sided player on the other side, because usually the left-side player is just sitting forehand. But sometimes you can get luck with hitting that would be their right hip. No, left hip, sorry. If you can find that, that's a good shot.
Yeah, you just have to commit a little more cross-court directly at the person instead of trying to shoot that ball through the middle, especially with that person straight ahead covering in the line and the cross-court person sitting heavy middle.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you're on the left side and there's a firefight with the two players in front of you, all you have to do is sit forehand, because if they crack the ball hard to your backhand, it's out. So you just sit on that forehand, the ball comes hard and you smack it. So you definitely don't want to incentivize your opponents by being the first player to do that. So one of our sponsors here on the BioFreeze is Franklin Balls. Callan, what do you like about Franklin pickleballs? How does it fit your game?
Franklin pickleballs. Yeah, I don't mind them a lot. Obviously, I love playing with the Dura, but this week I've been having a ton of fun playing with the Franklin. They're nice and soft, so it really helps out with the third shot drops, mid-court resets, and dinks. So if you love to play prolonged points, the Franklin is the ball for you.
Yeah, we're also here at nighttime, and the neon green color is a whole lot easier to pick up under the lights. We love that, and we thank Franklin for making this 2023 National Championship special.
Let's go Team Franklin.
There we go. That's right. Why did you say that, Hayden?
Shoot, I'm a Franklin-sponsored athlete.
There we go.
Franklin fam.
Sponsored mathlete.
Ooh, good shot. Wind's
Seems
starting
like
to pick up.
A little swirl kept that ball in.
Yeah.
You know, if you're choosing to hit your drop shot to the person who's already at the kitchen line, got to keep it low. I love drop shotting the person who returns serve, because they're never quite as close. If I drop shot the person who's already there, I better be perfect.
Agreed on that one. Hit that drop to the person who returns serve.
Kind of like that.
Looks like they're a little bit more aggressive, Lopez and Garza, which is good to see.
Yeah, we got to get you out of the broadcast booth, Hayden, and send you over there and start coaching.
Hayden's got a few more years left, so I'm sure he'll be coaching shortly.
Yeah. I'm getting old. Big 18. They got to get up to that kitchen line and try to get into the points.
Right, and it's good to recognize when you're on the defense, play defense.
Right.
You can't play offense when you're being defensive.
Ooh.
Smart play, tip the net. It's always a good strategy. Well, that was a flawless point by Lindsay Newman.
Yeah.
A few resets, couple dinks, had to sprint up for a short ball and did what she does great. She lets balls that are flying out, she actually lets them go.
Ooh. Good footwork by Tina.
Yep. 2 lobs and 1 point. What do you think about that, Callan?
I love it. I love it. Every single time someone hits a lob, I catch myself flinching.
Do you flinch when you lob?
Never. Only when I watch people lob. It's kind of bizarre.
Not so sure that ATP was there, but she's going for it. Down 2 games to none, 4-0, why not? Gotta go home with some great memories.
How do you feel about best 3 out of 5, Callan?
3 out of 5. Maybe if it's only 1, but I don't know. It was fun. Switch it up a little bit, but definitely was a little gassed today.
For sure.
Not that it was 3 out of 5, but playing a 3 out of 5 barn burner, going 5, and then getting 10 minutes to play another one was definitely an experience.
So you played a 3 out of 5. You lost in 5. 2-hour match, and they gave you 10 minutes before your next one?
Yeah, 10 minutes maybe 12, and then I was off to the next one.
That worked for you, because I heard you guys played pretty good. I missed the whole match. I was out here commentating.
You know, had to eat some dates in between points, so it all worked out.
Yeah, normally at all other nationals, nearly the entire draw is played through in one day, but this year they're doing more of a progressive draw, so instead of having each match 2 out of 3, it's just a match a day, but it's 3 out of 5. And we'll see what the player feedback is at the end of the week, but I think right now the 3 out of 5 is adds more drama and oftentimes lets the best team win.
Yeah.
Wow. What an overhead. I wish I had that.
Got to get a little taller, Hayden.
Yeah, I know. Jeez.
Beautiful get by Tina. Looked like she was going to slide on a cement court. Took her forehand grip, switched over to Continental, reached out wide, and sliced a drop shot. There was a lot going on that shot. Using the kitchen. Miss Alejandra Lopez drops it short and gets herself on the scoreboard. Well done. At this point, down 8-1 in the third, I would be thinking to keep this other team out on the court as long as possible. Make every point last as long as you can. Make every point be earned.
Ooh. A little ambitious.
Yep.
Good speed up by Lindsay. It's a good spot.
It's match point. Are they out of timeouts?
I don't think they used their second timeout. They probably should have.
Oh, nice. Uh-oh.
Ooh, good counter or speed up.
It was actually both. It was a speed up of a counter. Oh,
what a
good shot. Ball took a funny bounce. Must have hit something on the court. And we are still playing.
Such a good angle.
Beautiful. All right, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here.
Another match point.
10-1-1, the third number being the most important number at this point. And that is match here in Grandstand Court. We have Newman and Pisnik moving on to the next round. Yeah, and this is Steve Dawson. Steve Dawson, Callan Dawson, and Hayden Patriquin signing off on Grandstand Court. You guys enjoy your evening, and thanks for tuning in.